Organizational tools seamlessly integrate with emerging data technologies. These innovations are accelerated by world-class research resource platforms. From NABL-accredited bioassay laboratories and RCGM-approved BSL-3 facilities to an ISO-certified biorepository and advanced multi-omics sequencing platforms. Backing these is an advanced experimental animal facility, housing crucial models from India's first ferret facility to transgenic mice that validate our translational leaps.
At THSTI, everything that we do starts with high quality basic science. But in the last few years, we are trying to live up to our reputation as a translational research institute. So, in this context, we have set up several facilities here. One of them is the Medical Research Center. The Medical Research Center is a first of a kind initiative in the country. It houses India's first controlled human infection facility. It also has an early phase clinical trial unit. And it also brings to India the cutting edge of CAR T cell research. We have a CAR T cell and gene therapy research unit, which is being set up in collaboration with industry. Also, in order to tie up the basic science that we do here, we have just initiated the THSTI EPEX, which is our initiative for accelerated productization and epidemic preparedness. The idea is that this will help accelerate the process of leads getting to market. And all these initiatives are being set up not just with government funding, but also with industry collaboration. Now, we believe that we are at the vanguard of what is going to be a very vibrant biocluster on this campus. We've set up all these facilities so that they can be modular facilities which can be expanded later on and as the cluster expands. The important thing to remember is that all these facilities that we are creating are not just available to our own scientists, but it's open to all of academia in the country and also to industry, MSMEs, startups, anybody else who wants to utilize these facilities so that translation can be accelerated.
Now,
Two, one.
I request all the students and the guests and the delegates to kindly move towards the auditorium and please be seated so that we can start the program. I request everyone to kindly get into the auditorium so that we can start with the program.
I just want to see कहाँ पे मुझे ब्रेक लेना है यहाँ पे ठीक है यहाँ पे वेलकम सर दैट्स इट थैंक यू सर नेक्स्ट इनवाइट ओके थैंक यू ओके फाइन देन आपका है यहाँ पे
I request everyone to kindly be seated. I request the student volunteers to kindly direct the guests and the attending faculties to the auditorium.
Hello, check, check. Hello. Hello, check, check.
I request everyone to kindly settle down. Good morning, everyone. I, Sneh Bajpai,
And I, Iba Mateen,
on behalf of BRIC Translational Health Science and Technology Institute, welcome you all to Synchn 2026. Over the last 2 years, Synchn has emerged as a unique platform where science meets innovation and academic excellence connects with industry to generate impactful biomedical solutions for the society.
this third edition of Synchn brings together a gathering of eminent scientists, researchers, innovators, entrepreneurs, industry leaders, policymakers, and stakeholders from across the biomedical and healthcare ecosystem. Through insightful discussions, knowledge exchange, and collaborative interactions, we aim to initiate and strengthen emerging partnerships to accelerate the translation of scientific discoveries into real-world applications. We extend a very warm welcome to our distinguished guests to Synchn 2026 and our 17th Foundation Day to be held tomorrow. As we begin the program now, we request all to please switch your cellular devices silent, and for those joining online to please switch your audio settings mute. We begin the event by inviting Dr. Jayanta Bhattacharya, Dean, BRIC THSTI, to deliver the welcome address and briefly introduce THSTI. Welcome, sir.
A very good morning to all of you. Thank you for joining us today at this very important event that has entered its third year. On behalf of the organizing committee, my colleagues at THSTI, it is my great pleasure to welcome all our distinguished guests, speakers, industry partners, collaborators, researchers, fellow students, colleagues from THSTI, colleagues from RCB, and all the delegates to today's THSTI Synchn Industry Outreach Day. Let me start by giving a brief introduction of THSTI and why we stand today here and are actually going to celebrate this Industry Outreach Day. What makes us the right institution to do so? THSTI was established with a clear mission to bridge the gap between fundamental scientific discoveries and tangible healthcare solution. As an institute of the Biotechnology Research and Innovation Council, BRIC under the Department of Biotechnology, Ministry of Science and Technology, THSTI brings together multidisciplinary expertise spanning infectious diseases, maternal and child health, vaccines, immunology, diagnostics, genomics, clinical research, and public health. Our state-of-the-art research infrastructure that some of you know, have experienced, vibrant collaborations. Some of you are also partners in that endeavor with hospitals, academic institutions, government agencies, and industry. And our commitment to nurturing the next generation scientists make THSTI a unique hub for biomedical innovation. At THSTI, we believe that transformative healthcare innovations emerge when academia, industry, clinicians, and policymakers work together hand in hand. Today's gathering is an example of that, and it's also an opportunity to strengthen these connections, exchange ideas, explore new partnerships, and identify pathways that can accelerate the journey from laboratory research towards translating scientific discoveries into solutions that can improve human health. And today, we are not only talking about human health, we are also talking about One Health. The purpose of this Synchn that we are celebrating today is to bring together academic, industry, clinicians, policymakers in creating opportunities for partnership that can accelerate innovations and real-world impact. And hence, conference like this or meeting like this are valuable because they bring together diverse perspectives, enabling us to exchange ideas, challenge conventional thinking, and identify opportunities to work together. I encourage and request all the delegates and everyone attending this important meeting today to engage actively, exchange ideas freely, and explore opportunities for collaborations beyond what we have been doing. We believe that today's discussions will lay the foundation for future partnerships that will address some of the most pressing healthcare challenges that we are facing locally and globally. And therefore, thank you again for joining us today. We really appreciate that you have taken your valuable time to come and participate in this very important meeting. We are delighted to have you with us and hope you find today's session both informative and inspiring. Once again, welcome, and I wish you all a productive and enjoyable conference. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Next, I invite Professor Ganesan Karthikeyan, Executive Director, BRIC THSTI, to present the Synchn report.
Good morning, everyone, and a very hearty welcome to Synchn 2026. I'm not going to present a report. So I just want to thank all of you. Many of you have come from around the world. You've taken time off from your busy schedules. And we are all very grateful that you've managed to come here and give us your time, because this is something which we think is very important. You know, the reason why Synchn came into place is very simple. All of us in this sector, in these sectors, know what irks the Indian ecosystem, healthcare ecosystem. We have some of the best scientists in the world. We have world-class manufacturers. We have now very ambitious policymakers, and many of them are sitting here. Despite all this, we haven't seen any product originating in an Indian laboratory and having reached patients. So where is this problem? Is it a science problem? Now, I don't think it's a science problem or manufacturing problem. I think it's a coordination problem. The reason why this has not happened is every time all these individual silos meet, there is a problem at the interface. So the best way to solve this, I think, is to bring all these people together, everybody from these groups together, and that is what this is about. So all of you are here, and the best way to get this problem sorted is by talking to each other. So that's the whole purpose of Synchn. Now, I just want to briefly introduce THSTI to all of you. All of you know what THSTI is, but I think what it stands for is three core pillars. The first is we have institutional infrastructure, which is funded by government. We have high quality infrastructure. The second thing is we do high quality research. And the third thing is from the outset, we believe in partnerships which share expertise to take things forward. So these are the three core pillars on which THSTI is built. And we've tried to stand by these three principles as well. Now, when we started Synchn 2 years ago, 2024, it was a tentative attempt to bring industry and academia together. So we had about 60 industry representatives. We, of course, had people from government and funders. And we made a few LOIs to start with, about 15 or 16 of them. But the next year, people recognized that we do high quality work and we are really interested in partnering with industry. So the next year we had many more representatives from industry, and we had binding agreements. And many of them you will see today if you are going around. There are many agreements which have been solidified. And this year I'm happy to say that we have surpassed the last 2 years. And you can see that many of you represent big industry in this country. We have policymakers, we have funders, we have everybody who matters to do biomedical research in this country who's here in this room. I want to tell you what we have done in the last 2 years. So what we have done essentially is we've tried to consolidate the infrastructure that we already have to do this research. So we've built the Medical Research Center. It's something which has been the previous director's vision as well, and we have now managed to consolidate that, and we have operationalized the Medical Research Center. Now, the Medical Research Center is the first of its kind facility in the country, because normally what happens is you have basic science units which work in hospitals. But here it is the other way around. We have a basic science institute, and we have a hospital, sort of hospital, adjacent to it. So the way this is going to work is that we have operationalized, or we are going to operationalize very soon, India's first controlled human infection facility with academic partnerships with Leiden, and with also industry partnership with the Serum Institute. We also have an early phase clinical trial unit which is coming up, and which we will be helped by Synchn and Biocon. We also have a CAR T cell facility which we started in collaboration with Milteney Biotech. They were one of our first partners, and now we also partnered with Immunil Therapeutics from Biocon, so that we can take these things forward. So the way we are doing this is a unique partnership modality. It's a public-private partnership, but the partnership is quite unique, and it has precedence in the government setup, and we think that this is going to function very well. The other examples of partnerships which have led to tangible clinical, or at least going to lead to tangible clinical outcomes, are the work that we have done on the Nipah monoclonal antibodies. Dr. Jayanta is here. We have been able to take this forward with industry collaboration. Aragen and Origin have helped us take it forward, and very soon we'll be able to do the first in man in our facility here. So I think these are very important steps, and we all can be proud of it. And this is one of the first times this has happened in Indian academia. We also have vaccine candidates that have been developed in association with, co-developed with industry. Panacea Biotech's representatives are here, and Dr. Sweetie has been working with them on the Mpox vaccine. So this is a vaccine which is not just made for India, but it is made for the world, because Mpox is not that much of a problem here. So to bring all this together, we also have built another facility which we used to call the Translational Research Facility, and we're now going to call it APEX. So I'll have to look up the abbreviation because I'm not familiar with it either. So it's called Accelerated Productization and Epidemic Preparedness. So the APEX Center is something which is going to build that most brutal of all gaps in the bridge between clinic, bench and clinic. And that is about our ability to manufacture at scale, not just for early phase trials, but also for late phase. So these centers are all the infrastructure that we have built with government funding. Now, what we want, what the whole purpose of Synchn here is, we want partners. So for the MRC, we want willing industry partners. We want funders to look at our capabilities and take things jointly forward. And we've managed to get some successes here, but I want others to join in as well. And this is a win-win situation, because we can really, this is the only way forward, I think. In the whole process, I want to say that our commitment as THSTI is that we are very serious about the science. We will do very rigorous science. And we will be accountable to outcomes, not just outputs. We are interested in producing products. So you can be reassured that that is what we are intending. We are not interested in just publications, or we want to fill an annual report. It's not that. We want to produce products, and that's our real intent. So what I want from you is that I want us to engage honestly. And I want you to do something which I'm sure all of you are used to doing, but we want you to take risks deliberately, because there are going to be risks. This is not a short-term project. This is a long-term project. And I also want all of you to hold us to our promise. We want to do science, we want to take things forward, but I want you to hold us to our promise as we will to yours. So that is the whole message of Synchn, and I want this to happen. We all want this to happen. So thank you very much once again.
Thank you, sir, for highlighting the key benefits and achievements from Synchn.
Professor Rajesh S. Gokhale, Secretary, Department of Biotechnology and Director General, BRIC, Government of India, sends us his best wishes for a fruitful Synchn 2026. Due to his prior commitments, he could not be here with us today. We will now play a short video on THSTI.
Science discovers, but translation delivers. Welcome to the Translational Health Science and Technology Institute, THSTI. As a premier institute of the Biotechnology Research and Innovation Council, under the Department of Biotechnology, Ministry of Science and Technology, Government of India, our mandate is profound: to act as the catalyst turning fundamental discoveries into the healthcare interventions mankind needs most. Nestled within the NCR Biotech Science Cluster, THSTI bridges the gap between bench and bedside. We do not just ask how a disease works, we find and build tools to find solutions to tackle it. True translation spans the entire spectrum of human health. At THSTI, this manifests in concrete interventions, from indigenously developed vaccines and therapeutic monoclonal antibodies to point-of-care diagnostic kits and live biotherapeutics. But our impact reaches far beyond laboratory walls, driven by dedicated centers working in precise harmony. Our maternal and child health team hosts the Garbhini cohort, the largest longitudinal pregnancy study in Southeast Asia, unlocking the biological secrets of preterm birth. Besides this, the deep-rooted research at the Maternal and Child Health Center has shaped global clinical guidelines, one of which contributed to the World Health Organization policy on immediate kangaroo mother care to save vulnerable newborn lives. Beside them, the Center for Virus Research, Therapeutics and Vaccines actively develops vaccine candidates and monoclonal antibodies against global threats, including monkeypox, beta coronaviruses, Nipah, dengue, influenza, and HIV. Meanwhile, our tuberculosis researchers drive the mission for a TB Mukt Bharat. By creating the country's largest CRISPR interference mutant strain repository, they are fueling global drug discovery and engineering novel molecules to target the TB pathogen. Translation requires deep precision. Our human microbiome and bacterial disease experts decode thousands of metagenomic sequences to fight multi-drug resistance, while our drug design teams use state-of-the-art computational chemistry to transform disease biology into drug leads. Here, innovative computational tools seamlessly integrate with emerging data technologies. These innovations are accelerated by world-class research resource platforms, from NABL-accredited bioassay laboratories and RCGM-approved BSL-3 facilities to an ISO-certified biorepository and advanced multi-omics sequencing platforms. Backing these is an advanced experimental animal facility, housing crucial models from India's first ferret facility to transgenic mice that validate our translational leaps.
At THSTI, everything that we do starts with high-quality basic science. But in the last few years, we are trying to live up to our reputation as a translational research institute. So in this context, we have set up several facilities here. One of them is the Medical Research Center. The Medical Research Center is a first-of-a-kind initiative in the country. It houses India's first controlled human infection facility. It also has an early-phase clinical trial unit. And it also brings to India the cutting edge of CAR T-cell research. We have a CAR T-cell cell and gene therapy research unit which has been set up in collaboration with industry. Also, in order to tie up the basic science that we do here, we have just initiated the THSTI EPEX, which is our initiative for accelerated productization and epidemic preparedness. The idea is that this will help accelerate the process of leads getting to market. And all these initiatives are being set up not just with government funding, but also with industry collaboration. Now, we believe that we are at the vanguard of what is going to be a very vibrant biocluster on this campus. We've set up all these facilities so that they can be modular facilities which can be expanded later on and as the cluster expands. The important thing to remember is that all these facilities that we are creating are not just available to our own scientists, but it's open to all of academia in the country and also to industry, MSMEs, startups, anybody else who wants to utilize these facilities so that translation can be accelerated.
Now, THSTI is taking its next monumental stride. By integrating our Clinical Development Services Agency and the Medical Research Center, we are expanding directly into early phase clinical trials. At this very campus, THSTI is preparing to conduct India's first controlled human infection model, or CHIM, studies. This will safely and ethically accelerate vaccine evaluation under rigorous medical oversight, delivering protective answers faster than ever before. But we don't just execute, we empower. Through CDSA, we provide certified GXP training for researchers and regulators alike. Combined with our designation as a global WHO biomanufacturing training hub, THSTI stands as an international benchmark for providing high-quality research and training. But a sustainable ecosystem requires enterprise. Guided by the spirit of Atmanirbhar Bharat, THSTI actively nurtures entrepreneurship. By anchoring programs like the School of Innovation in Biodesign, we immerse young minds into real clinical environments. We teach them to engage with hospitals, tech transfer offices, and global industries, empowering them to protect their intellectual property and launch biotechnology startups right here within the cluster. Alongside them, our vibrant PhD program nurtures the next generation of researchers tackling cutting-edge science. Behind every breakthrough stands a unified ecosystem. At THSTI, the diverse verticals of our administration work in absolute synergy with our scientists, a collective force propelling this institute onto the global stage. From basic science to clinical trials, from robust administration to market-ready products, we are THSTI, shaping the future of global public health together.
We now move on to the next segment of the program, the plenary panel discussion on future global health security, science, manufacturing, and partnerships. May I invite our esteemed panelists on the stage, Dr. Rajiv Raghuvanshi, the Drugs Controller General of India at the Central Drug Standard Control Organization. He plays a pivotal role in ensuring the safety, quality, efficacy, and regulatory oversight of drugs, vaccines, medical devices, and other clinical trials. Next, I invite Dr. Shiv Kumar Kalyan Raman, Chief Executive Officer of Anusandhan National Research Foundation, who has been responsible for strengthening national R&D ecosystem and fostering academia-industry collaborations. I invite Dr. Dhananjay K. Tiwari, Managing Director, DBT BIRAC, who has extensive experience in biotechnology policy, global partnerships, and innovation systems. I invite Dr. Harish Iyer, Director, Health Research and Development, Digital Innovations and Artificial Intelligence at the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. I invite Professor Roger Fu, Vice Dean Research, National University of Singapore, who is driving research and academic programs focusing on precision medicine, cardiac genomics, and epigenetics of heart diseases. Dr. Rachis Ella, Chief Development Officer, Bharat Biotech, leads global product development pipelines for vaccines and biologics. I invite Professor Ganesan Karthikeyan, Executive Director, BRIC THSTI, to kindly moderate this panel.
Thanks. This is a very intimidating panel, I must say. I just want to reiterate what I said earlier. So, like I said, we have everything going in this country, but we are not able to make those breakthroughs. So now we have key representatives from all these pillars that we talked about, which are enablers towards this particular goal. And we just want to ask them questions today. And I want them to answer honestly, not diplomatically. So the question is really, is it a science problem? Is it a manufacturing problem? Is it a partnership problem? Is it a policy problem? Or is it, as I said earlier, a coordination problem where everything fails at the interface? So we have, all of them have been introduced. So we have the chief regulator in this country, we have funders, we have public and private funders, we have a manufacturer, we have an academic from a world-class setup elsewhere, and we have the head of BIRAC as well. So I think we have everybody here who can make a difference. So I'm going to start off by asking Dr. Raghuvanshi the first question. So we are a manufacturer. We've always been a manufacturer in the world. But we have a reputation for having regulatory unpredictability. I mean, that is something which everybody recognizes. I know all of us are working towards making this more accessible, more predictable. What are the structural changes that CDSU is doing right now to make this happen? Because once the regime changes, once you go away or once somebody else comes, it shouldn't start all over again. So what are the structural changes that are happening in CDSU that will facilitate this process?
So thanks a lot, Dr. Karthikeyan. So I don't know where to start. The regulator is always a punching bag. Everybody knows that. Whatever we do, it will be difficult to meet the expectations. That is the first point which I think we should understand. I know it because I have been on the other side also. So before being a regulator, I used to basically punch the regulator from the other side. So structurally, what we are doing currently, and a lot of things we have done, but a lot more has to be done. The first thing which I think CDSU did is, today we are almost 99% digital, which has actually brought a lot of transparency in the system and a lot of trust in the system. The stakeholders exactly know that what is happening with their file. And internally, it is more important to let everybody know that at every level in CDSU, everybody knows that what is pending with whom for how long, which has brought a ownership, increased ownership in the system, and which is reflected today in terms of the turnover time which is being demonstrated. In last 3 years, we have practically half the approval timelines for any kind of approval you pick up in CDSU. Having said that, it is always improvement journey. Lot more has to be done, and it will be done with another big structural change which is going to happen in CDSU is, most of you would have heard about that 1,500 additional positions sanctioned in principle, which was part of the finance minister's budget speech this year. For the first time in the history of India, CDSU by name came in that speech, which actually tells a lot about what organization is going through at this point in time. So we have initiated that whole process of final sanction of those 1,500 positions. The file has been sent to expenditure. And I think within next 1 year we should initiate that recruitment process. Once fully on board, I think we would be better than currently whatever we call it as best in the world in terms of regulatory system. Today's major problem in CDSCO is, one of the major ones is the resource which we have. We do not have a single internal scientific cadre to review the applications. We fully dependent on the external expert committees. And it has its own issue with respect to sustainability, with respect to continuous, with respect to the organizational memory, um, and whatever most of you would have experienced, industry particular. So that issue is going to be solved only if we have our internal scientific cadre, and that is being brought through these 1,500 positions. So digitization, new position, then two major changes which we have already done is, I call it as, we have freed up the R&D system. No T license required for doing research, which was a part of our regulatory system. Now you can do whatever you want. You just have to notify that what you are doing. You don't have to wait for our permission in terms of test license. So that is a big change which has happened structurally. Second big one is about 50% of the bioequivalence permissions which we used to give has been waived off. The low risk, in the first phase, the low risk 2x2 design of bioequivalence is now completely out of CDSCO's permission loop. You design your protocol, you move ahead, you do the study, come with the data when you want the approval. So these two are basic structural changes which I have already implemented, which is the stakeholders are experiencing, and the feedback we are getting is very, very positive. We have also started pre-submission discussions, formal and informal both. We have also started informal post-submission discussions, where we are calling industry teams to come and explain the project if we have something new, which was never happening in our system, culturally, systemically, or whatever you say. This has actually increased the confidence of a stakeholder in the system. So all these changes, along with actually getting translated into reducing the timelines of approval, is actually building the trust. And I have seen that significantly since I took over. And I think the way things are moving, you will see it much more improved day by day.
Thank you. That's very heartening to hear. I just have a small follow-up, sir.
Yeah.
So we all know that Bio-E3 is probably one of the most revolutionary policy statements that the government has made. So that the implication of that is you will have more indigenous molecules. So the way CDSCO has been traditionally is that we've been basically just endorsing somebody else's. So we have to now start doing this for our own molecules for the first time ever. And that also means that we have to ensure that there is things reach first in man very early. So are there any steps that you are taking to make this happen?
The complete system of IND review, right from application to approval, that has been revamped in CDSCO. A separate team within the resources, the best possible, the regulators who we think that are probably the sharpest one to understand the project. That is already functional. Everybody knows that we approved 2 CAR T cells, which was not a Me Too product. That was basically review right from scratch. And for us also, we also learned in the game while the journey was on. But both these products are in market today. The first one, the ImmunoAct, has, I think, dosed more than 700 patients by now. Good feedback. The third one is almost approved. The in-principle approval is there. I think now the final documentation is happening. So just to give that confidence that we have started doing the review of the new molecules also. and we have established that system, the expert committees. One more very important structural change which has happened, which is already on ground now, is that now we have an agreement with government that we will be using non-government resources in our expert committees, which was not there till now. It was documented that it has to be a government resource only if we have to have experts in whatever committee we have. So we currently have about 7 people who are not from government, all of them from drug development background, from industry, consultancy, academia, foreign experiences, and the feedback of stakeholders is that it is making significant impact on the way SEC discussions used to happen earlier and now, and a lot of good contributions are coming. So just to sum up, that in the IND system also, and these are actually the new resources for expert committees have been actually made part of the IND system. We are not putting them in our regular SND or NDA experts. So just to let everybody know that we are putting special focus on this IND and biologic review and approval systems. So you will see lot many changes like this.
Thank you, sir. So I want to move to Dr. Shiv Kumar. So ANRF was conceived as, it's a unique organization, right? It's never been done before in the India's funding architecture. The idea is to bridge research to national priorities. I mean, that's the entire thing, and do it at scale. So how have you managed to do this? I mean, what are the steps that you're taking? Because this has never been done. It's never been done sustainably, because we know that all of these other funding agencies were created like this, but then they never sustained beyond a particular one life cycle or 2 life cycles. So how are you doing things differently?
Thank you, Dr. Karthikeyan, and it's wonderful to be part of such a distinguished panel. Number one, I would say is that ANRF is an institutional innovation in itself. We are a statutory body which is presided by the Honorable Prime Minister of India, and so it has a number of structural benefits, and we can move faster. Now, the important thing is to be able to leverage that in terms of getting things going. So, as part of our act, we have multiple funds, 4 funds in our act. One of them is called a special purpose fund, with which we can instantiate new funds. One of the examples special purpose funds we have is the RDI fund, which is a 1 lakh crore fund that has been created. And then there is an ANRF core budget of 50,000 crores, out of which the government has allocated 14,000 crores, and there is an expectation of partnerships with non-government. So as part of the way ANRF is set up, the non-governmental partnerships are at its core. That's number one. Second is in a very short period of time, both the policy has been done by DST, and now we have an MOU with DST to essentially, under the ANRF umbrella, which is a neutral umbrella, we have a RDI fund that has also been operationalized in record time. The Honorable Prime Minister announced the scheme on November 3rd, and by the end of January, we had TDB and BIRAC is represented here as well, who were notified. And then other second-level fund managers have applied to be part of the first cohort, and we are in the final stages of making those decisions. And you'll see perhaps within 3 weeks, we'll be announcing a set of alternate investment funds and FROs who shall be getting the allocations and from ANRF, from RDI more specifically. And this is just the first cohort, and again there'll be a follow-on with second cohort, third cohort, etc. So the goal is to create an asset class of investments, and the RDI fund is only for the private sector, whereas the grant funding is primarily for the academic sector. That includes academia, national labs, Section 8 companies, and the like. And the goal is to ultimately drive bridges and pivoting, things which are de-risked in the academic sector over to the private sector. As part of the ANRF core, we have been driving, mission mode programs in partnerships with various line ministries. I'd like to highlight for your audience, we have a program that we are doing along with the Gates Foundation and ICMR. So that's an example of investment both from ANRF, Gates Foundation and ICMR and we are jointly driving the entire life cycle of the program. I would urge other foundations to come and partner with us, whether they are local or global. We'll be announcing many more partnerships as we go forward. Again, we are also partnering with companies, Google, Qualcomm, NVIDIA, etc. have partnered with us. Again, we would like to see more partnerships with this fraternity as well. My doors are open and we do deals fast. I keep joking with folks who walk into my door, can you move as fast as me?
I can vouch for that. He's one of the most enthusiastic funders around. So one quick question to you, Dr. Shiv. The requirement for making anything happen in the biotech sector or biomedical sector is that funding cycles have to be much longer than what they have traditionally been. I mean, you have just typically 3 or 5 years. How are you making that happen? Because we need a 10 to 15-year time horizon for making, realizing products, right? So.
Yeah, I'd also like to acknowledge Wadhwani Foundation, with whom we are partnering with, and several others. So look, I think the NRF as a statutory body is a long-lived body, and we have funding allocations on a 5-year cycle. But the most important thing is we are less impacted by the vicissitudes within any single department, as well as we are able to do things in an integrated fashion rather than a fragmented fashion, and greater and long-term thing. Yes, when you think of a 10-year horizon, we may break it up into 5 plus 5 year horizons, but there is no shortage of looking at things on a longer term. Yes, right now our goal is to start doing bigger things and things at a horizon of about 5 years. But we do expect that as we show success, we should be able to raise the adequate support needed for the future rounds as well. So.
Thank you. So let's move on to Dr. Dhananjay, who's just taken over BIRAC. So he gets, because we are friends, so he gets a tough question. So BIRAC has been a very revolutionary organization in its conception, and BIRAC has funded quite a few of these startups. But the conversion rate from startup to product, we don't know that really. I mean, can you give us a number? And if there is a number, what should it be ideally? And what are you doing to change that?
It's a very interesting question, but I must tell you, your question is very foundational. That requires revisiting the entire ecosystem, and I'll take few minutes to touch. I love this topic, science, manufacturing, and partnership. And at the end, I'll come back to narrow down my answer to your question. But these three things are very important to revisit. And in your initial speech, you said some very important line that how institutions, we have talent, we have capabilities, and probably you meant to say that we are not making any, say, blockbuster drug or something like that. So keeping that in view, your question and your initial remarks, it's very interesting to revisit the entire biotech ecosystem. I'll take few minutes to touch every thread, 3 threads. Say science. Science generates knowledge, that spurs innovation. Manufacturing transforms innovation into scale. And of course, partnership is one very important point, that how this ecosystem is integrated. So the best way to share with the audience is to take up one example and move on to highlight how scientific capabilities institutions are interconnected in the entire ecosystem. So Clinicians Institute is this. So let us pick up one example, very recent example of PCSK9 product. LDL gastroenterologist is sitting here. So you see the connect. In 2005, Nature Biotechnology published using a cohort of African American in Texas, and they found and published that PCSK9 gene is responsible. If you have loss of function in the mutation, you can build a drug. And then Amgen, Regeneron, all use that discovery and build blockbuster drug monoclonal antibodies to stop that and neutralize that product. In 10 years' time, it did huge business. You see the interconnections. We wait 10 years to reach patent cliff and make biosimilar. So we are 10 years innovation cycle behind. By the time Alnylam thinks about siRNA therapeutics, and in Boston-based company Alnylam develops a drug which stops the transcription process, and then at the transcription level, it blocks the product. So when you needed few injections in a week, now you require one injection same in a 3-4 months time. Again, blockbuster drug. By the time, and this innovation came from institutions, I'll give you the example. By the time you wait to build your RNA therapeutics platform and build that drug, I heard a few weeks ago that Eli Lilly can go there, send the cargo, and do the editing of that product gene, and you may not require all through your life, maybe a few injections and you are done. And few days before, I heard that now CRISPR biotechnology was formed in a Boston cluster where they are using dead CRISPR. You can send the cargo, it will not cut the genome, but they can do extensive methyltransferase activity, block the promoter. And then another drug is coming. This power is coming from academic institution, and they power the industry to make blockbuster drug. So it's very important that, and what's silently happening in an amazing engineering tool, CRISPR, Davis Liu in Cambridge, by the time you learn base editing, they developed Prime Medicine company to do prime editing. And then that led to another product and being used. What I want to say here is the amazing institutional capabilities can empower industry and innovation. Pick up another trade, like manufacturing. If you look, very frankly speaking, Dr. Karthik says, be very frank. I tell you, if you look at biotech industry, how I look at is like a cottage industry. That means that discovery, innovation, early manufacturing are attempted by a single lab or startup or a company. While this approach is very effective in generating ideas and translational and knowledge, it inherently stops us from speed and scale manufacturing. What we need to deliberately do is, like, break down the biotech value chain into very deeply specialized roles, where you allow domain-specific actors doing and focusing on one thing exceptionally well. For example, make plasmid, make virus, make lentivirus, make linkers, make enzymes, everything, and then they plug in these capabilities into scale-focused manufacturing partners. That we need to do. Third point is partnership. Is it not now traditional three-helix partnership? We require investor, we require government, we require industry, institutions, philanthropists, regulators, everyone. So multi-helix partnership we need to build. For example, when you see why your startup is not doing well, they are exceptionally well, but they don't know the expectation of investor. The investor question is totally different. My scientific question is totally different. We want to do excellence in science, and then you think that, it's true, it can make huge difference in innovation. But investor question is, can your startup make $1 billion business? They don't understand any other thing. So this dialogue, this understanding needs to be built to be able to fulfill. Why it is important is that investment, sustained availability of investment that will come through investors. And it is not, and we have to also manage the investment between the crises, like today, tomorrow. It should be sustained pipeline that you need to create. And third important thing in partnership is that the questions that we select and support, are we able to figure out oddballs? That, like any discovery, if you know the science, that here are the objectives we shall achieve in 3 years, this is the milestone, third year we shall achieve this milestone, I don't think that science will lead to breakthrough. We should fund, undoable. We have to learn that. If you fund undoable, you may get something that you expect. So this comes when your question is coming from the society, your question is coming from the clients, your question is coming from the industry. Your question should not be coming from only one resource at the institution. So this is how we can build this ecosystem, and we can connect all these stakeholders. Now, your question, this insights was very important. Your question about BIREC. So again, this is an ecosystem question. It's not metrics, how much we funded. You see this biotech ecosystem. Where you are funding? You are funding IDEA or POC or TRL7 or TRL3. And then if you fund TRL7, the higher end, success is more because you have passed through many steps. And this biotech industry has many constants, regulations. I mean, many things fail. Many things work in animal, doesn't work in a human. Many things work in one human, may not translate it in me. So lots of factors. These are the constraints. But at the same time, BIREC supports entire pipeline. Still we have value for you that we have 17% success in the sense that if we have funded 100, then 17 products are in the market. I'm just a general sense and a general metrics, but we don't have defined metrics. How to evaluate the success in an ecosystem where BIREC is funding everything, ideas to all the pipeline. I stop here and I hope I was able to cover your concern.
No, Dhananjay, you did the impossible. You were honest and also politically correct. So I just want to ask you one more thing. You talked about manufacturing. So the problem with manufacturing is no academia can ever have GMP manufacturing. Now, is it part of BIRAC's vision at some point in time to fund, say, shareable resources, which can be, I mean, that's the only way it is feasible, right? So is that part of BIRAC at any point in time?
BIRAC is implementation partner with a Bio3 policy and biomanufacturing program, where I explained to you, we are also creating a resilient distributed manufacturing hubs in the country. And this is in partner with both academia and industry. So this cluster will solve this problem. And second thing is, for academic institution, we are thinking a ready to manufacture platform technology, which is very much suitable for the institutional setting. But when you see scale up and large scale manufacturing, we are trying to set up an industrial cluster. So we are covering both complete pipeline of distributed and resilient manufacturing platforms.
Thank you. So I'll move on to Harish. So he also said that I'm throwing him under the bus, but I have one follow-up question from what Dhananjay said. So Gates has a lot of experience funding translational ecosystems elsewhere. So do you think what BIRAC is doing is consistent with that approach? Do you think it will lead to success, or you have some advice?
No, I think, first of all, I studied in IIT, so Viva by a Ames professor is, particularly different. So thank you, Dr. Karthik, for this. Obviously, we've been one of the very early partners with BIRAC, right? Because with Dr. Bhan, the whole vision of how do you translate science and technology to real impact. And of course, we have Rachis here from Bharat. We work together with Dr. Bhan on the rotavirus vaccine. So there are some good examples. I mean, I think your point is, okay, that's all great. What next? What's next? I think that's the way you're looking at it. So I think that's a very, very fair point. I think there are obviously a lot of different things to be additionally done. We heard from Dr. Raghuvanshi about how do we take risk in novel. Even today, many of the companies that we work with tend to go outside India for first in human. So I think you mentioned in your opening speech, you're setting up first in human. We did CHIM studies outside India for diseases that don't exist in those countries. Why did we do that? I have done it myself because I worked on the cholera vaccine when I was at Shanta. So there are many such examples that we can think of. But I think post-COVID in particular, I feel things have further changed. So I think the capability building, I'll just give you one example of a program that we've been part of. It's not vaccines or drugs, but diagnostics. The index program that has been set up from CCamp through PSA's office, helping companies validate diagnostics separately from whatever they've done on their own. It was a complicated topic. During COVID, all of a sudden everybody was like, do you have a PCR test? Do you have an antigen test? I mean, these suddenly became common knowledge. RT-PCR certificate kya? So I think this is an important example of how the translation requires all these additional steps, confidence building. I think another very important thing is, in much of the rich world, the government is also a big buyer. So I think the pull factor for vaccines, for example, has been clear identification of priority, of course, appropriate pricing, large volume, some predictability. How do we do this? I think for diagnostics also now in the TB, I'll give a TB example. I think this ability to pull through, understand the importance of innovation. I think, for example, Dr. Raghuvanshi and Dr. Behel are working together on the MedTech Mitra. What can you give? Can you give good advice? His pre-IND meeting, I think you mentioned pre-submission meeting briefly in your remarks. Some of that gives more predictability, I think. And I think there's a recognition that, look, we need to be able to build a lot of things ourselves. And I think, you heard Dr. Dhananjay say, I think you're trying to do the same thing here in a very, big way.
So, Harish, so the more pointed question to you about Gates.
Yes.
So there is this feeling, I'm sure many people will say that the priorities of Gates, supposing I wanted to do something in cardiovascular research,
yeah.
Gates is not funding that because they think that India is all still ridden with infectious disease. So I'm just saying, how are you trying to align your priorities with our needs?
I love that provocation. Thank you. I think the assumption is slightly different, actually. The assumption is that because you're a philanthropy, you have to work on problems that, quote unquote, the bazaar will not work on. Right? So, and we're not obviously just based in India, we're based all over the world. So, the market struggles to work on neonatal mortality. It doesn't struggle to work on cardiovascular. I mean, all of us can easily have cardiovascular problems, right? So there is enough people who have power and pressure and the companies that are sitting around here who want to work on cardiovascular problems. Novel molecules is a tricky problem, of course, but in general, I think there's a lot of interest. I think it's much harder to find the same interest in somebody wanting to work on TB, for example. So you can see the Gates Foundation is a huge funder in TB. Now, I've even heard Dr. Soumya say this, right? She used to say, my family members had no idea there is even TB in the country. I mean, I haven't actually met a TB patient myself. I used to work in Bangalore and Hyderabad, and I'm not running into people with TB patients. But it's a huge burden, the maximum number of people dying of an infectious disease. So this is not to imply that these are the only diseases of problems. So, but a second way of looking at it is that, of course, we're interested in preeclampsia, GDM. In fact, we're working with THSTI on some of these kinds of problems. Are there, quote unquote, simpler markers? Can we identify novel diagnostics for it? Would they fit into the primary care pathway? So even there, I think the focus is more on prevention. Can you diagnose early? Can you help strengthen primary care? So actually, we work quite closely with the ministry and key states on what can we do for primary care that we can support. So I think I would say that is the framing. Cancer screening, I mean, the NHM has many programs that go through screening. Can we simplify the cost of diagnostics for HPV? Again, something that we worked with DBT on. So I think that would be the framing I would pick on why we pick certain problems. It's not about necessarily whether, what's the burden of disease. Totally understand epidemiological transition happening in India. Sadly, we seem to have the double burden of disease. Very challenging political question to answer.
I think you got away well with that. Bringing the market failure argument, you are basically positioning Gates as filling that, a gap where others will not fund, which is fine. But in that context, do you think you have a lot of influence with Gavi and SEPI and all these people? So do you think instead of positioning us, India, as just a manufacturer, do you think it is something that you can do to position us as originator ecosystem rather than a manufacturing ecosystem?
Absolutely. I mean, I think this is the core push of what we're trying to do. We're working with Dr. Shiv, as you know, ANRF he mentioned. It's all original equipment, original diagnostics. In fact, we're starting to work on completely new first-in-class platforms. To Dr. Tiwari's point about will we come 10 years later? Are we working? We're working with a whole lot of companies on, for example, self-amplifying mRNA platforms, completely novel first-in-class. In fact, the foundation has started to invest a lot more in India to do that. Recently, we've started to work on drug discovery as well, and I noticed your comments on drug discovery, so I'd love to chat with you about that. Drug discovery, but the entire drug discovery pathway is, I think, a lot of it is locked up inside large CDMOs, which work specially for a particular company, let's say. How do we make sure you have, so in fact, we're working with CCAMP and others on organoids, for example, developing organoids for key function and being able to test outside the body. I think this innovation story, I have actually exposed many senior people at Gates to. We work with CDRI on looking at novel long-acting formulations for TB. So I think there are many, and CRISPR, we're talking to folks on CRISPR. I saw you mention CAR-T, but certainly CRISPR, in vivo CRISPR rather than ex vivo CRISPR. So I think there are many such examples. We definitely do not want to just characterize low-cost manufacturing. But this value, I mean, I think I have to figure out where to talk about this more. And I think that we should be able to change and invite and showcase how we are funding many first-in-class products, first-in-human products in our pipeline. And we are expanding that, and that's the main aim over the next few years as we move forward.
Thanks, Harish. I think all of you should get hold of him today before he leaves. I want to ask Professor Fu. Roger is a good friend, but he represents, I think, arguably Asia's most accomplished academia industry partnerships. He comes from A-Star and NUS. So, and Roger, you are also, you can be most unconstrained in this whole panel. You can freely air your views. And what is it, do you think, that we are doing wrong as a country? And what do you think you have done right? And how do we fix this?
Kartik, that's too audacious to say that you're doing anything wrong. So the three things that sprung to mind when you mentioned that question for me was the 3 Ps that we pay a lot of attention to in Singapore. People, product, and Singaporeans who should be sitting here in answer to your question. So for me, I'm really at the ground level looking at this. As Dean of Research in our medical school, I also chair the research that takes place in our healthcare system. And for those who know in Singapore, our healthcare system in the public sector is broken into 3 parts for the country. So as a healthcare system, for us, we look after 1/3 of the population, which Kartik was very quick to remind me represents only a small province or sector of even Delhi in terms of size of people. But the country has really recognized the need to put in place all the infrastructure in terms of people and place, but also recognizing the need for signature projects to represent what it wants to go forward for innovation. So at the ground, we often debate very hard on top-down initiatives and the need for academics to want to do top-up, bottom-up projects. And understanding the motivations of different people seems to be really important. Like we want to understand what the private sector looks for amongst us academics and what academics can offer. What would motivate an academic to want to do innovative things? We're looking for promotion. We want our papers published. So the government has started to put in incentives to encourage innovation. So every time we win a grant, it's not just papers anymore, but actually also thinking about patents, thinking about commercialization. It's actually generated a huge buzz in our ecosystem among all our medical doctors. Many doctors these days are collaborating with bioengineers in the university to invent medical devices, for example. Then with AI, there's no question, a lot of computer scientists are seeking out clinicians to work on projects for AI in diagnostics, AI in decision-making, etc. So the people side, I think we spent a lot of time. Events like these were also quite common and are still very common in Singapore, just bringing teams together. Then for place, it really is a situation where organizations like these were also set up so that they try and fill up the TRL gaps. We are very aware of this valley of death, where if any academics who have the ambition to spin out, they can't find the right funder to bring things forward. So ecosystem has also paid very close attention to gap to establish that place. And then finally the project. So projects-wise, the government has seen, so despite what Gates, leader here says, the government has seen not just infectious diseases or pandemic preparedness, but things like cancer, the non-communicable diseases, cardiovascular is very big pieces. So there are quite a few signature projects to join public and private partnership together. Karthik, thanks for the question.
Thanks, Roger. So what I understood is that the incentives in academia have to change for people to do this kind of research. So, yeah, but that's, we don't have too many representatives from there. So I just want to move on to our final panelist, Regis. So during COVID, Indian manufacturing came of age. I mean, everybody knew that we could manufacture. But from an industry perspective, how do we change that from just a manufacturing hub to originator hub? So what is it that you want from academia so that this can happen?
Thanks for the question, Dr. Karthikeyan. I'm in fact the most constrained person here, Harish. I'm flanked by funders and my regulator here, but I'll try to be brief. It's also very humbling to speak to you today in an auditorium that's named after Professor M.K. Ban. Dearly miss him. And touching upon, adding to what Dr. Ban did and Harish had funded, rotavirus vaccines was the first public-private partnership. So that kind of ecosystem does exist. It originated at AIIMS, New Delhi. It went to a few translational centers, CMC Vellore, KEM Hospital, Pune, SAS, and then Bharat Biotech was the eventual manufacturer of it. That got us, and that heavily subsidized and de-risked by the Gates Foundation as well. That gave us the opportunity to understand what R&D actually meant. How do you develop, clinically validate a new biological molecule? That was the stepping stone for the pandemic. And I can proudly say during the pandemic, we were the only company that originated from the virus strain all the way up to licensure, received licensure based on clinical endpoints, not surrogate endpoints. So I think it's very important to build this. Now the question is how you're going to build it. I think we're sitting in this center right now, which is a true testament. The fact that you have CHIM models is music to any of us in the industry. Anyone working on pandemic preparedness, epidemic preparedness, this is a lever that we should be able to utilize. Harish mentioned about pull mechanisms, very important. You are talking about a NEPA map. As industry, we would like to see what the demand certainty could be. We're not yet clear. Can academia, industry, government come together, talk about 10 diseases we want to solve together as a society, and figure out what that pathway is, what that demand situation is, what the regulatory roadmap would look like? That would help. That would definitely help. And the last, I think, Sir had mentioned several of the reforms that are happening in CDSCO. Many a times you just submit something, it's just a notification now, and with it, we can start working within 48 hours. Massive reforms. I think Sir was alluding to regulatory harmonization. I think what industry would like to see, would also like to see is regulatory consolidation, where we can only speak to maybe one regulator when it comes to these novel chemicals or novel biologics. On the academia side, I think you're more primed to comment on where we should go, but I certainly believe that institutions like THSTI will serve as that platform and enabler for us to get there.
Thanks, Riches. So we are running out of time. So I just want 30 seconds from each of you. So this is about the most ambitious policy the government has ever done in terms of biomedicine, which is the BioE3 policy. So I just want to start with Dr. Raghuvanshi. 30 seconds. What one single thing that we need to do in the next 2 years for the BioE3 policy to yield what it is supposed to yield? I mean, all of you, the same question for all of you. 30 seconds.
I think we have to be more proactive than reactive in any aspect we talk about. Especially if I talk of regulation, don't wait for things to come and talk. You visualize in advance and then come and talk to us that how this will be dealt. And we are preparing ourselves and we have prepared ourselves for those kind of questions and discussion. So I think that is for me as a regulator is very important.
Dr. Shiv.
Yeah, thank you. So just picking up on what the proactive thought that Dr. Raghuvanshi said, I would urge all of you here to feel empowered to define challenges or even mission mode programs that ANRF can partner with you and get going. From the moment that Harish walked into my room till the point that we launched a MedTech program, it was all of 3 months, right? So we could, and we can do things faster now. So, I think we are enabled to, but whatever areas are of interest, whether it's particular diseases, whether it's biologics, whether any of these things, our ideal sweet spot is at the intersection of what DBT is doing, what pharma is doing, or what ICMA is doing, or things that are falling between the cracks or in the middle, interdisciplinary things. So I would urge all of you to define areas, and especially the industry folks, to come and partner with us. Please put skin in the game, and we have different models, and we have now different templates of how to get things done. And again, I challenge you to move as fast as we can, and I'm happy to commit even today if you want to move fast. Thank you.
That's great. Harish.
I think I still believe, of course, innovation has a deep social purpose. So I think that social purpose is met when people's health problems are solved for. So I think if the BioE3 creates new products and innovation, there should be a way to see how this can reach. It can't be completely separated. The innovators sit on one side, and then the funders and the potential procurers of the future. They should not be at loggerheads for sure. I think that's an important chasm to also make sure we get across. Thank you.
For the lack of anything super relevant to say about India, but also keeping to the spirit of saying things out of the box, consider working with Singapore.
That's something I was going to ask you if we had more time, but then we will talk about it offline.
Lastly, very welcome step to see so much of funding from ANRF, the Department of Pharmaceuticals, BIRACS. I think we should be very smart with the capital, be very focused. Pick 10 diseases, non-communicable or communicable. Pick 3-4 platforms that you want to address those 10 diseases, and be very mission focused rather than disperse the capital too broadly.
Thank you. Thank you. This has been really, really very good, and I'm sure all of you agree with that. And thank you all for your time.
As we conclude this highly insightful panel discussion, we thank our Executive Director and all the distinguished panelists for the valuable perspectives on strengthening global health security. Sir, could you please stay back? Right now. Kindly be seated. Kindly be seated. We'll be resuming the program momentarily. Kindly be seated. We now move to our next important session. We take this opportunity to invite Dr. Rajiv Raghuvanshi, the Drugs Controller General of India, DCGI, at the Central Drug Standard Control Organization, CDSCO, for his insights as part of the expert talk on regulator as an enabler, strengthening India's clinical research ecosystem.
Good morning. Half of the hall is empty now. Hope by the time I finish, you all will stay. So thank you for this opportunity. And it's a pleasure to be here. Wonderful campus, wonderful concept. And I think the statement which I should have given at the end, I'll give in the beginning, that we need more THSTIs in this country if we have to make it successful. This whole concept of converting science to product, we need more THSTs. So my background is, I'm coming from industry, 30 years of experience in hardcore R&D, product development, converting concept into product. And unfortunately for me, I became a regulator because I used to abuse regulators earlier when I was developing products. But now I understand that what we used to do was not right, because we have to understand one thing, that regulation is not to create bottlenecks. Regulation is all about facilitation, and it's essential because your international recognition will come only if the products are coming through a robust regulatory system. And that's what we try to do. I'll take example of the medical device regulation, a new regulation in this country. And when we enacted that regulation, everybody used to give this reaction that now we are not free to do what we wanted to do. But ultimately, in just 2 years, people have realized, when they are now able to approach the international market with a better quality, defined quality, and coming out of a robust regulatory system, the acceptability of the products are more. So when I see this whole biotech space, where most of today's discussion will go on, and I think the presentations and the discussions would be around that. As I said in the panel discussion also, as a regulator, this country, we are actually shaping up and trying to build this whole regulatory system for biologics, which may be different from, the need may be different from what the drug regulatory system this country has seen for the last 70 years. And the experiences are also shaping and helping us in developing the policies, the systems, the process flows for biological regulation. But I think the way things are moving, we are moving in the right direction. Some of the examples which I gave, in biologics, almost 3 CAR-T approvals, starting from scratch, because we also had no history, but the good part was that we could find good experts who can advise us through the expert committees. And CDSU as an organization was ready to accept the suggestions of experts on how to basically build protocols, how to review the data, and ultimately the approvals came. And almost 1,000 lives between the 2 products would have been saved by now. And that's the power of converting science into product. But what is more important, I mean, I might go a little beyond only regulatory system. So yesterday only we were discussing in one forum in the ministry that how do we build this whole innovation ecosystem in this country. So one of the major issues which we identify here is still there are very few organizations. And my first statement, where we need more THSTIs, was coming out of there, that the bridge between the science and the product is not happening in the country the way it should happen. There is a big disconnect. The science is doing good science, maybe cutting edge, maybe the international standards, but that bridging is not happening, taking this product, those concepts or those findings from the basic science to converting into product. I still remember when I started my PhD in NII, so there, Professor Talwar had actually started a new division called Product Development Cell. For the first time, I think, in this country, that kind of concept came, way back in 1995. And the thinking was that the basic research is to be converted into product. And some of the products, success or failure is different, but the concept for me was more important at that point in time, 35 years ago, that there were products which came out of that system. Few diagnostic kits came out, the pregnancy detection kit, the TB detection kit, I think a couple of more. The same division was trying to convert that vaccine research into vaccine product. So whatever came out, but that concept was very important. And at that point in time, I still remember the regulatory intervention and how the regulation will actually impact this whole process was one of the major discussions which used to happen, that how do we get into the product mode. And that getting into product mode is the bigger problem today in our country. The research institutes, the educational institutes, the universities, a lot of good research is happening, but that is not happening from the product mode. And that is what we need to change somehow, that thinking that it's not only research, but it's actually beyond that which we have to do. Or if not, we don't want to tinker that, then create more organizations like THSTI who can pick those outcomes of basic research and convert into a product. So one comment came in yesterday's discussion that the world, when we see the protein expression and purification, some 5 kgs, 10 kgs per batch, protein is actually getting extracted from the fermentation process. And in India, we are still stuck below a kg of protein coming out in one batch. The point is, when we are doing science, we are interested in getting a signal that yes, expression has happened, and publish a paper and then move ahead for a second paper and second expression. Nobody looks into that whatever expression is happening, is it actually commercially viable or not? And who will do that? And that is where the institutes like THSTI, where this whole cluster supporting this whole concept of bringing different parts of this whole value chain together, so that ultimately we get the final product. And regulatory, of course, is part of this value chain. And as a need today, through multiple discussions in last 3.5 years, wherever I go, discussions, meetings, symposia, workshops. So everywhere I see, be it biotech, be it gene therapy, be it small molecules also, be it medical device, one of the major areas where we see as a feedback that the market is looking for some model to address their regulatory anxiety. And unfortunately, in CDSCO's structure, the resourcing at this point in time is not, though we want to do that, we are not in a position to actually address all these problems. And we will have to look for some model together, like MedTech Mitra, or I think BIREC also has a regulatory consultancy system. We will have to expand that. How do we do that is something we'll have to think together and decide on that model. Sometimes I recommend, a lot of regulators are coming out of CDSCO after retirement. You actually use them for, engage them with organizations like BIREC or maybe THSTI or similar organizations. Engage them and actually use them, create a team around them, and solve these problems of regulatory anxiety. As I said, we have changed at CDSCO. We have become more receptive. We are talking to people to solve their problems, whosoever is approaching. And it's almost an open system now. I meet personally with clients twice a week without any appointment. And there I get a lot of these kind of problems. Small companies, big companies coming with these problems which are to be solved, which is not a routine problem. The mindset at CDSCO has changed. And when I started, on the drug side, if you see, this was a time when this cup syrup issue, the international cup syrup issue was actually at its peak. And we were very, I would say, very intensely into audits, and very strict actions were being taken. So in one of these kind of meetings, somebody stood up and told me that, sir, since you have come, CDSCO has become a regulator. Earlier it was a facilitator. So then my answer was that in last 70 years, the NRA of this country, if it was a regulator and it brought us to this position, that we have fiascos, international fiascos like Uzbekistan and Cameroon and others like that, then I would rather be regulator, not a facilitator. But after 3.5 years, today I am in a position to say that we are switching towards being a facilitator and not actually the regulator, which is normally understood, people who actually put a lot of restriction to your activities. And 2 examples which I gave. R&D is free now. Do whatever you want, just notify, don't wait for any permission. There are many deemed to be approved in practice now happening. The bioequivalence system, don't wait for, more than 50% is freed. And in next phase, you will see some more coming out of this restriction of waiting for the approvals. So that concept has already taken, it is into the system. We have understood that for the ease of doing business, for freeing up the regulatory, making regulatory system more and more amenable and supportive, we need to change, and we are changing, and that's the demonstration which is happening. So when it comes to the biologics, as I said, two CAR-Ts approved. In gene therapy also, though it's an import and marketing, the first approval has already happened, the Novartis Zolgensma. So the review of that gene therapy file, the review of CAR-T files, currently there are a couple of files at advanced stages of antibody drug conjugates. Very good results, and you will see maybe in midterm couple of years, some good products coming in this space from India, developed by Indian companies, with a very, very interesting and very successful clinical data. So the regulator is changing, regulator is supporting, and on the other hand, I see a lot of movement happening in this space where the discovery by industry, by research institutes are happening. They are coming and discussing with us about the problems. So this whole shift from what we talk about volume to value, I see now on ground that is happening. So at the end, I would request all of you that come and talk to us for any regulatory problems, and the organization is now prepared to answer your questions, to handhold you, to support your journey of innovation, because we want to be part of this success story which India is actually building. And I think I always say that through the generic model, we actually spoiled the whole world by supplying this affordable and quality medicines on the generic side, and the world is now waiting for affordable innovation from India, because it is very difficult for normal public to pay 10 crores of rupees for one injection of a gene therapy, unless until we innovate and we convert the concept of gene therapy into a product, it will not be successful globally, forget about only India. And we have responsibility towards global public health. With this, I will end today this morning. Thanks a lot, and congratulating the director of THSTI for this wonderful session and interaction. And I think, again, saying that we need more THSTIs in this country if we have to be successful. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for sharing your far-reaching insights into India's evolving regulatory landscape and its role in enabling clinical research. I request our Executive Director to kindly felicitate Dr. Rajiv Raghuvanshi. Thank you, sir. We now play a short video with you all on our Medical Research Center, the MRC story, shaping the future of clinical research.
Every cure begins as a question, asked at the patient's bedside, answered in the laboratory. But the harder question is, how does that answer reach the patient? The path has at least 3 valleys of death. In 1997, Donald Stokes drew a simple map of research. Pure curiosity on one side, pure application on the other, and between them, the Pasteur quadrant. Use-inspired research. For India, this quadrant has long stayed vacant. This is the first valley. THSTI's research labs are helping bridge it. The second valley is capital. Private investment. The engine of every modern biotech economy is missing here. Capital follows confidence. Trust begets investment. The Synchn program is building that trust. The third valley is regulation. Compliance needs consistency. MRC's quality assurance processes will ensure it. Bench, capital, regulation.
A country that gives vaccines to the world deserves an engine capable of crossing all 3.
The Medical Research Center, a first-of-its-kind facility at THSTI, will bridge these valleys through 5 pillars. Every molecule must first earn its place in a single human body. safely, ethically, under close regulatory watch. The early phase clinical trial unit, the first pillar, is purpose-built for first-in-human studies, evaluating the safety of new drugs and vaccines. Safety is the beginning. Does it work? And at what dose? The Clinical Development Services Agency, the second pillar, with its bioanalytical laboratory, designs and runs trials to establish the right dose, schedule, and efficacy. Protocol, submissions, site management, data integrity. One trusted address for industry. Some pathogens cannot wait for traditional timelines. In a controlled human infection study, consenting volunteers are safely exposed to a challenged strain, under intensive medical supervision and ethical oversight. The CHIS facility, the third pillar, with containment sections for enteric and respiratory infections, is among the very few of its kind worldwide. Some medicines don't just treat disease, they cure it. The Cell and Gene Therapy Center manufactures CAR-T and advanced cell-based therapies for malignancies and autoimmune disorders. Every cure leaves something behind: a sample, a measurement. The biorepository, accredited to ISO 20387, archives over 1.6 million biospecimens, the seedbed for India's next decade of diagnostics and vaccines. 5 pillars, one continuous journey. Together, they bridge bench, capital, and regulation. For any Indian partner bringing an innovation to patients. Facilities don't shape the future, people do. Our physician scientists, laboratory scientists, pharmacists, nurses, data managers, and regulatory experts are the real engine of MRC. If you are building India's next vaccine, therapy, or diagnostic, let us write the first chapters together at MRC THSTI.
We now invite Professor M. Srinivas, current member Niti Aayog, Government of India, and former director of AIIMS New Delhi, for an expert talk on translating science into scalable healthcare impact. He brings with him deep expertise in healthcare systems and policy making. Welcome, sir.
Nine, it's fine, I think. You can keep changing as you have put here on the slides. Take it.
I have slider also if you want to show something.
I'll use this.
Sure, sir.
Thank you. Good morning. I think good afternoon ho raha hai. So, first of all, thanks to Dr. Karthikeyan for having invited me here. It's a time that I think we all remember Professor Bhan. You know, that is something which we are here, and it reminds. Some of us are here who have been trained and inspired, and everybody here sitting here has got inspired by him. I think it's a time that we remember him and then, really think about the great soul who gave a lot of vision to the country, not only at the All India Institute of Medical Sciences, but also in many centers, including this center. Well, I see the legacy of Professor Bhan here. Dr. Raghuvanshi said that, we need science to the product. I think the first thing which Professor Bhan did is what is visible here. I think we must give a big hand to Professor Shinjini Bhatnagar, Professor Pramod Garg, Dr. Karthikeyan. This is the beginning what has happened. He has brought this kind of people into the thing. The productization has started. The academia-industry partnership was never existent in 1980s and 90s. He had that vision, and he made these big leaders who are sitting here and became the CEOs and having run. Dr. T.S. Rao, yes, I know Dr. C.S. Rao is there. Telugulo chepparu, namaskaram, sir. So all these people are here, and then, they have brought it here. And well-respected directors, CEOs. And I had heard about Chintan, Manthan. Ab maine inse pooch raha tha ki Synchn kya hota hai? He said somebody is irrigating the minds, and I think you are doing a good irrigation of, priming the minds of the people, not only the academic institutions, but also the industry, business partners, NGOs, ANRF, CDSO, everybody, and saying that, there is a need to bring that ideas into the product side, this thing. Well, greetings from Niti and of course from the AIMS New Delhi. And what I've been told is that, my office has made some slides. I think for the sake of respecting them, I'll throw them as and when I'm going through, but I'll just go through what I just noted down, hearing to the great people. Well, the thrust of the thing which has been said, that is scalable health impact, that means, I need to talk about that how are we going to take, the great foundation said that, the discussion is not on whether infectious disease versus NCD. I think it's impact. You have impact on both sides. It is not just the infectious disease which is important for our country, but also the non-communicable diseases. It is very well evident. Today you go to the Ayushman Arogya Mandir, the government has created almost 180,000+ Ayushman Arogya Mandirs. There is, in addition to the infection, primary prevention also, looking for the cancer, looking for the hypertension, diabetes. So there is no disconnect between the infectious disease research and the focus in our country versus the non-communicable diseases. That's what I heard about. And then we heard about BioE3, Atmanirbhar Bharat, Viksit Bharat. And then what the most important thing is that we are seeing it. I must congratulate the leadership here because it has become a legacy of the THSTI, that bringing the people, in the institutions, as academicians, most of us, ideas will end up in a publication, very rarely, pertinent, and that's the pleasure which we all used to have. And the leadership which is sitting here have brought that, the industry partners, and saying about what is the productization, how are we going, be part and parcel of pandemic preparedness and everything, the health delivery systems are there. Fortunately, we have a health delivery system platform very well established. This is something which, we always talk about the academic industry partnership. When you're looking at the scale, the platform exists, whether it's a transition from the primary to secondary and the tertiary care platforms from the government, not only from the government of India, but also from the respective state governments. So the pipeline exists, and the connect between the primary, secondary, and the tertiary, they do exist. So the national priorities, we heard from the leadership from the great foundation that, the set up the national priorities, they have been set up. The priorities of the country have been set up, and we are talking about the non-communicable diseases in addition to the infectious diseases. Maternal and newborn health, again, priority has been set up by us. Tuberculosis, you talked about that the foundations are giving huge investment for the tuberculosis treatment, early diagnosis and elimination programs. Yes, it is happening. Antimicrobial resistance, again a priority area, which is very well done, not only from the government institutions, but also from the foundations and everybody. And the most important thing is the COVID has taught us, we had to be prepared for the pandemics. And that has happened. Today we have a 100-day vision document done by the Niti Aayog, which has been given to everybody that, in the event of a possible pathogen coming up, within 100 days we should be there where what we are shown in the COVID preparedness. That kind of preparedness, and this thing is there. So just for the sake of making my office people who have made the slides happy that, I'll just go through that. So that's what I was talking about, the kind of preparedness which we have done it. The priority areas for the THSTI, well, this is something which we need to look into that. And we always congratulate this kind of institutions. And we heard that the country needs more of the THSTIs. Yes, I think we need it, but let us use this as the best of the benchmark and then say that we have come to international standards first before we say that the country needs similar things to be done elsewhere. There's huge potential here. Dr. Karthikeyan was saying 200 acres. I was just wondering that, why don't we use the other leftover place in this place and come back with various facilities. The people who are here, the foundations and the government institutions, ANRF, and the people from the DBT should look into that, what is that which we can build in here to make it a truly international campus wherein we will have everything, everything in the sense, I'll just come back when we're ending up top. Look into the translational research facility, which is over here. We saw that video, the MRC, and then the controlled human infection trials. And in fact, we are going to, the Singapore leadership said that, we need to, connect with them. At the day will come where they will come for the controlled human infections, and then we will be able to give them and share the research and the development, and then be part and parcel of building the solutions for not only the country, but also the global south. That's where we are here. And we are seeing the maternal and newborn health. Again, scalability starts from the THSTI. The Garbini, the Dr. Shinjani Bhatnagar was always proud of that, and then, she used to tell that, humne ye bhi kar diya. I said, well, she has gone from the pediatrics department in the institution and then talking about scalability and the national importance, not just for the research, but looking into how the fetal well-being, prematurity, and part and parcel of the national parameters, infant mortality, maternal mortality, all that is connected to that, what is happening from these institutions. And we had heard about the Clinical Development Service Agency and the CDSO. I wish Dr. Raghuvanshi was here. I just wanted to congratulate him and then, see that, that 1,500 people with the specific domain expertise are being recruited. My only request is that, he's not here, but, there are many leaders who are sitting here. Let us connect these institutions like AIMS, IITs, NI, THSTI, into the CDSO system. See, we all remember, we used to get a call from operation theatres and ICU, Dr. Srinivas, 2 minutes ke liye aa jao, koi meeting chal raha hai, CDSO jana hai. What will you have? You go and put more question marks because you yourself don't know what to ask, and do you want to give a sort of license and regulatory approvals. The days have changed, they are changing. That's a big thing which has happened. I think somewhere the leadership has to look into that. How do we connect these institutions like THSTI, AIMS, IITs, NIPERS, IIMs, IASC, and then bring into the system of, formal system of the CDSO, where they will become part and parcel of not only giving the advice, but also being part and parcel of evaluating and regulatory mechanism systems. That is something which is happening. The other thing is a national action plan for antimicrobial resistance. A huge work has been done from the ICMR and many institutions. That's where we are here. The scalability is something which we can look into, that how we can fast track the regulatory pathways. We heard that, there are a lot of issues, See, there's a fine balance between regulatory and facilitatory thing. And we know that, how we had issues with the cough syrup, how the whole world was looking at us and everything. So that is something which is important. And then translational bridging funding, a dedicated viability gap funding, which we can look into. And then where do we reach out to the armed service package and ABDM? Today, the country has got a wonderful Ayushman Bharat digital mission, almost to the tune of 90 crores of Ayushman Bharat health accounts have been created. That means, we have a unique health ID there. The data is going to be there. We have embarked on a project of mine, which is then, electronic health records are going to be onboarded onto this. So the platform exists in the primary health care, where the scalability is a possibility. And then a national reference lab work for the preparedness. The build on COVINET, recognized labs like THSTI to anchor a formal funded outbreak responses and everything like that. And the public institutions with IV framework, standing license framework. See, we want one portal, one agency, one person, one window. We always talk about the whole of the government approach. A lot of things have changed, whole of government approach, breaking the silos, making it faster, de-escalating that kind of licensing things. That's what he was saying, that, we are bi-weekly, he is listening to the people and understand that, No matter the government institutions have said that we don't want to speak to the company people, and you just apply, and then we will come back to you for the license and regulatory. Things are changing, that's a good thing which is happening. And then one thing which is it is touched upon, today's discussion was the procurement pathways. Today the industry asks us, so what is the point in doing it, that do we have an assured procurement policy where I will get back that kind of money which I'm going to invest? Somewhere we need to look into that, and we are conscious about it. The NITI has taken the leadership on this and saying that, how we are going to say that, the assured procurement pathways are going to be assured for you. And then there are 6 things which I wanted to share with you, as a policy agenda, because the job of the Niti Aayog is what? Niti Aayog is something to bridge this gaps. It's not your TRLF, Death Valleys gaps which are being done by the THSTI and the leadership. It is between the various agencies, ministries, regulatory agencies, bringing the people on the platform, and then connecting them, and then making the ease of business with the whole of government approach. That's what the Niti Aayog stands for. And in this regard, the faster regulatory pathways have been taken up for the diagnostic and vaccines. Definitely there is a lot of things to be done, and definitely a dedicated fund to bridge that valley of death. We have leaders from the ANRF here sitting there, please look into that, where that kind of valley of deaths can be bridged together by giving a prototype development and commercial manufacturing in line with the Bio E3 concept which is there. And definitely the Ayushman Bharat Digital Mission has created a platform, and the people are onboarded on this. Scalability is not an issue, and what we need to see is that, whatever we are doing, the academia, industry, business partners over here, please think of that, how are we going to reach up to these 1.4 billion through the Ayushman Bharat Digital Mission. That's where I think the focus has to be there, and the scalability will be a possibility there. And then framework for the licensing, definitely there is a lot of things have changed. The procurement has been touched upon, and I just wanted to take a very short speech and say that, we are here to say that, COVID has taught us many things, and definitely there is a lot of learning has happened. And today's Synchn is actually a synergy between everybody. It is bringing the people from academia, industry, partnership, and the innovators and the companies who are here. And then my only humble request is that the leadership here is that, let us utilize this campus to the fullest extent possible. Can we make it to the higher level of coming up to the international levels? I was just discussing about him, GMP. Can we come up with the GMP standards and the units which will be able to tell, because we don't want to become silos again. It's not the connect between the academia and industry again. The person who gets an idea in any institution, including the THSTI, should have the dream and say that within these boundaries of this particular area, under one roof in this institution, until the productization is the dream which can be seen, including the WHO standards of the GMP and all. And then this is important because this is the trust the youngsters have. Today's youngsters have a lot of dreams and a lot of ideas in their mind. If we don't nurture them, this is something which, from the Niti Aayog, all the leadership have to look into that. If we don't nurture them, if we don't give platform to them, probably they will lose from here and then go elsewhere. This is not right for the country. So this is a platform. This is a platform where we need to give these youngsters a platform so that we give that, facilitation, regulatory facilitation, funding facilitation, and then from the Niti, policy and advocacy which we can bring the people together. Come back to us. If you think that, the industry partners are here, academic institutions are there, funding partners are there. I was just discussing with the ANRF CEO that please tell us that is there anything which the Niti can bring all the people and then say that, let us make the ease of business, ease of research, ease of coming out with the products, and ease of doing everything without much of these roadblocks which are being taken care. I'm not saying that they're still existing, but make it more friendly to the researchers and the pleasure of everybody. Pleasure for the youngsters, pleasure for the research scientists, pleasure for the industry partners who say that, in this country, there are platforms and ecosystems and regulatory mechanisms and facilitatory mechanisms and institutions like THSTI who say that, well, if you have an idea, then get it this incubate here and then come up to the level of whatever the productization and commercialization is possible. And India has a huge potential. Institutions like THSTI, I congratulate the leadership because right from Pramod Garg and to the Dr. Karthikeyan and Dr. Shanjini Patnagar, all these people have the products of AIIMS. I'm very proud that, at least the productization started from academic institutions, from these leaders here, and then they've taken it, and then give this opportunity to the youngsters and that, we are here. There's a platform here for you. Scalability is not an issue. My only humble request to the industry and the business partners here that please don't look into the profit, because when you scale, it's not just the social impact which you are going to get it. Unfortunately, for us, the scientists, the scientific impact, impact factors are more important, but I think for you also, it's not the product or the profit which is important, it's the social impact. Kindly look into the social impact and the connect which is going to go with the scalability which is going to happen in our country is not just the problems and the solutions which you are going to give it to the country, but also for the global south. That's a huge impact which you can bring it. This is the platform which is there, the THSTI. Utilize this, and then we are here to facilitate. If you have any of the ideas where you think that there is a scope for the ease of doing business, ease of doing research, and bringing the people, breaking the silos, please come back to us. We are open to suggestions and discussions with you, and let us work together so that India truly becomes Atmanirbhar Bharat, faster way, and then a Viksit Bharat by 2047, because at the end of the day, the 30 trillion and plus and what we are thinking about the Viksit Bharat 2047 is not going to happen in other sectors. I think the most important sector is the kind of things, discussions which are going to happen here is something which is going to have a huge impact and the bearing on attaining the Viksit Bharat 2047. I once again thank the leadership for giving us an opportunity and looking forward from the NITI that whatever the facilitation which we can do, we will bring the people on board and then be at you to make ease of doing business and research and the commercialization possible. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for the insightful thoughts. I now request our Executive Director to kindly felicitate Professor M. Srinivas.
Thank you.
I request all the guests who are outside in the corridor to kindly get back to the auditorium so that we can start with the next panel discussion. We now move to the panel discussion on accelerating early clinical translation from discovery to first-in-human and advanced therapeutics. I invite the following panelists to the stage. Dr. A. Vishala, Senior Regulatory Expert from the Central Drugs Standard Control Organization, Government of India. Dr. Roli Mathur, Head of Bioethics Unit at the Indian Council of Medical Research. Dr. Sachin Kale, Head Manufacturing Sciences and Technology, Serum Institute of India. Dr. Rachis Ella, Chief Development Officer, Bharat Biotech. Dr. Jaideep Gokte, Global Chief Medical Officer, Cipla. Dr. Vikram Matthews, Professor, Department of Hematology at the Christian Medical College, Vellore. Professor Meta Rosenberg, Leiden University Medical Research Center and founder of Infecta. Dr. Priya Kapoor Hingorani, Managing Director of Miltony Biotech India. I also invite Professor Pramod Garg, Professor and Head, Department of Gastroenterology at AIIMS, New Delhi, and former Executive Director of THSTI to moderate this session.
First of all, a very good afternoon to all of you, and thank you and congratulations to Dr. Karthikeyan for having this very important session during the Foundation Day celebrations. It's my honor and pleasure to have such a distinguished panel of experts here, ranging from industry, academia, regulatory, ethics, and other aspects. And such a pleasure for me personally to interact with them and understand their points of view when it comes to basically drug development. Now, let me first say that we always talk about getting new drug molecules in India, and biosimilars and generics have been a success. Everybody says that. But there are new products as well which have come up in last 4 or 5 years. Let's begin with Covaxin and Covishield. 2 vaccines came during the pandemic, at the height of pandemic. Let's give a big hand to both Serum Institute and Bharat Biotech for communicating. I mean, they saved millions of lives here.
Shiva instead of Priyas. Shiva is
So that was a success story. We also had rotavirus vaccine earlier. We also have a drug called Saraglitazar, which has original molecule into the market from India. So there have been success stories about new molecules from India, right? So, but we have to move forward. And in an institution like THSTI, I can tell you that there are many potential molecules. The question comes, how do we take it to the clinic? So always, this is something we keep on discussing, molecule from the laboratory to the clinic. And this is what the focus of our discussion today will be. Now, let me begin with the industry leaders here, Dr. Ella and Dr. Kale from Serum Institute of India and Bharat Biotech. In terms of the industry's point of view, when you say, I will pick up this molecule from the lab and take it further through clinical trials and all the regulatory approvals, what is it that you would like to take? Serum Institute, for example, took the antigen from Oxford. Bharat Biotech was fortunate that it took from India an IV. ICMR was on board. So these 2 experiences are very important for us to understand how these molecules can grow from the lab in THSA, for example, or other institutions to the clinic. Maybe Dr. Ella first and then Mr. Kale.
Sure, thanks for the question, sir. If I could just maybe synthesize it once more. You're saying what incentivizes the manufacturer to in-license something from an academic? Is that where you'd like to get at?
And also, do you have that confidence that Indian labs will give you the right molecule?
Understood. So if it's a matter of only the evaluation of in-licensing, I think it's very similar to what Raghuvamshi sir said in his keynote speech as well. Many a times the R&D scientists just think that molecule discovery alone will solve the miracle. There is something in between called process development, or what industry calls as MSAT. That is often lacking. Many a times they produce a protein at milligram scale at a very low volume without a full analytical R&D package. So having institutes like this, I was just walking outside and seeing some of the students present, having these biofoundries, having the ability to manufacture 5 liter, 10 liter, 20 liter scale gives us confidence. That's one. 2, on the analytical R&D side as well, again, THSTI is one institute. I know ICMR and NIV also have these institutes. They have highly specialized labs that can do some of these complex assays. One of the biggest bottlenecks for us in the pandemic, not for us, but at least the vaccine industry as a whole, was to do live virus neutralization assays. That's a key bottleneck that was lacking. Again, centers like this, again, provide a ray of hope. And then the last thing that I touched upon was very similar to, is the commercial viability. There needs to be pull mechanisms. There needs to be some kind of demand from your customer. And at the same time, there should also be an incentive for us to innovate in this country. That is also lacking. The price of innovation is not being priced accordingly. As soon as you launch a product, everyone asks you, what's the price? There is efficacy, there is safety, no doubt. As economies of scale accrue, you will bring it affordable. Vaccine companies have done a great job at that. But the next stage of therapeutics, advanced therapeutics, we cannot be asking that question of price. We first need to get efficacy and safety sorted out first.
I agree with you in terms of price. Everybody wants a cheaper drug. But when you talk about quality and efficacy and no side effects, I mean, price should not be the barrier, in the beginning at least. Dr. Kale, your views on that?
Thank you. At the risk of sounding like a spoiled kid of industry, so we have certain wish lists before we proceed. to in-license certain products. And Dr. Ella mentioned some of the requirements that we look for before in-licensing, be it the manufacturability, yield, etc. Beyond that, we also look at where is the IP? Is there a freedom when we are in-licensing something? Is that giving a freedom to operate? Is this IP giving us differentiator in terms of the products that are in the pipeline or that will come in? Beyond that, we also look at the pull mechanism that Dr. Ella mentioned. Are those pull mechanisms restricting us in terms of pricing, at least in certain markets where we could have some remuneration for what we are investing and make the technology or the product that we are making available sustainable for us as well. So sustainability is one of the important criteria that we look for. Beyond that, there are softer aspects such as, is the innovator willing to work with us throughout the life cycle or through the commercialization, see us throughout the commercialization, because there is a lot of background knowledge that exists with the innovator. And by just merely taking the molecule off the hands of the innovators, are we losing out on something? In most of the cases, we are. So what we look for is sustained collaboration with the collaborators, help us in troubleshooting any of the aspects, be it a process, be it analytical, be it any know-how that cannot be transferred in a formal tech transfer. So these are some of the things that we look for beyond the manufacturability and analytical aspects.
Right, but when you talk about sustainability and partnership, long-term partnership, I mean, such fora will obviously provide you that platform to have sustained partnership in the long run with the academic institutions. But in terms of the sustainability of the product and your ultimate profits, I mean, money makes the mayor go, for sure. Everybody needs profit. Without that, nothing will work, right? Philanthropy is good to an extent, but not beyond. So the point is, everybody looks at India as a huge market. If I use the word market here, even in the pharma industry, that is the case. With a 1.4 billion population, I don't think profitability will be an issue in the long run for you. I mean, right in the beginning, you may say, how many cases are there? How many vaccines I will sell? How many injections of this particular molecule I'll sell? But in terms of the size of the market, I mean, you have huge potential. So I don't think sustainability should be a concern for you.
Well, the long-term sustainability is certainly not a question for many of the products. But if you look at some of the products that are upcoming, such as gene therapy products, the uptake of those products is not going to be like a pharma product, that you bring it in the market and suddenly it becomes sustainable. Plus, the supply chain of those products are currently being held by developed world. And there is no incentive for those to manufacture at a lower cost and enable the developing world manufacturer like us to offer the product in a sustainable manner right from the word go, unlike the pharma products. So I think we need to also look at the product-specific sustainability when we go forward. It's not like the vaccines that we have and suddenly there will be an uptake. Even in the vaccine field, the uptake is not so sudden. It has to be market by market basis, and there is a lag between what a company like us invest and then when it becomes sustainable.
So I agree with you that if you talk about high-tech products, for example, gene therapy, there may not be many takers in the beginning, right? But it brings value to you. It brings value to the company. It brings value to the country. So in the beginning, you may not have profits, but value is very important. Then you go up the chain, right? So this is also very important. But Dr. Ella, let me again come back to you. Is there lack of risk-taking capacity, despite having deep pockets in India, in the industry, to take up those challenges and be ready to fail?
So, sir, I firmly believe, so Sachin represents Serum, I represent Bharat. We are two privately held companies. That way, the advantage, there are disadvantages and advantages, of course. The advantage is we get to stay stubbornly focused on our R&D bets. This is something I'm very passionate about and exploring more. If you look at the top 5 pharma companies, listed pharma companies in India, I looked at their AGM, their annual general report meetings, And I found it very striking. Not once was novel chemical entity mentioned. Not once was novel biological entity mentioned.
That's
The number of times dividends and bonuses were announced was strikingly high.
That's
But
our-
NCE, NBE didn't exist.
That's
So
our
this is the industry is also at fault here. I'm not trying to put the blame on my publicly listed colleagues. But maybe us as shareholders who are buying those stocks, as attending those AGMs, should be a little more vocal for industry as a whole, private sector, private listed companies, publicly listed companies to start taking those bets. Now, there seems to be a level of recognition for a CFO to mention what percentage of revenue is going to R&D. That seems to be a trend moving in that direction. Now the question is, where can you get this IP? If you can't build within, can you collaborate with a THSTI or a university and develop some of these products? But there's a lot of other reasons why innovation's not happening, but at least on the private sector side, being a shareholder or being a leader in one of these companies, we should be staunch advocates for IP generation.
Absolutely. Dr. Matthews, this brings me to you. You represent one of the best institutions in this country in terms of research, innovation, and clinical trials and all. And being a clinician scientist yourself, what is your thought on taking some of these high-tech products like gene therapy into the clinic? What do you need as a clinician or as a physician working in academic institutions?
I think a lot of it was already addressed in the conversations that happened in the morning. I think Dr. Karthikeyan pointed out correctly that at the end of the day, we have to collaborate. And the problem is we often work in silos. So as academicians, we are full of ourselves. We do a great job in one particular thing. And we, as just pointed out, we don't look at the entire life cycle of the processes, etc. And therefore, we often drop out over there. But having said that, and without any disrespect to my colleagues, I think industry in India invests very little in innovative research. And that is not good, you know, because if you see innovative research is driven by often profit-making companies, but they also have a stake in innovative research. And innovative research has really fallen down the bedside, you know, and to some extent it is propped up by the government, which is not necessarily what always should happen. You know, there is, the focus has been on repurposing drugs or, you know, therapeutic drugs that are being used or relicensed or generics being made. That has been the focus. And as was also pointed out, we are constantly 10, 15 years behind every development that has happened. We are actually in the cell and gene therapy space. I really feel that if we come together, there is a certain threshold right now where there is a certain amount of risk for sure, but we can be really innovative in how we go about developing them, taking them through regulatory processes, and finally getting it to patients. The end goal being, how do we get it effectively out for the population at hand? And there are obviously many challenges there which academia cannot address by itself. We need to work with everybody. And I think there is a lot of positives. As an academician, I'm always optimistic. I think there is a lot of positives that has happened in India. You know, some of the innovative work that has come out has completely from scratch, innovative to marketing has happened in India. So the IP space, the regulatory space, everything is in place to facilitate it, you know. And as Dr. Raghuvanshi was also saying, we have much more interactions with the regulators now, and you know, we get a lot more support. It's not easy, you know, so regulators are not meant to be your friends. They have a job to do, and they have their own challenges, you know. But we also need to have the discussion of everything that's done in the West is not necessarily the right way to do it. We have a different set of problems, and we need to get products out for our people. So just because, you know, for example, you know, Western study had 300 patients in their phase 3 clinical trial, does not mean to say we have to have 300 patients in our trial for approvals, you know. Without compromising on the science can be scientifically done, and the processes without any compromise in safety, but applying more science rather than just following any process in terms of approving a particular product. The whole regulatory framework can be looked at, I feel, little differently. And that is also an important step in holding hands with the academicians, and the academicians need help to actually interface with industry. That's where sometimes we are lacking. We're not able to get that connection going efficiently.
Thank you, and I agree with you that India should not be looking only at the West, in the sense North America, Europe. I mean, whatever we do, whatever is applicable here will be applicable to 80% of the population of the world. We often forget that. Your only vision is towards Western countries. But 80% of the population is like us. So I think whatever we do can be applied to a larger population. So I agree with you. Now, I come to Cipla because these two companies are focusing on vaccine supplies into generics and has supplied a very effective, safe, and highly cost-effective HIV medicines to the entire world, and also in the area of tuberculosis. THSTI is one place I can tell you that can give you a new tuberculosis molecule. Why are not looking at THSTI or similar other institution and saying, okay, give me this molecule, I'll take it forward? It's a challenge, right? It is there.
So I think certainly as a large company which has been involved a lot in generics, there is no doubt that all companies, including the top 5 companies as was mentioned by colleagues, will slowly move into the innovative part. I think there is no option. I think the days are gone when you can rely for business growth or profitability only on generics alone. I think every company has realized that. A few companies have taken some extreme steps, a few are taking slow steps. And I think all companies are judging as which is the best way to proceed, how do we collaborate with Indian scientists, and that's the reason why some of us have been here for the last couple of years trying to really understand what's going on in the entire ecosystem, and what is the relevance of the products that are being developed versus the market in India, versus possibly also, of course, taking it outside India. So I think many of us are actually evaluating that. Is it tuberculosis? Is it other infectious disease? For example, viral infections there's a big unmet need for treatment of viral infections. We seem to be getting there in a few, but there are still many which really are untreatable. Other problems that we need to solve, I think Rich has also mentioned about maybe 10 diseases to get together to solve certain problems. Maybe 5 are infectious, 5 are non-infectious or non-communicable disease. But I think as a company, our focus has been a lot on respiratory diseases, other than HIV, particularly the non-communicable one. I do see that in our discussions, we don't often speak of chronic lung diseases. India has about 90 to 100 million, 10 crore people with chronic lung diseases. I think it's a huge burden. About 80% of COPD in India is probably undiagnosed. So I think there are significant opportunities for THSTI or anyone else to actually work in the area of lung diseases. And we'll be very happy to partner with that. We've just started some early partnership with the Indian Institute of Science. If you know, IISc is building a very large medical college of 800 beds, plus they're building a very large hospital and everything. So we're doing some early partnerships with them to try and understand whether they will be building a translational lung science institute, where we could potentially partner with a view of looking at not just new molecules, but perhaps even repurposing. So I think there are certain areas that we've identified as a company where we'd be interested in. Lung disease is certainly one of them.
Is tuberculosis one of them?
So tuberculosis, we believe several companies are working on it. What we have tried often to do is, we've done some work in TB. We've tried to look at new drugs for TB. What is actually our role? Are we just going to be a manufacturer, or are we going to be taking it through clinical trials? And I think, as was rightly pointed out, the government is the main buyer of TB drugs. Is there a certain prediction as to what is the amount of drugs that will be required in terms of commercial viability of the product? I think once we assess that, I'm sure people will be able to come to the table to have new TB drugs as well.
So at what tier level you like to come in? Suppose somebody says, I have a molecule which is very effective in the lab. It has proven in the animal models, safety profile is okay.
Typically, I think at phase 2, phase 3 levels is what we would look at.
But the problem with the academic institution is to take it to the phase 2 level requires a lot of resources, including huge amount of money involved. And the regulator will have questions there. Funder will say, no, you bring in industry partner early on. You go to industry say, no, you are not reaching the right level. So why don't you come in early and say, okay, we will invest in you?
Yeah, so I think there will be opportunities, and that will be very molecule specific. But I think every company will have its own strategy, whether they want to invest in early stage or late stage. And I agree that early stage requires less investment, but greater risk, while later stage perhaps require more investment, but somewhat less risk. And I think every company, including ours, keeps looking at where is the best way for us to come in. We don't have new discovery labs ourselves. So for us, therefore, it makes a lot more sense to partner rather than establishing a
This is your labs.
And I agree. This is one of the places that I'm here for.
Thank you. Now, this brings me to Dr. Natarajan from Miltney about the new products, and you are now partnering with THSTI, right, with regard to the CAR T cell therapy. So where do you see the challenges? Where do you see the opportunities? What do you see in terms of sustainability in regards to profitability? I mean, that is something obviously we'll be looking for at. What are the challenges you tell us and opportunities?
Thank you so much for the question. I'm filling up for Dr. Priya, who's unwell here. So to be part of this esteemed panel itself is an honor. So from an angle on challenges, I'd like to take it a little different. Dr. Matthews was talking about innovation in India, and possibly ours is one of the companies which looked at India before India started looking at the West. And the seed of what we are doing in CAR T was planted in CMC Vellore. And when I joined the organization possibly 3 years ago, I encountered, within quotes, hurdles which are told to us. But CAR T is something like rocket science in cell and gene therapy, and therefore it's no surprise that these kind of challenges were were coming our way. But what I can say confidently is that what we were struggling for the last 18 months, we were able to achieve in the last 6 months. And what we were struggling for the last 6 months, we were able to achieve in the last 3 months. So that's the rapid change that we are seeing in terms of the progress that we are making from the regulatory perspective, from partnering, from collaboration with THSTA. So these are things that are helping us tremendously. So I wouldn't say technically as a challenge. Even if it was there, it is coming down to a large extent. So that's one big advantage that we have. From an innovation commercial perspective, what we were always taught is that the business of business is to be in business. And India is a market where, like what you said, it's a population of 1.4 billion. The per capita income in India could be low, but the purchasing power parity is unbeatable in India. So there is a patient for every level in terms of a price point. So it's about how soon we get therapies to India, and we are making some rapid strides in that. Right? So that's something that we are incredibly proud of. And just a last point to the previous question that you asked on innovation. Though we say that innovation in India is a little slow, I would respectfully disagree with that, because sitting next to me is somebody who's pioneered in inhalers in India. Chest Research Foundation, which is from Cipla, came up with something which revolutionized the inhaler market over to the entire West looking over here. And our dream is to make sure that something like that happens for CAR T therapy in India as well.
So cheers to all the scientists here. Yeah. Wonderful. So in terms of going forward, where do you see the future of CAR T cell therapy? THSTI, CMC, AIMS, and many other institutions coming on board. You think it's going to be a huge success in India?
I'll just give you a small analogy on this one. So 20 years ago when I started my career, and then when we had a map of global brands in India, we always used to see brands from either from the UK or from the US. Right now, if you look at CAR T companies globally, you will find 2 companies in the map. So that is a significant advantage for us. That's one. Second is, 2 years ago, we had around 3 companies working on CAR T research. And right now, there are 9. And that's the speed of innovation that we have over here. So disruptive innovation, if it has to succeed, it has to be adapted in a very large scale. And India is possibly opening doors towards that. So the future is incredibly bright, if you ask me, for innovation. And I think, like what Dr. Gokte mentioned, innovation is no longer an option. It has to start featuring in the AGM reports that Dr. Ella alluded a while ago. And CAR T is something that's going to really change the landscape going forward.
Thank you. So talking about the newer high-tech therapies, Dr. Mathur, you tell us that how ICMR and your ethics committees have facilitated adoption of these new technologies coming to phase 2, phase 3 trials in India. Because ICMR, I must say, has done an excellent job in facilitating bioethical research in this country.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Dr. Garg, and thank you to THSTI for inviting me for this panel. And So, of course, ICMR has been making big strides, and there are a number of guidelines, and I just brought a copy to show there is a guideline on controlled human infection studies. And very recently, we came up with this guideline on single ethics review for multi-center research. The whole idea is to facilitate research, but without compromising on ethics. So these guidelines are sort of trying to facilitate. But the larger question that I would like to address today is about that while we are thinking of building an ecosystem for research, how well are we integrating ethics into this ecosystem? Because we've been talking and we've been hearing stalwarts in the morning, and we heard, for example, Professor Fu from Singapore saying people, product, and place. The first word is people. Similarly, we heard Dr. Srinivas talk about equitable access. So how well are we thinking about these terminologies, or do we look at these only as terminologies? Do we look at ethics as only ethics committee approval processes? So I think we have to move beyond and start talking about people centricity, how well we involve, how well we connect with the people. Because, you know, and then you just mentioned about that what counts as success, you know. What counts as success is in terms of commercial values, or are we also talking about how we are making the products affordable and accessible to the people who require? Is it only the elite urban, people who are educated, located in metropolitan cities who will be able to access? We know, of course, we have a big success story from CAR-T, which we have been talking about, and gene editing is in pipeline. So who are these people who are going to actually benefit? Is it, how do we actually reach the last mile that we are talking about under the Viksit Bharat? So how do we make this connection? So I think, we have to become more and more about talking about people, being people-centric, talking to people, doing more of community engagements. Because, when I see that the framework that is being built around, I'm sorry, I'm being an ethicist, I do not find that kind of a connect happening, or the framework is really incorporating ethics, other than just thinking of an ethics committee one-time approval, but really not integrating the principles of ethics in building public trust, in adequate engagement to communicate, because scientists would like to work in labs and in clinics, but how well do we connect with the science, with the society, is something for all of us to think about.
No, I agree with you that, when we submit an application to the Ethics Committee, our only goal is to get the approval next day, right? Which is true for everybody out here. We realize fully that, it has to go through a process, and they have to look at all the necessary aspects before they give approval. But I think somewhere we have to bring in the public also into this, in a sense that the culture of participating in clinical trials, giving voluntary consent for that, is something that ICMR perhaps should be looking at. If I take a drug today without thinking that someone has actually participated in a trial to show that it is effective and safe, and that's why I'm able to take it. So it is my moral responsibility to enroll myself in the next trial, right? This kind of thought process has to go in the public in India, which I don't think is there. And that brings me to Dr. Meta Rosenberg about these CHIS studies, where we have these controlled human infection models. And let me remind the audience here about one gentleman, Josh Morrison, who founded the company called One Day Sooner, and also the other one is Waitlist Zero. He is the one who donated his kidney to a stranger for only philanthropic purposes. And that's why he said Waitlist Zero. And then during COVID time, it was One Day Sooner for COVID vaccine, that you participate in a controlled human infection model, and so that we can bring out the vaccine faster, right? And CEPI gave this challenge of 100-day vaccine, but now it is, people say it could even be shorter than that. So what are your thoughts? You have seen the facility here at THSTI, have been advising them. What are your thoughts on this whole concept of controlled human infection models as we go forward?
Yes, thank you very much for that question. Thank you very much also for inviting me. I feel very humbled to be part of this large endeavor here in India, as well as a magnificent institute as THSTI. So let me start by saying that I think the problem with translating basic fundamental science to new products is not so much the quality of the science. That is excellent. It's excellent here as well as in many other places in the world. I think the problem really is the risk that we take as we move it forward down the clinical translational pipeline, and then discover very often very late that it does not work. And we all know that this risk is massive. We have a huge number of new medicine and vaccines that work magnificently in mice, but not so much in humans. So I think there's a massive risk, and it's that risk that holds back investors, private companies, but also academia and regulators from moving products down that pipeline. So if we want to reduce that risk, I think we have to revisit the way we do translation. And controlled human infections are a tool to do that. Because basically what we do is we look early on at a phase 1 level whether a product works or does not work. Any phase 1 study looking at safety, where it feels for us at being a very risky step, is not so much so. I've been doing phase 1 studies for over 20 years. A phase 1 study is not very hard to do, and it's also not very risky either, because any product can be safe. It's a matter of diluting it, you know. The problem becomes, you know, at a certain dilution, do you actually get the effect that you need for it to work? And that's where the problem comes in, and that's why we do controlled human infection. And obviously, you can't infect a healthy volunteer with anything. There's ethical limits and boundaries to which we have to keep. But we have seen that particularly to, at an early stage, know what the potential of a certain drug or vaccine is, it's hugely helpful to its downstream product development, either to stop it altogether because it seems to be ineffective, or to improve on its formulation, adjuvant system, or delivery system, or to have more confidence and gain the investments that you actually need to move it forward to phase 1, 2, and 3 ultimately. So this has been an amazing tool, and I think we have the history of controlled infections have been dubious, and we're still suffering from that. But I think the current ethical frameworks and guidelines allow for a assessment of when we take risk and to what level we take risks with healthy volunteers, and allow us to actually do these studies. It's quite remarkable, and it's maybe a cultural thing where we think of participation in controlled human infection studies, or phase 1 studies for that matter, as something that is debated, because actually it is very often an act of altruism. People often participate in clinical trials because they feel that they can then contribute to science and to the health of others. And we've investigated this in a large questionnaire study in our volunteers, and it's one of the prime reasons that people participate in these clinical trials, which is actually something that we should all applaud for. And you know, when we think about firefighters, or we think about, you know, astronauts, those people are considered heroes. They take a risk to the benefits of our society, and they're considered heroes. But if you participate in a clinical trial, somehow we look upon that as being a bit odd or a bit weird, whereas actually I think these people are heroes just the same.
So what do you think of the model here, NTHSTI or India in general? Do you think going forward would be a successful venture?
Absolutely, absolutely. I think there's no other way. We should be rethinking the way we do clinical development, because we can't do it the way we've done it so far because of the ultimate expense. Everything becomes so much more expensive. So I absolutely believe in the endeavor. I also believe that we haven't been able to fully appreciate population differences globally. And so to have a network of centers where these difficult, technically challenging clinical trials can be executed is going to be critically important to moving products forward.
So both Dr. Mathur and Dr. Visala will take note of that it has to come in the public discourse, that how people can participate in various clinical trials, and we facilitate their participation in those. This brings me, Dr. Visala, to you from the regulatory perspective, I mean, I must say, appreciate CDSCO that they have done a tremendous job in last about 4 or 5 years to become facilitator, not just regulator. And Dr. Raghuvanshi was mentioning that I'd rather be a regulator than a facilitator, but I think you have been facilitating research for sure. At least investigator-initiated trials, we now have no problems. And even for regulatory trials, I mean, the path is quite simple, right? So, but she was mentioning about phase 1 trials, trials for controlled human infection studies. What is your take on newer therapies, gene therapies, cell gene therapies, and such controlled infections from the regulatory perspective?
Thank you for the question. First and foremost, our experience.
You can bring it closer. Closer.
Thank you for the question. So if you look at the Indian regulatory system, though we have the Drugs and Cosmetics Act, which is as old as 1940, the definition of new drug actually came through in 1988. And today we have an experience of over 40 years working in the space of new drugs. That is formally a clinical trial ecosystem also got developed. Today India participates in a lot of global clinical trial. We do have an exclusive division for MRCTs, which is called the GCT division. Apart from that, we have seen, I think, around 15 molecules, which are IND, that have got approved through CDSCO. And you rightly mentioned saroglitazar, and there are several other molecules. Coming back to the current scenarios and current developments. Today we have a dedicated division for investigation new drugs. Formerly it was part of the new drug division, but now we have a dedicated team for investigation new drugs. And we also have a dedicated division under the biologics for the cell and gene therapeutic products. I was just going through certain statistics of the cell and gene therapy, which I personally feel these are all investigation new drugs. Whether you talk of CAR-T, whether you talk of stem cell, based on their origin, you would call them as investigational new drugs. And if you look at the numbers that are in the pipeline or which are under the initial R&D phase, my team tells me that there are 81 applications that we had approved, like for example, not just CAR-T, but also mRNA therapeutics, etc. And this brings us back to the point as to whether we are future ready, not just in the ecosystem, and do we have that wherewithal to handhold the industry upfront for the early phases of clinical trial. So to that extent, I would say the NDCTR has been a game changer. We do have a concept of pre-submission meetings, and you can write to us and seek our feedback on your proposal or your protocols. Apart from this, the regulatory pathways which are well enunciated under the NDCTR, what we have recently started is talk to you early. Once you make an application to CDSCO, which is fully digitized, including the cell and gene therapy space, which was hitherto not online, but in 25 we ensured that it becomes online. We have ensured that. So, and the module that we have prepared is the checklist. If you can have a look on the Sugam portal, is like every CTD module has the non-clinical, the clinical, and the administrative module, CMC as well. So what we have done is, I can make, for you it is a very lengthy application, but for us, we can actually divide it and have a parallel review of the CMC, of the non-clinical and the clinical. And that's how we reach out to you early, say within 1 week to 10 days of making an application. We talk to you, we invite you. You can expect a mail from us, from the IND division and the cell and gene therapy division. Please do come to us. We'll have a look at your CMC we do a preliminary scrutiny and then we talk to you as to what are the deficiencies. You may call it as pre-screening, you can call it as, hand-holding, whatever you may say. And then we expect a reply from the industry. We take it to the subject expert committee and give you approvals, or maybe somewhere between 30 to 60 days. So these are the various measures that we have taken, particularly for the IND space. And I would say the most active IND division is the cell and gene therapy space. And that's really heartening. And a lot of buzz has actually been created after the approval of the 2 CAR-T products. And you heard Dr. Raghuvanshi saying the third is in the pipeline. While I say so, I would say more than 9 to 10 products are at a mature stage of reaching the patients. Are we ready for the first in human trials? If that's your question, I think India has proven that, because we had taken this path of doing an early phase trials, particularly with the product of ImmunoAct, which was totally developed in India, and the trials were done at Tata Memorial and major academic centers. We do have that experience and expertise, and we have Dr. Matthews here, we have Milteny here. I'm sure you're all working on point of care CAR-Ts or decentralized manufacturing as well. I think this is the right time and right place for not just the industry, but also for the academicians to reach out to us. And when I talk of the youngsters here and the researchers here, and I heard from the industry, what they said is absolutely right. When you do a research, I think the data that comes out of the research is for regulatory filing, right? And when you know that this is not just the quantity of or the volume of the product, but also the data that should speak for itself. And data integrity is the most important thing when you make a regulatory
you must
filing.
take note of that.
And data integrity. And you should be able to replicate that, not just in your laboratory, but also at a commercial or an industrial scale. And I also heard one of the speakers talking of troubleshooting, yes, and very well said that, the researcher should not just be there for the development, at the developmental stage, but also when it's scaled up. And because they've done a lot of experiments, and that knowledge would actually help the industry scale it up faster. And this is an entire life cycle, and you'll have to have a better product perhaps if you think it's not faring well at the clinic stage, right? So I think in partnership with the researcher, with the industry and the regulatory authorities would actually take us miles ahead.
Thank you very much. So I think it's a round of applause. The 80 to 81 applications are there for cell and gene therapy. That's a huge achievement for this country. And also her advice that data documentation, data integrity for regulatory filing is very important for all the researchers. Thank you very much. Now that brings me to the end. Before we end it, I will ask each one of you to give one advice to either to the government, to regulator, to funder, or the scientist to take one molecule from lab to the clinic. Starting from that side, Dr. Kale, please. One advice from each one of you to anyone you want to give. Government, funder, regulator, scientist, clinician.
Well, I think the main advice and the theme of this Synchn is each one of us should walk a couple of steps towards each other and reach that optima where we could hand over the translation that the particular stage gate it requires. What we would like to urge and request the academics is to walk a couple of steps towards us, and while we walk a couple of steps towards you and meet us at an optima where we do not have to kind of reinvent the science that we had to do in earlier days of our translation. So that's the advice I think that I would like to, rather than advice, a request for academicians.
We'll take the first step. We are already taking it. Thank you very much. Wonderful.
One thing I would like to see evolve in this country is maybe what I touched upon in the previous panel, regulatory consolidation. Could we, I know this is a DBT organization, but I need to be honest. Perhaps having two regulators is not the best approach. So having some kind of consolidation, single window where we talk to a regulator, and there's predefined endpoints and objectives that we need to meet before even injecting animals. So my advice is short and simple. How can we expedite the time from molecule discovery to first in man with IIV initiatives or predefined roadmaps that get us there without multiple reviews?
So regulatory consolidation is something very important, very good.
Dr. Pramod, I'm going to deviate a little bit. My apologies. I want to take this opportunity when all these people are over here to bat for academic science. Nothing to do with translation. Everybody's talking about life cycle from a product to the business output. But my request is the government of India and the funding agencies should never forget that good science should be funded just for the sake of being good science. And that life cycle is much, much longer. And I would really request that that never be forgotten, that everything cannot have a return on investment and everything cannot have immediate impact. So if I take simple examples, if I take area that I work in, chronic myeloid leukemia, Nobel and Hungerford described minute chromosome or translocation 922 4 decades ago. It took another 10 years before people realized that actually was two partnering genes. It took another decade for them to realize what the gene product was. But today, because of that fundamental work that was done, today CML is like diabetes. It's not a cancer anymore. You know, we treat it like that.
Very true.
So in this entire process, everything cannot be return on investment, everything cannot be translational. And for the basic scientists out there and physician scientists out there, I think doing good science for the sake of doing good science is very important for this country and we should never be forgotten.
Funders taking note of that. Sure. Thank you.
So I would like to call upon everybody in the room here, not just one party, and I'm really taking a global view here. Please, if you look at what is happening in the global north, do not copy and don't do the same.
Absolutely.
Please.
Wonderful.
You have a major opportunity here to innovate and to do things differently. So embrace the innovation, embrace uncertainty, and go for it.
And be bold. Wonderful.
Coming from regulatory space, it's definitely safety first, and I should say prior to safety and what my good colleague has said, it's ethics as a bedrock, as a very foundational, and then safety first and efficacy next. All these three, and these are the basic legislational tenets of either say GCP or product approval, pathways, etc. But at the heart or the core of it is again data, and data. So once you make this data submissions to the regulatory authority, please ensure that this is robust, translatable, and then you will see the results. That is faster and accelerated approvals as well, perhaps.
Wonderful. Data, data, and data. They are all good at it, data, right? But document it well, please.
Yes. So, well, the last take would be that right from inception and through the whole life cycle to translation, we must think of people and connecting with the people, the way we handle them, the way we build confidence, integrating ethics into each and every step of this life cycle. So I think, and then institutions can actually, and THSTI can serve as a role model and become, which is an example for others, because we need strong institutional policies for participant engagement, protection, payments, compensation, all of these aspects. They can prove to be a role model for the country.
So people first, profit later, right? Very good.
So I think involvement of the civil society in innovation is extremely important.
Very good.
I think this is really when things will dramatically change. Businesses can do something, academics can do something, government can do something, but everything really changes when civil society pushes the country to actually change and bring in innovation. And I think that will really change India, the next.
That's what I was referring to. That's an important, very important point. Public has to come in. They should force us to innovate and do something new. Your thoughts?
So I would like to focus on the word collaboration over here.
Yeah.
So together we can achieve a lot. And one of the biggest learnings that we have in the CAR-T space is to draw a leaf from what I saw earlier as the Pasteur's quadrant. So research without application falls flat and it is lost in translation.
Absolutely.
So being focused on research till you don't really burn out is important. And in order to achieve that, you need the support of everybody else, right? So for us, it is not just about commercializing a CAR-T, but working with GMP experts, working with QC experts, working with QA, working with regulatory, working with patient groups. So everybody brings in their own solution. So being resilient and being collaborative is something that I would like to leave as a message with the audience.
So walking towards each other, right? So thank you all for these words of wisdom and for participating in this wonderful session. Thank you all the delegates here for patient hearing, and THSTI and Dr. Karthikeyan for organizing this. Thank you so much.
Thank you all for your valuable insights on accelerating early clinical translation. Next, we have a masterclass by Dr. Kiran Mazumdar-Shaw, Executive Chairperson, Biocon, on building India's biotech ecosystem through academia-industry partnerships. Can we have the video played, please?
Distinguished scientists, industry leaders, entrepreneurs, policy makers, investors, colleagues, and friends. My congratulations to THSTI for bringing together the many partners needed to transform scientific ideas into social impact. Because that is exactly what this institution was created to do. And as we gather here today, I believe we are witnessing one of the most important scientific transitions of our time. Every century, I believe, is defined by a handful of technologies that reshape economies and societies. The last century belonged to electronics, computing, and the internet. And I believe the 21st century will increasingly belong to biology and biotechnology, led by AI, of course. Computational biology is perhaps one of the most advanced opportunities that the world has. Biotechnology teaches us an important lesson. A gene carries extraordinary potential, but by itself, it changes nothing. It expresses its full value only within the right biological system, where countless processes work together in harmony. Innovation is no different. The nations that lead the biotechnology revolution will be those that build the strongest innovation ecosystems, where ideas move seamlessly from laboratories to clinics, from startups to manufacturing, and ultimately to patients. And that is India's opportunity. We have built outstanding scientific institutions. We have produced world-class scientific talent. Our challenge has never been science. It has been translation of that science. Too many discoveries become publications instead of products. Too many promising technologies remain prototypes instead of enterprises. Science has never been India's constraint, but translation has. And that is why the government's initiatives to support and strengthen innovation-driven support to R&D and entrepreneurship in the biotech sector comes at such an important moment. It recognizes that biotechnology is not simply about research. It is about building an ecosystem that takes innovation from discovery to development, manufacturing, and commercialization. And innovation is not a linear process. It is a connected system where every participant has a unique role. Academic institutions generate new knowledge. Clinicians identify unmet medical needs. Startups challenge conventional thinking. Investors and the government provide patient capital. Industry develops, manufactures, and scales innovation. And government has the responsibility of creating that enabling environment. When these parts work together, innovation flourishes. When they operate in isolation, even brilliant science struggles to reach society. Academic industry partnerships are no longer optional. They are, I believe, essential. No organization today can take a new therapy from the lab to patients on their own. The scientific, regulatory, and manufacturing challenges have simply become far too complex. This is precisely where THSTI occupies such an important place in India's biotechnology landscape. THSTI was established with a simple but profound mission to bridge discovery and application. It demonstrated this during the COVID-19 pandemic, working closely with industry and government to support vaccine development and advanced translational research. It showed how scientific excellence can rapidly become national impact. The Institute is building the next generation of capabilities India will increasingly need. Its pioneering work on monoclonal antibodies against the Nipah virus, its recognition by CEPI as Asia's first preclinical network laboratory, and its investments in cell and gene therapy and vaccine development all point in one direction. They are building the bridges that connect discovery with delivery. Facilities such as the Translational Research Facility, the Biofoundry, and advanced clinical research platforms are far more than physical infrastructure. They are shared platforms where researchers, startups, and industries can innovate together. And that is how ecosystems are built. This is something I have experienced personally over the past 4 decades. Biocon's journey has never been one of solitary innovation. It has been built through partnerships with academic institutions, regulators, clinicians, hospitals, research organizations, and pharmaceutical companies across the world. Our experience has reinforced one simple lesson. Innovation creates value only when it reaches patients. And it reaches patients only when scientific excellence is matched by translational excellence. And that requires collaboration, trust, and institutions willing to work across traditional boundaries. As biotechnology enters an era of AI-enabled drug discovery, synthetic biology, precision medicine, advanced biologics, and cell and gene therapies, the importance of these partnerships will only increase. No single organization will own the future. Connected ecosystems will. India is uniquely positioned to build such an ecosystem. We possess world-class scientific talent, a rapidly growing startup ecosystem, globally competitive manufacturing capabilities, and an increasingly supportive policy environment. Most importantly, we have shared national ambition to become a global innovation and manufacturing hub. Our task now is to connect these strengths more effectively than ever before. We must ensure that every promising scientific discovery can access capital, infrastructure, industrial partnerships, and regulatory support needed to become a globally competitive product. When that happens, we will move beyond being known as the pharmacy of the world. We will become one of the world's leading sources of biotechnology innovation. I believe gatherings such as Synchn are important because they do much more than bring people together. They bring together ideas, capabilities, and most of all, opportunities. Today's conversations can become tomorrow's collaborations. Those collaborations can become breakthrough innovations, and those innovations can improve millions of lives. As biotechnology reshapes the future of healthcare, India's success will not be determined by any single institution, company, or scientist. It will be determined by the strength of the ecosystem we build together. Like every great innovation ecosystem, it will succeed only when every participant strengthens the others. I am confident that institutions like THSTI will play a defining role in building that ecosystem, not only for India, but for the world. Thank you, and my very best wishes for a very successful conference. Thank you. Jai Hind.
It is always wonderful to hear from Dr. Shaw on the vision and future of the biotech ecosystem of India. As we continue our exploration of innovation in translation in healthcare, we steer your attention to our soon upcoming facility for translational research. Please join us to view a short video on APEX, Accelerating the Bench to Bedside Continuum. May I request the video to be played?
At THSTI, a new national productization and pilot-scale translation platform is taking shape. The structure of APEX is complete. Internal and external development is underway, and the first functional area is already active as a biofoundry for biotherapeutics. The vision is clear: to help Indian health technologies move from proof of concept to regulator-ready, industry-relevant products. India has a strong pipeline of academic and startup-led health technologies, but many promising leads stall after proof of concept. The missing layer is not only laboratory space, it is controlled pilot infrastructure, qualified equipment, reproducible pilot batches, SOP-driven operations, QC and stability data, regulatory documentation, and industry-facing execution.
We also have commissioned the THSTI APEX, which is the initiative for accelerated productization and epidemic preparedness. This will help us take promising leads from the lab to the real world faster.
APEX is being designed as an integrated platform for health technology productization. It will support biotherapeutics, vaccines and diagnostics, along with cross-cutting capabilities in QC, stability, documentation, QMS, and regulatory readiness.
The first functional part of APEX is already active as a biofoundry for biotherapeutics. This gives us a starting platform for process development, recombinant protein and antibody workflows, pilot scale thinking, analytics and documentation.
In the biofoundry program, we have the two major arms. So in one arm, we are trying to develop the monoclonal antibody leading by Professor Jayanta Bhattacharya. And in the second arm, so we are developing the indigenous live biotherapeutics both for the metabolic and infectious disease.
Currently, the novel and indigenous vaccines are on urgent need, and to achieve this, there is a requirement of a disciplined pilot scale manufacturing process. At BRIC THSTI, the APEX unit can strengthen and bridge this difference and can take forward the novel vaccine candidates for early human trials.
In the field of diagnostic, a major problem is that innovators create prototypes, they show proof of concept. At APEX, our diagnostic focus is to move lab prototypes into a manufacturable product. We will provide services to innovators where lab prototypes can be converted into manufacturable IVD under the ISO 13485 QMS system.
Apex is not being built as a closed institutional facility. It is being developed as a partnership platform. Industry can engage as anchor partners, equipment and infrastructure partners, sponsored module partners, QA, QMS and regulatory partners, service partners, or strategic users. The opportunity is to co-build national capability while creating measurable health technology impact. Apex will serve those who are beyond proof of concept, but not yet ready for independent manufacturing or full-scale industrial operations. This includes mature startups, MSMEs, academic innovators, THSTI-originated technologies, national programs, and industry teams requiring pilot-scale validation, QC, stability, regulatory documentation, and productization support. Apex is under development, but its direction is already clear. From this building, THSTI aims to create a national bridge for productization, pilot-scale manufacturing, regulatory readiness, and pandemic preparedness. We invite partners, users, and collaborators to join us early, to shape, strengthen, and scale this platform together.
We now take this opportunity to invite our esteemed panelists for the next panel discussion on building the bridge, enhancing the efficiency of translational platforms and accelerators, to enlighten us on how translational platforms to strengthen the pathway from scientific discovery to real-world healthcare impact. I invite Dr. Prem Nath Venugopalan, Head, NCL Innovations at CSIR, National Chemical Laboratory and Founder Director, Venture Center, Pune. Dr. Taslim Arif Syed, Director and CEO, C Camp, Bangalore. Dr. Satya Prakash Das, CEO, IKP Knowledge Park, Hyderabad. Mr. Rahul Gupta, Senior Vice President at Ivy Cap Ventures, Mumbai. Dr. Kar Muthumani, President, Research and Development, Bharat Biotech, Hyderabad. Dr. Rajinder Suri, CEO, Developing Countries Vaccine Manufacturers Network International. Dr. Dhananjay Patankar, Industry Expert and Advisor, BRIC THSTI. I also invite Dr. Kavita Singh, Advisor, Medical Research Center, BRIC THSTI, to moderate this session.
Considering we've been sitting for some time, I'm going to give myself the luxury to maybe stand for some time, if that's okay with our esteemed panelists. It's okay if I'm here? For some time, give some calf muscles a break. Good afternoon, everyone. And we've been reminded of the time, just to our panelists, twice or thrice before I came up here. So I'm passing on that reminder to all of you also. And quickly, so without much of the introductory thoughts which I thought I'll place here, all I'll say is what I've been hearing for quite some time since morning is asking a question that why our excellent innovations are not getting converted to products. I'm also constantly hearing we have great science, we have great innovators, we have great institutes, we have great manufacturers. We have leadership, all leadership from all institutions, stakeholders has practically repeated it many times. So then where is that gaps? Also, everybody's been saying there's a gap sits between the constant, we say it's a pattern which is passed on from one to other, or the more people they keep joining in this relay race, as it's often called, the product development. So what are these gaps? These gaps are because the researchers has a different language from the milestones which an investor wants. Or I say a founder which is chasing a breakthrough versus a manufacturer which says reproducibility, which talks about COGS, which talks about scale. Or we just had Sedesco saying data, data, data. Where are these gaps? Are they between grants and between the money we get from VCs? I'm actively looking at him. And perhaps everybody has a rationale, and in that rationale are these friction gaps. And can we make an attempt today, next 20-35 minutes, to understand this friction gap, which is also called the translation, so that we understand the participation of the other in this active process much before we reach that point. And to do that, what we said, okay, let's take it's a mock example. If we can have the next slide, please. It's here. So we just thought we'll take a mock example of a very standard way, taking a map, which I'm hoping all of us sitting in this institute understands, and especially when you have a lot of your own innovative programs. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to throw the same question we have 3 chief incubators sitting here. Couldn't have asked for more. Thank you, Professor Karthik and the organizing committee for this lovely distribution of the panel. We have a venture capitalist friend here. We also have the manufacturer. We have the person who helps companies take the products globally in an affordable manner. And of course, we have somebody, a real veteran of biotech industry, who advises not only companies but academic institutes. So lastly, maybe we'll come to you, Dr. Dhananjay. So this example, you can all see, this is a map, a chikungunya map. I'm hoping everybody relates to it. Many of us families do suffer from this. It also gives you, many people talked about our production, at the academic level, or it is a startup. So please consider whether it's academic or it's a startup, what would you prefer to see? And my first question will go to the incubator chiefs, maybe the senior most, Dr. Dr. Premnath, first to you, that here we have this map for a complicated chikungunya for a first-in-class. There is no approved map yet. It shows you the status of the IP filing, which either the academician or I'll leave that to you. What would your preference be? You would prefer a startup coming to you with this asset, or you would prefer an academician coming and you guiding that academician to have the company? And next one, please. Just a couple of more things. So the ask of this innovator is, can I get incubation support for IND enabling studies? I have already managed to get about 5 crores from the National Biopharma Mission. Can I get a CMO partnership to increase my production from 1 to 4? And I need at least a capital of about 20 crores. So this asset walks into your facility, Dr. Premnath. What are your thought processes? Not your decision, but thoughts of evaluation.
Yeah. First of all, just to set things in context, as an incubator, right, we are facilitators. We are trying to, in a manner of speaking, I think of incubators as creating those vehicles where people can invest in advancing some of those ideas. In the sense that, if you look at companies which have taken ideas ahead, you will notice that very often the resource requirement increases considerably as you go ahead down the road. And as that happens, people are more comfortable investing in vehicles rather than specifically research programs or institutions. So the idea is to get it to a point where there is a vehicle which is investable and is attractive enough, worthy of investment as well, right? So that's that journey, starting from scratch to a reasonable round of investment that many of us tend to look at in the incubation world. Now, in this particular case, by the way, thank you for this interesting case. It does make you think more. First of all, you know, if when, say, an individual innovator or a startup comes to us, the first thing that we would do, as especially in Venture Center Pune, is to try and understand the people behind it. Okay, one of our lessons over the years has been that one of the biggest factors for success are the people who can actually show the resilience to take it all the way to the market and raise the kind of resources needed, put in the effort which is needed to take it there, and also do a lot of the boring stuff that comes in translating technology to the market. You know, it's not just the initial spark of creativity that you have in the very beginning, but actually taking it, you know, rigorously through various steps. So people becomes one of the most important things that we look at. We are open to both individuals and to startups, but I can tell you from the data that where there's an entity and a company, we have seen a better track record in terms of you know, survival and advancing it further. Okay, we can look at even our BIG data and you will see that very clearly. So we prefer to see companies as quickly as possible and it not remain an individual per se. The second aspect, of course, is the soundness of the science, right? By the way, we are an early stage incubator, so we start very early. We are not necessarily thinking that all the business plan has to be in place, the whole roadmap has to be laid out, that we think we can help facilitate, okay? But the soundness of the science is something which has to be there right up front. People, soundness of science, and also, you know, our ability to help, right? While I said all this, by the way, our first criteria in our admissions policy is ethics and EHS and safety and so on and so forth, so that we look at. But our ability to help means we have to chalk out very often in our mind what will be the pathway to market and see what all are the critical things that they need in between and see how we can help along the way. It could be funding, it could be facilities, it could be capabilities, expertise of different kinds, and so on and so forth. So arranging that and how you put it together is something which is very important element of this early process of accepting somebody into the incubator and taking it ahead. Now, in this particular case, it's a very challenging case. Okay, you know, this is something. A topic like chikungunya is often seen as probably a market space which may not be very large, okay? And investors may or may not necessarily see the same kind of returns that they see in other investments, right? So one has to think a little more creatively in terms of how do you create models by which it can be advanced and it can succeed you know, in an environment when people are comparing it with a SpaceX IPO, you know, which has essentially sucked out a lot of money out from every economy into the US, right? So one has to understand that it's all contextual. It's got to do with...
so this is one of the criteria, sorry to interrupt. So this is the market potential would be one of the criteria which incubators take very seriously while deciding.
No, we as a not-for-profit incubator, we would not necessarily put that as the #1 criteria. Okay?
Because,
but
okay,
see,
sure.
When you talk about socially important innovations, you can advance it through many different routes. You can advance it to charities, you can advance it to, I mean, not-for-profit mechanisms, the government, or private enterprise. The private enterprise, you have to be clear that profit is the motive there. Okay, and there's no two ways about it. Right? So when you're talking about that, you have to either make it extremely profitable and comparable to other investment opportunities investors have, or you have to find a way to, for the government and the charities to reduce risks and subsidize it such that the IRRs for the investors are high. That's the bottom line. Okay? So.
Sorry, but I'll move on to Dr. Taslim. He comes from another big Very big incubator. Taslim, something different, right? Totally different. Your thought process on seeing this asset and your advice to this startup.
Yeah, no, thank you, Kavit. First of all, thanks to organizing committee for building such a good, exciting day of engagements. Met very good friends after a long time, so very good to, excited to be here. Second, I'm a little bit, just on a lighter note, I'm a little bit disappointed that I'm made to think what I had to think every day. So it's a bit, I thought I'll come and tell you the rosy stories and so on, and here you're throwing the same challenge again, but no, it's a lighter note. But I think the slides are not here, but possibly okay.
Yeah,
so if
they're getting
yeah, no problem. No, it's perfectly fine. So I think when I look at this now, what you have suggested, I actually go back and I am like thrilled. I'm excited. There's a fantastic opportunity.
Okay.
The reason being the slide before, if it is there, I can't see if it was there, but nonetheless, you said there's no antibody, there's no appropriate, right? So that's where you start. You have an opportunity to actually attempt something which there is a huge need and you can make a difference, right? That's where you start, by the thought of it, by the excitement of it. And then you say, okay, now the thought is exciting, now that has excited me, let me see how good legs are to this story, right? And then you have fantastic animal data, if I'm not wrong. You have fantastic data, which is very good. You have therapeutic arm giving 80% survival when you have nothing, right? So then immediately you said, how can we make it happen together, right? Idea is to actually, once you have that scientific, technical things you see, and then to understand better, now you say that what is my next step? How do I do it? How fast can I do it?
No red flags, Taslim?
Not necessarily. You can be careful, but not too much on that, because otherwise the great things don't happen with phenomenal, careful considerations. It should be there, but it should be, you have to take risk along. You'll fall, you'll pivot, you'll fall, you'll pivot, you'll get up, and you'll get there. As long as the systems which are meant to support that. You put NBM, that's a system that is meant to support that. You put other institutional investments that are meant to support it. We are not looking at ROIs right now, where it should be very, very detailed, due diligent one, but that's where we can, as an organization, build and de-risk the asset to a level where our friends can come in from investment side.
What is that level, Taslim?
This could be almost going to, you have it depends on which ecosystem we are talking about.
Okay.
But I think many people are very keen to look at the phase 1 data and come in at that time.
I hope our VC person is listening and he can react to it accordingly. This phase 1 data.
No, I have the pathway already built in for that. So I'll tell you. As you were saying, I thought this is perfect. You have actually built the system for that. So as soon as this happens and we feel this is good, there might be 10-20% careful we have to work on, but we work with that.
Okay.
It is not never 100% sure. If it was 100% sure, it would have been a SpaceX that he talked about, which is not 100% sure by the way itself. Nonetheless, so we need to work with that risk and understand the risk. Not to understand risk is a craziness. Understand the risk and work with it. And then I go to friends like Dhananjay, who understands this game phenomenally, and a couple of them. And then, I'm so sorry, but Bharat Biotech, we go to Serum, and then say, let's meet up, let's discuss, where do you see it going? Not necessarily for help them to take it up, but I want your input. How do I want to do it? What things I have to do? Which level scale up I need? What level production I need? What capability of efficacy I need to look at that? So that hand holding, then we get them to say, what we can bring in. And I think aligning supportive structures through the pathway and ensuring that the growth happens that way is a very important thing. But I see this overall, if I may close by saying it, I see this great opportunity. We will fail 9 out of 10 times, but one time we will succeed, that will be good enough for us to bet this 10 times. I think that's what, so I see this as a great opportunity, and I hope there are people and innovators who have those ideas whom we can support and take it further. But this is a great, by itself, here we have great capabilities where we can then ensure and convey to investors, be it IB Capital or others, that this is now looking so good that it is going to be your loss if you actually don't invest in this story. And luckily at CCAM, we have now many MABs which are at the global clinical trial level, including
Okay.
in US FDA and many others, and some are going in Australia and so on.
Innovation from our academic
yes,
lab. Is it?
exactly.
Okay.
So that already the understanding is there. It is not new. There's a lot of things are happening right now. Another very big corporate is actually talking to us on every other day to talk about MABs where they want to invest.
Okay.
So we will actually bring them in for early in terms of if they want to invest as a strategic investment or not. And all those things have to happen as with the conviction that this has to work and how it will work. So I see it's a fantastic opportunity. So looking forward to build on that more.
Thank you. And Satya, some final words from you on how would you, anything you want to add to which these two, and my one specific question is, both of them, Dr. Premnath and Dr. Tasleem said that, we are facilitators. It's a nice word, but do you literally deep dive along with the innovator, or it is their job to, get this guy, get the facility, get the regulatory, get quality?
Got it. Kavita, thank you for inviting me, and first, thanks to THSTI. And if you allow me 30 seconds more, let me go back and, pay my homage and respect to Dr. Bhan, who would have been so happy to see this cluster, in his vision. And of course, I see Dr. T.S. Rao here, Dr. Synchn, I see Dr. Jayant, Dr. Santo, and Dr. Manish Diwan, who has played an amazing role to even contribute to this. I think we are all outcomes of what's happened in the last 15 years, and so I'll take a hopeful view of the future, what you have said. First thing is great that such an asset has been built, and good thing about me going last after Premnath and Tasleem is that whatever needed to be said has already been said, which is fantastic for me, so I can stop now. But I just pick on one that Premnath said and Tasleem also said. The science has to be good. It cannot be shaky, number one. If it's shaky, we're not going to touch it. How do we know whether it's shaky or not? Obviously, we have an array of experts we can bring to help that innovator if that innovator doesn't have a startup yet, and to look at the data, number one. Number two, they mentioned about, I at IKP, like at Venture Center or at CCamp, we want to work with innovators who have fire in the belly so that we don't have to give any fire in the backside. Okay, if that is the case, then we're not going to touch them at all anyway, right? Number two, there has to be team coachability. And the third one, is ability to let go, right? In a sense that you may have built the asset initially. Think about a vaccine for diarrhea that we built. I'm not going to name it, right? But it came from a lab. The strain got identified in All India Institute of Medical Sciences. But the innovator that passed it on to a big vaccine manufacturer, right? So your laws of thermodynamics are probably going to play while you're building the technology, but markets do not behave according to Feynman laws of thermodynamics, right? So you will have to, that innovator has to respect that it is much more complex to, take it to the market and all that clinical study that needs to be done and all of that. So those are the three things. But I will also look at whether they may have, I think I did some investigation of your CHO cell lines and all of that, but is the FTO there? They may have a patent, they may have a PCT, it doesn't matter. What is really the landscape of them being able to, and Premnath is the guru of FTO, so you can ask him. But drawing upon those expertise, and finally team's coachability, right? I mean, scientists sometimes are difficult to coach.
Point noted.
Okay, I'll stop there.
Okay, thank you so much. If it's okay, we can jump seriously after this. This asset is here. Again, I would like to understand your thought process. I've been looking at Rahul. Rahul, it's you next in the line, because here is an asset which all the three incubators are trying to convince you for different products. What is your gating mechanism? Because I'm also going to provoke you, because we don't see our ECs opening their purses for our biotech assets. We are not seeing that yet. So what is it that's missing, and how do you gate it?
First of all, Kavita, thank you so much for having me here, and it's an honor to be the part of this esteemed panel. To answer your question, that's what's stopping us from not investing, not us specifically in a VC specific, to write a check of 2 million, 3 million, or 4 million of round. So first of all, we need to understand that VC investment is an exit-driven investment. So if most of the incubators are here to answer that. Most of the companies are incubated from an incubation. Mostly they get the product grant. But what's the missing link? We need to understand why it's not VC investment. The missing link, the gap, is a go-to-market strategy. It's completely missing on that part. We know that there's a lot of investment in the early stage or seed stage, $500,000, $1 million. But what about 3 or 4 million, as we said? We need to fill that gap. That's go-to-market strategy, it's missing there. We need grant, we need funding at the incubation centers, we need incubators to train the startups, the entrepreneurs, to how to get the market. We understand that problem.
So without GTM, because sometimes they're very far away from product development.
This
so
is far
you
at the
have
product
a firm GTM, we shouldn't enter your door.
Yeah, exactly. Please understand that VC investment is on the valuation side. Now, how we get the valuation? You get the valuation on the top line always. And how we get the top line? Top line, you need the businesses. So from that perspective, it's a go-to-market if you're not approaching or reaching out to the corporates or the business from the market, how will get that? So fill that gap. You already started working at Ivy Cap. We are working, we have launched a super endowment program that's we called, where we are reaching out to the incubation centers, we're reaching out to the startups or incubation centers to introduce them to the corporates before they're reaching out to the VCs. So we are already working that. We're already working on the master classes as well. So as I said earlier, this is very important.
That's your contribution to the ecosystem.
Let me butt in here. I think, Kavita, Indian VCs don't have a risk appetite, full stop. Okay? Look at Moderna. Look at BioNTech. BioNTech first check was 180 million. Check it out. Okay? Moderna, whether it's Nubar or whether it is the MIT prof, I'm forgetting now.
There, sir.
Right? I mean, the kind of checks they can write is so different than the kind of checks our VCs write. Doesn't THST have amazing professor? Gaurav, I know, Gaurav Patra, Dr. Gaurav Patra, many others, right? But where are the checks coming? Unless you have checks coming, nothing is going to
So I'm a little provocative because all of them really stressed on science. They said we really, impress on the quality of science, the first in class. So that part, somewhere the scientific evaluation and hand-holding has happened. And now that belief in science is not there?
We believe in science. That's not how we believe in science. But please try to understand that's on the investment side. There's an exit as well. That's mentioned. It's an exit-driven investment. So from that perspective, incubation centers and VCs need to work together, and we are working together on that part. So that's
I'll
my
just
view
let
on it.
any question from Dr. Premnath or Tasleem or Satya, very pertinent
If
single
I had
line
a red
question.
tie, if I had a red tie to sell on the net as my go-to-market in Gurgaon, I'll get $4 million. Okay, I've been saying this for the last 10 years. But if I come to you and I say, hey, you know what, I have amazing asset, I might take it. Thank God we have an RDI fund now, and Manish is taking it forward. Other than there is no cash.
We're getting messaging for time,
I know
so
they're waiting
we
for
need
lunch.
to hurry up. Everybody's waiting for lunch. So now I'm assuming, please, you have funded, you have considered funding it so that I can take it to the manufacturer, I can take it to the...
No, it's not that. In fact, we incubated a company. It's one of the company. We have incubated ourselves. It's not even incubation. Yes, that's said again, incubation centers and VCs need to work together, and they are working together.
That's a very strong message, and certainly we want to get out, work very close.
Yes.
Learn the science, please, also, so that it helps you unlock this potential.
Correct.
Which Satya has very clearly said. This asset, I go to Bharat Biotech's, Dr. Kar. Dr. Kar, how do you asset, this is an incubated product. How do you want it? And especially want you to take over from what Satya said, that we would prefer that, there's a handover. Versus what Dr. Premnath said, we are very fascinated by the people's longevities or their ability to sustain this whole end-to-end. What would, as a manufacturer, your preference be when you partner?
Yeah, thanks for that. So I consider like, 4 or 5 different categories to before to partnership. Like, for example, like, first I try to understand their intellectual material, the material intellectuality. Feasibility of manufacturing, like, how fast. Then regulatory requirement is either, if it is within India or it's outside the India, like, so we need to look for those easiness or readiness of the regulatory pathways. Of course, like manufacturing feasibilities, like what kind of system they are bringing. So I need to evaluate all those things. If everything fit into that, like strong enough for me, then I will consider as like partner or investment. Put it that way. For example, if this something is missing, like or they do have all this capacity, but they lack of like some technical skill set, then I may go for like as an support. Like support means like partnering with core development. So for me to decide like this material is like value like to translation, I need to, this 4 gatekeeper is very important for me to make the decision.
Would you prefer to acquire the asset? Would you prefer to support? What's the first line of, or how do you decide maybe?
See, I am being an academician for 25 years, like translating various research.
Sure.
So I need to validate intellectual, like that values, market value is also important, because at the end of the day, I have to make a profit for my company also, like even though so I have to acquire a right to intellectual property or intellectual and feasibilities. For example, they are bringing XY, for example, mRNA, you just mentioned that mRNA platform, still like in India, like lack of mRNA manufacturing facilities, right? If anything bringing...
It doesn't need large manufacturing. mRNA
No, like
need,
raw material availability, like when compared to China, like I'm just in a bring. What I'm saying is, so those are availability is important, like resource is important to make that. So I don't want to commit anything without like infrastructure is inbuilt. So that's the things like I may consider like all this gatekeeping information to make sure things are moving in the right direction.
Sure. Dr. Suri, coming to you, you are literally leading the, the developing countries' vaccine. And there was a lot of questions on go-to-market strategy, making your product globally available. So what is your experience with when, in your companies, the work companies who work under this platform, do they pick up innovative products? Do they see, and also maybe when you're talking, people should start looking at WHO PQ right from the beginning? Because it's such a, especially for products, the asset which I had explained, infectious disease one. So if you can sort of give a comprehensive thought process, how do your companies think?
Sure. First of all, I would like to thank the organizers for inviting, particularly Dr. Karthikeyan. It's a privilege and honor, and it brings very fond memories of Professor M.K. Bhan. Under his leadership, I was part of India mission to Bio 2010. So it's great memory. Thank you for creating this format of the panel. I am deeply impressed. I have been attending, I think, from last 30 years different panels, but this is the first time I've seen a case history, so let's give a big hand. It's fantastic. If it is a real life case, then I would like to compliment So I think that itself is a big motivation for the manufacturers. Now, in terms of volumes, I'm a little bit, scared, because I'm coming from the background that we developed, innovated, and delivered 9.8 billion doses of COVID-19 vaccines during the pandemic. So from there, when it comes down to 1 million, suddenly I got a shock that whether it is feasible, it is very much feasible, very much practical, but we are talking of monoclonals, we are not talking of vaccines. So, I think 2 important aspects are there. First of all, the strategic intent of the innovator. What do you want to do? Which route do you want to take? Do you want to go through the acquisition route, or do you want to go through, a collaboration route and, build and develop the molecule further and take to the market? I think both have their own advantages and disadvantages. And first of all, that we have to, I think from an investor's point of view or from a large company's perspective who is going to acquire this asset, they first want to see what is the value of the asset. So my sincere advice is that, you yourself should get your asset valued by an external expert, so that you know where you are landing, what is your ask, and then when you are going, you are not shooting in the dark. You need to talk to the large companies. They have deep pockets, so money is not the problem that will come forward, but definitely due diligence will be there. So if you have a real good asset, good product in hand, and you feel that it is marketable, this is what is really required from a strategic point of view. And then, of course, they have the regulatory bandwidth, which is very important to understand what are the implications. Because one of the biggest problem in academia is today that we don't have that really the understanding of the stringency of the regulatory pathway that is happening across the way. And it is not only you have to cross one hurdle, but going up to the human trials and then to the market, it takes a long, long journey. And therefore, it's a tedious thing. You need to be very conscious about it. And this part, I think the best thing is to tie up with somebody who is experienced, who has expertise, and who has the ability to take it to the market faster. Because if you are delayed in the market, you are not first.
You lost an opportunity.
You will lose the first mover advantage. So I think from those points of view, something is very, very important. But I must say that this kind of a product, there will be huge demand. People will be ready to take the product. And DCVMN has created a forum which is called Healthy Industry Framework. And we are very willing to take this kind of molecule on our platform and take it to the right kind of people, because we can do the matchmaking.
Do you work closely with the incubators, or are you intending to work closely with the large incubators the country has?
We would be very willing to work with them.
Maybe you could
we are not
proactively
working
look
today,
at it.
but we'll be very willing to work with that. But we know the other side of the story, what the manufacturers are looking forward. And therefore, we can do this matchmaking very effectively and take the product to the market at a good price that it is really required. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Suri. We need to also end. So, Dr. Patankar, you are those really unique ones who has brought products to the market, very early times, biotech products. You've led a very large CDMO, so you've understood the international ask. And you're also now supporting the researchers, young academicians, startups to go that route. Your reflections, and especially after hearing this panel, would you like to say something or any provocative thoughts which you had while listening to each one of them?
Sorry, what exactly is it that you want me to comment on?
So I want you to comment on your take on, what do you see in alignment here? That's one take. Sitting at THSTI, do you see, THSTI doing any of that bridging role? Because of course we have the panel's name as Bridge. Or any other, reflection you have?
So, if we talk about that bridge, in the case study that you showed, the asset, the company has already generated a lot of data, and now they're looking for, let's say, maybe VC funding. I think where an organization like THSTI can play a role is actually collecting those data. So, if you rewind back to the point where the company or the lab has identified the molecule, the candidate, and they then want to take it forward, the first thing they have to do is make the product, make the material, and that includes cell line development process. To make that material? In fact, even making the cell line in a regulatory compliant manner. And I think the biofoundry that THSTI has set up kind of addresses that area, because as you know, cell line development can be quite expensive. So cell line early process. After that, you have the CMC, GMP aspects, where I don't think, at least at this point, THSTI could be playing a role. But another area where I think and I'm a big proponent of it for organizations like THSTI from a translation point of view, is the preclinical package. And when I say preclinical, I don't mean only the, let's say, the GLP toxicology, but really the whole package, whether it's efficacy, pharmacology, toxicology, that will be IND enabling. And that requires knowledge of the disease. It requires knowledge of the molecule and how it interacts with the disease and how it interacts with the human body, and knowledge of the regulatory requirements. And I think that's an area which most of the scientists developing or discovering the product might not understand.
Then how will you get a way out? Because here we have mainly researchers.
So I think that's a capability that I believe an organization like THSTI should develop, the ability to design, not just conduct. Conducting a study is not, it's not trivial, but I think it's the easier part, knowing what to do, how much to do, what sort of regulatory standards apply for the kinds of study you need to do to present an IND. I think being able to design those studies, I think that's a critical component that I feel an organization like THSTI should develop. Also, as we know that predictability of human behavior, not all animal models actually predict human behavior. And so I'm actually a big also proponent of organization like THSTI developing or working on non-animal based technologies that can help bridge that gap, translate these molecules faster to the clinic. At that stage, you're really looking at phase 1, phase 2, because after that, the big guys come into the picture if you have good data. It's really how can you go from that initial identification of a potential candidate to an IND enabling package of CMC, which perhaps a little too early for THSTI, but particularly preclinical because they have the bioassay capabilities, they have the animal models, they have a lot of regulatory interface available. So that's what I feel. That's a place where THSTI
So
can
do you
play a role.
think the incubators and THSTI also should work together? Because some of those facilitation is done by the bioincubators. And how does THSTI differentiates itself, or how does it, be a cog in the wheel?
So I don't really know exactly what all each incubator does.
But maybe it's an opportunity to discuss, right?
Yeah.
For our incubators also to see if institutes like THSTI can also help you bridge some of the conversations you do in the pre-package for developing the molecule.
Yeah, I think just from what I know of some of these bioincubators, I think they have a lot of the laboratory facilities for sort of making the product, characterizing it, analytical stuff, and all of that. And that's why I wanted to focus on more of the preclinical, because I've actually experienced that expertise is not easy to find, and it doesn't reside among the product developers.
I see Dr.
Just
Kaz and
so add into this point. Actually, he made a very good point. So since I've been here for 1 year, after from years, so even though Bharat is manufacturing now, we are also doing R&D, a lot of translation research kind of things, right? That is the lack of that pre-IND submission requirement where we can do that. That is very, very required for right now, because academic institution like a THST should have that kind of support. For example, there's a few companies in India, where they can support that, but they already packed with multiple companies. Then the timeline take time. I think THST kind of things other academic institutions should forward this kind of support. That's being in a pharma, just.
Sure, Satya Samla, because I need to wind up. I want to give 30 seconds to each. With this, also declaration that two things which I didn't get much clarity on is how important it is that the same person needs to carry the asset till the end. And second is, I understood, of course, the criticality of go-to-market strategy. Howsoever, what I couldn't understand is you prefer to see that after seeing a phase 2 clinical data or phase 3, or you are okay even doing that predictions early. I'm a little in doubt over there. So Satya, I'm sorry, I'm going to just last 30 seconds to each. We're going to skip some time. If Satya, you could change something tomorrow to double the translational efficiency of India,
I'll use another hat. That in the last 5 years, many of, THST I should know, there have been some fabulous leadership that started by somebody called Sandeep Nailwal and Dr. Gaurav Singh of Blockchain for Impact. And they have, in the last 3 years, and I'm not exaggerating this, both my program directors are here, right there. We need more Sandeeps and Gauravs of the world here who can bet on early stage assets. BFI, Blockchain for Impact, is now working with, 50 institutions across India, maybe more. And they are putting where the mouth is, or whatever the phrase is in the English, right? Where are the early risk takers in India? Where are our other HNIs doing stuff in India? Why can't they build, translational early support in India? So if I had a magic wand, I'll make 10 Sandeep Nailwal and 10 Gaurav Singh for India.
Okay, we'll discuss that, how to get that done. Dr.
Yeah.
Suri, do you have a mic? I mean, the same question. If you could help change the translational efficiency of our country, what is it you would recommend?
Excellent question. You see, I have been in the industry for a very long time, more than 45 years. Today's session has given me a different hope. Because till today, I was under the impression academia thinks pure science. And Professor Matthew said this earlier this morning, that pure science. And industry does not speak to academia, academia does not speak to industry, except for this platform, THSTI, where we could see a confluence of science and industry. Now, if I was to do something different, I would marry the science with commerce. And I think that is the progeny which will come, will make sure that we are having science converted into product and it is ready to use in the market.
Yeah, but they're not getting that first step out. So what would you do to...
So if I say from streamlining the process, and I would like to say that develop the speed to create a path from lab to the exit.
But that path exists, right? We
The
have
path is to
multiple
develop the speed,
enablers,
but then
multiple
develop the
enablers
speed,
plugging
increase
in.
the speed of that. It is there, I'm not denying that, but then develop the speed of that.
What else? What is the gap? What do you think you would like to fill in?
For an example, I spoke to one of my friend who's a professor in one of the big hospital. He developed a product for an implant perspective, designed a
I
product.
need to wind up. So if you could be just saying, just tell me, what is that one thing with the hat you're wearing, not some other hat, you would change? We need to wind up. I've been getting repeated reminders.
Change the perspective. I would like to change the perspective. That's VC are not willing to invest in early stage
of your
already.
fraternity.
Yes, but yes.
So you're going to change the perspective of your fraternity. We're going to hold him to
We
it.
invest, we do invest, yeah.
Premnath.
I just want to make just 2 quick points. Okay, one is...
Time is
One
30
is your
time is 30
comment
seconds.
on, there's actually a lot of synergy between institutions like THSTI and incubators. Actually, THSTI bets on its researchers and technology developers, and incubators bet on entrepreneurs, right? So there's a lot of complementarity there. And the same way, what we can do, you will notice that one of the biggest problems we have in India today are finding co-founders who can work with your researchers. The people who are committed to the end point and not necessarily to the immediate research that is happening over there, or the next big thing that's going to come out, or the publications, or the students, and so on. Yeah. So I think if we have to intervene to improve translation efficiency, we have to find a way to create those pool of founders who will actually build those companies. It's easier said than done, but that's what I would focus on.
Okay, that's Taslim.
Yeah, 30 seconds I'll take. if with that magic wand, I will fulfill my 5 wishes.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. 1, continue to trust fundamental researchers to build amazing science. If you don't have strengths, if you just, there is a push to just have them do something, it will not. You have to have deep research to build some great stuff out. Second, dedicated translation ecosystem. You cannot have same runner run 100 meters and marathon also. We have to understand and build different capabilities which can support assets, not people. We are thinking about assets which get translated, and people don't get translated. I think we need dedicated efforts. Third, a 5-year phenomenal funding capabilities, which are very, very important. Without that, it will
For
not
any
happen.
asset.
Absolutely.
Give a chance for the asset to fail.
Exactly.
Like the same
right?
Titan, the Titan story.
Absolutely. System which enables and not checks on you. I think very important. Accountability in the system, your mandate should be supporting and not checking and regulating too much. And fifth, very important, invite global talent to come so that we have a play which is not only ours, but global play. And that's very important to build that. So those are the 5 wishes.
So global, okay, I'll take the last messaging. Dr. Kar?
I think he explained very nicely, but if I have an opportunity, I try to build a relationship between the pharma and the academic institution, because there is a lack of knowledge sharing. So we have to have a common forum, or government has to establish that what are the intellectual over there, how I can reach as a pharma can reach out instead of doing myself. So I think that kind of gap, or we need to build that future.
I have a maybe advice or request for funding agencies like BIRAC, although maybe they are not here right now.
No, we have Manish here. Manish is there.
There has been a lot of, they have funded infrastructure and a good bit of infrastructure in the past, and perhaps more is needed. But I think going forward, I would like more of the funding to go to actual product development, maybe 80% to product development and less on infrastructure, force people to share infrastructure, but increase the pipeline. I'm not necessarily talking about translation efficiency, but translation throughput. Okay. If we need to increase our number of products in development, the pipeline, by 100-fold to make a real impact. So we really need to fund literally hundreds of projects.
That funnel effect
just have a very large pipeline. That should be the goal. Infrastructure, I think, will find its economic rationale if there's enough demand of products.
I'll completely, sorry, barging in, I know. I completely agree with Dhananjay. And Dr. Manish Diwan is here, Dr. Sonia Gandhi is here. Whatever we are seeing today in terms of scale-up, we're seeded 10 years back. We need to continue to seed. We shouldn't forget that. And I think my request is, can BIG grant be 2 crores at least, or 1 crore? That's the one. And Kavita, whatever said and done, funding is the oxygen, whether it comes from VC, government, HNI, and that's the reason I want 10 Sandeeps to happen.
I agree. That was my concluding line here. You couldn't take that. But thank you so much to all of you, and a big round of applause for highlighting FIC, highlighting science, highlighting go-to-market strategy. Thank you so much for this. Thank you for the provocations acceptance too.
Thank you all for the stimulating session. There are just a few announcements before we disperse for lunch. We request the dignitaries and industry representatives to kindly visit the center stalls located at the foyer region outside the auditorium. Guests and industry representatives interested for the THSTI center and facility visits are requested to register for the same at the facility visit help desk located near the facility stall in the foyer region outside the auditorium. Please note that for the convenience, the lunch areas have been segregated into 3 color codes. The blue-violet card holders are requested to move to the Knowledge Resource Center, 3rd floor, THSTI. The green-yellow card holders may please move to the Discovery Terrace, 3rd floor, THSTI building. And the red-maroon card holders, please go to the auditorium terrace for lunch. We request the volunteers to assess the dignitaries for respective dining areas. We now break for lunch, providing an opportunity for networking to continue conversations and explore potential collaborations. We request you all to reconvene for the next session by 2:30 p.m. There'll be poster session going on around 3:30 p.m. Thank you. So, Dr. Manish Devan, I request you to make a few announcements.
चेक करना है आपको
ये नीचे नीचे भैया नीचे से प्रेजेंटेशन के लिए था जो
हाँ मैक ही सर हम रखते हैं इसमें
I request everybody to kindly assemble in the auditorium. We'll be starting shortly. I request everybody standing outside to kindly assemble in the auditorium. I request everybody to kindly assemble in the auditorium. We'll be starting shortly. Kindly assemble in the auditorium. We are about to resume. Please assemble in the auditorium.
एक्चुअली नहीं देखना है देश चलने वाला कब खत्म होने वाला उसका समझ नहीं याद आ गया नहीं नहीं सर नहीं सर देख लेते हैं एक बार सपोर्ट
Kindly assemble in the auditorium. We'll be starting momentarily. Welcome back, everyone. We trust you enjoyed the lunch and connected with colleagues, innovators, and collaborators. We hope today's conversations will turn into tomorrow's collaborations and partnerships. A gentle reminder to all poster presenters that poster evaluations will commence from 3:30 p.m. onwards. All participants are requested to be available beside your posters by 3:30 p.m.
Next, we invite Mr. Amit Pandey, Lead VC Ecosystem and Capacity Building at Indian Venture and Alternate Capital Association, IVCA, for a talk on investment landscape overview in biotech space.
Hi. Very good afternoon, everyone. I'm sure after the lunch, everybody is a little exhausted and hoping for some excitement. I'd like to break it to you, but before I begin that, it's not going to be very interesting. It's going to be very boring. I'm presenting some facts, statistics, but probably some very useful ones. And I'll take a cue from one of the previous sessions in which we had, almost a call between a VC and an incubator in trying to figure out, how to sort of champion this industry together. But before that, very quickly introducing myself, my name is Amit Pandey. I've been with IVCA, which is the apex industry body for India's alternative capital ecosystem. From angel funds to pre-IPO to post-IPO, venture capital, private equity, all strategies, credit, stressed assets, all kind of funds, whether they are Indian or global, operating out of India. Most of them are members of IVCA. And we are an industry body. As an industry body, we represent all of these funds to the Government of India policymakers, regulators. So within IVCA, I lead the VC ecosystem and educational initiatives. So glad to be here. A big thanks to THSTI, a big thanks to BIRAC, and thank you for having me here. And in the next 10 minutes, I would like to share some facts, statistics that we've been trying to figure out around the deep tech ecosystem and the R&D ecosystem at large. So I think, before even I begin this, I think, there's a shlok that is coming to my mind. Because we are at THSTI, I think it makes a lot of sense to bring that, right now. So something that I read very recently, which is Dvitiyad ve bhayam bhavati. It means from duality rises fear. I think, taking cue again from the previous session, we don't have to look at this sector, whether it is deep tech at large or biotech, which can be done in silos. I think this is a sector which needs a multi-stakeholder lens. This will definitely not be solved by a single constituent. And when I say single constituent, I'm talking about the pan-India level. We need a multi-stakeholder approach. And probably some of the slides that we put up together, me and my colleague Dev from IVCA, we've tried to highlight some of those facts that let's have a multi-stakeholder approach and lens for this segment. So as we all know, very clear, it's almost a cliche that deep tech investments take very long. It's a long gestation period, but it is. I think, it's time that we don't just, address it as a cliche, but rather, address it as a fact that it does take a lot of time. And we are here at the, THSTI, where so much of research, foundational research is happening. And obviously, it will take some time for these scientists to become, sort of founders that can, beyond the grant, they can also raise some private capital. And that is something which we need to address before even we begin talking about deep tech or biotech. At the same time, I think, it's very important to highlight the fact that India's bioeconomy is actually doing pretty good. As the data shares, we're close to $200 billion, which is actually a growth, 18% growth year on year. So we are on the right track. We are definitely doing something right as a ecosystem. And again, it's all the constituents, whether it is a campus like THSTI, whether it is CCAMP, whether it is BIRAC, the biotech funds, and a lot many other incubators. Everyone is playing an equally important role. And when you go to the right hand side, I think it's going to become a little clearer because what I'm trying to highlight here is that if we look at the overall expenditure that is going into R&D in India, I think that's where there's a big shortfall. And probably because, as a country we've evolved, again, something I was reading close to somewhere in the middle of 1960s in the US, because of the wars, the universities, corporates, foundations, they stepped up and they started putting in some first institutional checks in some of the R&D based startups or the R&D based funds. And if you look at that, compared, I mean, it's very easy to and convenient to say that, India is way behind US. But I think, it's all a matter of cycle also. In the US, it began somewhere in the mid-60s. In India, I think with the introduction of RDIF, I mean, obviously, BIRAC has been very silently working in the background and championing a lot of those things, which are now becoming evident as we speak. But in India, we are a little late to that sort of thing. And as you can see, there's a drastic difference. Everyone's 70 plus, but India is just close to 36. I think that's the biggest gap, and that's the biggest point sort of we want to highlight, because the challenge apparently is not innovation. The challenge is not science. The challenge actually is translation, and the challenge actually is the capital mobilization layer. I think that's where the challenge lies, and we are still young in the ecosystem, and we'll definitely, I think, with all the stakeholders coming together, we'll be able to solve that capital problem. Again, if you look at it, I think, there's a decent momentum, and the PVC investments in this segment is doing pretty decent. But again, if you look at it from a global lens, we'll be able to figure out the difference, and the difference is large. It's just sort of, 12% as you can see. But the point that I want to make here is, again, one way to look at it is that, we are way behind compared to the global markets. But the other way is to look at it from the opportunity that lies ahead of us. So basically, I think, this is, time and again, I come back to that point that, it's modest beginnings, but there's a huge headroom for growth and opportunity for India's bioeconomy. And I'm sure, everybody in this room is aligned to that vision. We've seen some success stories, whether MedGenome or Biocon. I mean, we have the capability. And definitely, it's a matter of time where we sort of, move up in the ladder in terms of the amount of funding that's going on in there as well. And I think, one important factor for that also will be, I think over the last couple of years, this has been the most hottest topic. And again, we've got Dr. Diwan is here, and $250 million, which is now allocated for specifically biotech. I think these are not just one-off instances. I think the intent from the government is very clear, and we are going to see a lot of these companies getting these investments, and the overall deep tech also is going to advance. The overall $12 billion, which is going into, I think, the CEO of NRF was here in the first half, and he mentioned in the next 1 month, the first set of funds will also be announced, and obviously, that'll keep on recycling. Once the funds get those, get that capital, they'll be, further down deploying into the relevant deep tech ventures. TDB is doing it, BIRAC is doing it separately, directly as well. So a lot of capital is going in, and that capital formation cycle has begun. And definitely, we'll come to a point where we'll realize that, the biotech economy is also coming at par. If you again, if you looked at the data in the last slide, we are actually, in terms of the global sort of funding in biotech, in overall PVC investments in India is also a sort of a small percentage of that. So we have to look at it from that lens as well. It's not that biotech is lacking. I mean, globally it's an opportunity. In India, it's an opportunity. It takes a lot of capital. The capital is now coming in thanks to the government, thanks to the institutional capital formation which is happening in India. And coming to the last slide, I think, I would like to share again, where I started from. This is a sector which needs a multi-stakeholder approach. Within IVC also, we've been engaging very closely with institutions, with corporates, with GCCs, with founders, and trying to figure out how we can get the right stakeholders under the same roof. So somewhere towards the October, we're planning this Bharat Deep Tech Summit, and we will have a separate track on biotech. And I'm glad to share that Dr. Diwan is again, championing all of this. He's very closely working with us. He's a part of the, leading the IVC's Deep Tech SIG. So we'll be focusing on some three sort of broad themes. One would be AI, semiconductor, SaaS. The other is biotech, life sciences, agri, and the third would be the emerging tech sunrise sectors, which is drone, defense, space, etc. So the idea is that, we want to get the who's who of the industry in terms of relevance and data. And this will all be, in fact, very private. And we're going to host this as a full day summit where we'll be focusing more on conversations than, the same old, keynote addresses, fireside chats. So just bringing that to attention here for everybody. If it is something interesting, please do reach out to me or my colleague Dev. Dev, you could share. Yeah. So you could reach out to any one of us for that. And I think pretty much the broad points that I wanted to bring here are covered, and I hope you got a little bit of gist of what we were talking here about from a PVC lens about the biotech sector, bioeconomy at large. Happy to take any questions. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. We now transit to the next segment, focusing on research development and innovation and its role in developing a deep tech ecosystem. We invite Dr. Manish Devan, Head, BIRAC, Research Development and Innovative Fund, to share his insights.
Good afternoon, everybody. I think there's a lot of energy since morning. We could hear a lot of talks, but I think the interesting session is coming right after this, because that is where the scientists would be kind of unraveling their value propositions, which our industry folks can actually sample and get to know the proprietary raw information, which can actually be leading to one of the major breakthroughs eventually in the future with your chaperoning them. So kindly hold your seats, and I'll take maybe 5-7 minutes to finish it quickly. I think we've been hearing about biotech, and just the fact that IVCA is considering having a biotech dedicated session, it's reflective of a change which is happening. That is the recognition of the power of biotechnology, that it can impact both healthcare, food, as well as environment in a major fashion. I think the speed of that change has enhanced over past decade or so. You could see the COVID vaccines coming within an year from concept to market realization. Technologies which got invented and recognized through Nobel Prizes. There were medications, therapeutics which came to market. The GLP is a common, GLP-1 is a common social, as we were saying, that people will need to relate to the social sector with the society. GLP-1 is one example where non-communicable disease getting treated, and it has kind of changed the standard of care. And this is happening not only in the healthcare, but you can see in agri-tech, in the biofuels, in the synthetic biology, bioplastics. It's kind of everywhere. So the evident science can be converted into tangible products which can impact our day-to-day life is evidently clear, not to us, but the whole world. So people have started measuring their growth as bioeconomy for that matter. And this is a segment where India can make a dent in the so-called that we were behind the industrial revolution in the past. Biotech is one sector where we can actually be at the front and we participate as front leaders with the world. We have close to 12,000 biotech startups. There are so many faculty, entrepreneurs, students. They are somebody which is represented by this lady here. So many of us have reached to a stage where we have demonstrated proof of concept, but we are not able to convert and translate it into product. So we need funds. We need facilities where we can demonstrate pilot level validation of the proof of concept. And we need an environment where we can do this. So some of these issues are getting solved. The cluster that we are talking about, the RDI fund that we are talking about, I think we will have some solutions to this side. As we know that Government of India's bold initiative of 1 lakh crore dedicated to push and nudge the ecosystem towards deep tech innovation has come through. This is a risk capital which is patient, long-term, and inviting the co-investments from the industry and the private sector. And it can fund all the way up to Series B for a one single value proposition. I think this is aligned with our Bio E3 policy, the larger national mission of and vision of Atmanirbharta. And I think under the able leadership of our Prime Minister and Honorable Minister, Science and Technology, we are moving that side. So this fund is now available as co-investments in form of loans, which are long-term, equity, and a combination of both. And this can actually build and solve the potential gap in the ecosystem for the funding. So the BIREC RDIF was launched by Honorable Minister of Science and Technology, Dr. Jitendra Singh, in the month of February. And we have, at BIREC, we have created a separate dedicated division to handle BIREC RDI funds, which is delinking with the grant in aid and other schemes and other programs, what BIREC has been doing ever since. So this is a co-investment module, and altogether separate set of people, separate set of people who are engaged into this and to provide this. So this would be BIREC.rdif.org, one dedicated website and one dedicated team to address all the questions, queries, and handling. So the ticket size for BIREC RDIF fund is 5 crore to 200 crore towards 50% of the total project cost. And remaining 50% has to be mobilized from private sources, non-government sources. The loan rate of interest is very, very attractive and enabling in nature. So there is a moratorium period provision to support the revenue inflow of the startups, SMEs, or R&D-led industry projects. And the tenure is also long. The loan doesn't require any collateral, so that risk is being covered by Government of India. There is also a provision where you can dilute your equity, and in case you are doing that, there's also a possibility that you can do part equity and part loan. So there are combinations which are available to help support non-revenue making startups to early stage SMEs who are at the revenue cusp of revenue inflow, and those at the large scale inflow of the return on interest. BIREC have been supporting the journey from TRL1 to all the way to TRL3 through various instruments and programs. Now with the RDIF coming in, we are able to support all the way towards marketing and global expansion. So this has really empowered both the ecosystem as well as addressed a gap which was majorly sitting for a very long time. As Amit mentioned, I think it should nudge some of these private investors to look this side. In the past, from 2012 to 2024, we have set up incubation centers as capacity building across the country. From 2025, under Bio E3 policy, we have started infusing biofoundries capacities into the ecosystem. So the orange dots in the map in the center, those are biofoundries. One is also here at this campus, THSTI cluster. And this has resulted to a large germination of first generation entrepreneurs across the country. So I think this ecosystem is now present at scale, visibly everywhere across the country, and has the large appetite to consume and attract investments. On one side, we have translational capacities built up from the incubation center network, and on the other side, we have the R&D capacities, the institutional academic strength. One glimpse we are seeing in Synchn today. So this entire ecosystem is now available for startups, SMEs, and industry to capitalize and leverage for innovation. RDIF fund is promoting high delta change, and all across 4 pillars of innovation it supports and promotes. I think the idea is to challenge the conventional standard of care or standard practices, so make a large leap to solve and address today's as well as future problems, and build a national capacity that is dependable and brings sovereignty for the country in terms of the technology and manufacturing in-house. It doesn't support the incremental science and smaller progresses, so for that the other schemes and programs are available. Just a snapshot, so far we have announced one call, which was national call, and we had received about 198 applications from across the country, out of which we have selected 8 companies, and we have already issued 7 term sheets amounting towards 717 crores. And importantly, the remaining 50%, which is close to about 900 crore, has been mobilized into the ecosystem, because we are only supporting the 50%. And as we go along, I think there would be a larger capacities which can get catered through this endeavor. I think this is my last slide, perhaps. So if we put things together, the cluster that we are talking about, THSTI, RCB, and BRIC institutions which have taken this lead, it would address our challenge of common access infrastructure to pilot scale, to validation scale, where startups, industry, and R&D institutions could co-locate. That is the infrastructure for innovation. RDI fund could cater up to Series B funds. So the funding issue or funding challenge there is a window that can get resolved. And as I was talking to Dr. Carr just recently, so how to handle the innovation and the product development pathway, particularly for the new molecules or new innovative technology. I think that first-hand know-how we also need into the ecosystem. For that, we have leveraged our overseas Indian diaspora to come forward and handhold our startups and faculty entrepreneurs to take them forward and guide them. So Biosarthi is another endeavor that is supporting that arm. I think together with all these endeavors, we are well poised to achieve 300 billion bioeconomy target for 2030, and I think that will poise India towards Atmanirbhar Bharat for 2047 as we move forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Devan, for sharing your valuable thoughts on strengthening the innovation ecosystem and deep tech R&D in India. We now transition from discussing translational ecosystems to witnessing innovation in action through our next segment, Emerging Innovations for Partnerships. We invite 6 innovators to our next segment. Each innovator will pitch their promising technology, highlighting the current stage of its development, partnership opportunities, including industry collaboration, funding, validation, scale-up, and technology transfer. Each presentation will be for 5 minutes. I request the innovators to note that a bell will ring immediately after 4 minutes. I now invite the first innovator, Dr. Sweetie Samal, THSTI.
Good afternoon, everyone. So it's a pleasure to share with you our efforts to develop an indigenous Nipah vaccine. I will just go very quickly. Initially it was 10 minutes, but I think due to shortage of time now we have to finish in 5 minutes. So I don't think Nipah virus need any introduction. So it's belongs to the Paramyxoviridae family, and it's also belongs to other viruses like measles and mumps, which generally we all take in as our childhood immunization. And why this virus is so important, because as you can see, it can spill over very easily from the bat to animals and from the animals to human. And this is the one virus, unlike the recent Hunter virus, which you must have heard, where human is the dead end, it can go for human to human transmission. And that's why it's a very high priority disease, not only for WHO blueprint R&D, but for the CP and for the India. And you can see, for the SARS-CoV-2, the mortality rate was only 1.5 to 2%. Here the mortality rate was 75, up to 75% and more than that. It can cause you acute respiratory and encephalitis, infection, brain disease, even you survive for lifelong. It has been shown some of the neurological symptoms. So what's our aim? Our aim is to develop an indigenous subunit recombinant protein-based vaccine, which we can take it through comprehensive preclinical challenge study, preclinical talks, and with the industry support for the manufacturing and demonstrating the first in human trials and further. So why you invest in indigenous Nipah vaccine? If you look at the value, it may not suit for the industry, but it's a very high urgent need. So I hope everybody also understand now the Ebola outbreak. And the Ebola was not a disease of Oxford or for the UK or the US, but they have invested heavily. For that, the CEPI today has approved $63 million and taking 3 vaccine platform. So it's a disease of, Africa, but it has been spillover. That's why everybody is panicked. The same thing, Nipah is endemic to India. It's a virus of India. So that's why it needs urgent attention. And definitely, if you look at the clinical trial process, it doesn't go through a conventional clinical trial. Very easily, you can place it as a, it has a limited competition markets, and government, not only India, your neighboring country can take it and stockpile it. So that's why it needs to be invested. So if you look at the Nipah vaccine portfolio, these are the 2 vaccines. One is the CHAD vector, which is made of the Covishield. Same platform has been taken up by the Oxford. It has entered the phase 1 trial. Currently, Serum Institute has already given the 600 doses of the vaccine. Another one which has just completed the phase 1 trial is the Moderna mRNA Nipah vaccine. Genova has invested in a mRNA platform. So far, we don't know, what's the status. So what we have done, in the BRIC THSTI, we have developed a subunit recombinant protein-based immunogen. We called it Nipazole. It has been funded by National One Health Mission, which has brought together all this infectious disease institute like ICMR, DBT, DRD, and ICER, and other institutes. And here, that Nipah is a BSL-4 select agent. So the only BSL-4 facility we have it in India is at NIV Pune, and we have a very strong partnership with ICMR who are committed to give you to provide the challenge study. So Nipah, like SARS-CoV-2, it's a negative strand RNA virus which has glycoproteins protrude out, and here you can see 2 glycoprotein, G and F protein. I will not go through the details. So all this vaccine, even for the monoclonal, the effort is towards these proteins. So these are the proteins which gives you the neutralizing immune response. So what the key features? So we have developed a Nipah G protein-based subunit protein, which is mammalian. Less than 15 microgram can give you the initial preclinical shows very robust neutralizing response. We have the paper published, we have the patent submitted, and here you can see in a pseudovirus neutralization assay, up to 6 months you can get very good neutralization. So it gives robust antibody response, elicited desired T cell response, and sustained neutralizing response. So currently, this is the workflow from designing 2 stable cell line. We are done here during this September, October, we are initiating the preclinical challenge study with a regulatory approved stable cell line for the NEPA protein. And after that, definitely we need the industry support to take it forward. So this is, I'm not going through details, but you understand that why we need a co-development partner. And so this is the WHO TPP, which can show you that you need to do a phase 1 trial, a phase 2 trial, it must be India, it has to be done in India or Bangladesh. Then you have to show a correlation of protection in the assay or with the animal study. So for the animal study, we BRIC, THSTI and ICMR NIV is the 2 reasons where you can come forward. This is the development model. So here, this is my last slide, sorry, I'm rushing. So I'm just telling that, we are not developing a vaccine. Beyond a vaccine, we are trying, to come forward. If you are a risk appetizer, then take that risk, co-develop with us and build a national capability. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am. I now invite the second innovator, Dr. Shailendra Asthana, THSTI.
Good afternoon. So my talk is on the use of artificial intelligence and physics-based methodology to develop a complicated one of the ligand-based, as well as the importance of the developing peptides, which is one of the interesting interest of the pharmaceutical industries because of many reasons, such as small molecules have off-target effects, where the peptide can reduce these off-targets. So I'm going to talk about the genesis of a small peptide, P70, which have developed to induce autophagy induction. So interest is here not inhibition, but induction I'm going to talk about. So here is the interest. We are majorly focusing on to understand the protein. And the protein, since they are the nanomedicine, the workhorse of all the biological functions, and they are the paradigm which is, if you know the structure, you can understand the function. But the majority of the protein which is reported, they are functioning many times in unstructured format. So how to understand those proteins for the therapeutic designing, which is one of the challenge, and I would very much interested to, if any company is interested to explore these properties, which is very fundamental for any molecular recognition-based small molecule development or peptide-based designing. So why autophagy? Autophagy is very important for to maintain the homeostasis, and it is very fundamental for the maintaining the cell health parameters. We always considered the things which is very important, for example, the trash bag, when the situation turned towards the pathophysiology, and we want to be reverse back it into the normal physiological condition. So in that aspect, targeting autophagy to induce the autophagy, which is a very fundamental and involved in many human diseases. So this is our of interest, how to maintain and restore the homeostasis by designing small molecule. In this aspect, we are, if you go back, you can see the 2 markers from the basic autophagy machinery, which start from initiation to degradation, all this whole process, to one protein is very, very essential, and that is bacillin 1. But if you see the architecture of the bacillin 1 and the way it is functioning, it is very complex. It is an orchestrated manner involved with the many other subset to make a complex to understand this, where unstructured part is playing a very fundamental role, and another complexity is the conformation. So need huge computational power to understand how this protein work, where X-ray crystallography, NMR, and cryo-EM even not able to give you the exact clue at the rare events, which is very essential for the designing point of view. So here is the major bottleneck, which is the SOP of our function, because we are not only understanding the structure, but when the structure is not reported, how it involved in taking the shape when it involved with their positive or negative regulators. And major property is the dynamic continuum, because one amino acids can have a multiple dihydrals, more than 24 dihydrals exist for arginine. How to deal with that if it is localized in your interface site or a catalytic site? So to deal with that, we established an AI-enabled pipeline where we have a separate pipeline for understanding the ligand, and we have a separate pipeline for the physics-based methodology, which is hardcore dedicated to understand the dynamic aspects of the protein along with the changes where this small molecule or peptide can take place. And this is the SOP of the overall, because we need two things. We need the accuracy, but we need speed also because of the requirement of the time. So how to maintain the speed and accuracy? We want the AI-enabled ML-based platform of computational chemistry. On the right-hand side, we need the physics-based methodology so that we can not compromise with the accuracy. Physics-based methodology is slow, definitely, but accuracy is very high. So we integrated this pipeline in-house in THSTI to establish this protocol to deal with the complex systems which are always considered as undruggable. So these undruggable target we have used, and these are the basic results where we have established the POC. We targeted the backline in the interface. We designed some peptide. And from the peptide, we first identify whether this is target specific or not. So we check the biophysical binding via SPR. And this is the property where P70 localized, which is autophagy inducing, non-touching the mTOR. And with respect to the gold standard, which is STAT backline from the Novus Pharmaceuticals, we are considerably reduced in cost in terms of length, and we are not touching mTOR. We have 2 POCs already established against diarrhea and IBD. And since autophagy involved in many other diseases, for example, like cardioprotection, neuroprotection, and hepatoprotection. So the work is in progress. We got a very fantastic result against CHIKV and HIV viruses also. So what I want to highlight is the overall summary is we identified from the scratch a very complex system where P70 established the POC. Second thing is we have a backup series also. If P70 fail against any complications related to the development, we have P70R in place. And it is also showing the protection against cardio, neuro, and hepatoprotection. So it can work as a combination therapy along with the frontline drug. We converted based on this methodology, which I have shown right side, develop the small peptide into small molecule. So peptide conversion through small molecule using our in-house established technology, which is called the peptidomimetics technology. And so these are total 9 active peptides and 20 approximately molecules which we have developed by targeting the autophagy, which are in the stage of the, few of them are in the discovery stage and few of them are in the developmental stage, which we are looking for the collaboration with the industry to joint projects or for the development other processes. So overall, this is my team which is behind that, and thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. I now invite the next innovator, Dr. Ruchi Tandon, THSTI.
Good afternoon, everyone. So many of you might be knowing it already that metabolic dysfunction associated fatty liver disease is the most prevalent chronic liver disease all over the world. So in next few minutes, I would like to take you through my slides which show the advancements we have made in last few years to tackle some of the challenges associated with the disease. So coming to the challenges first, like 1 in every 3 persons has been found to be associated with mast cell all over the world. And the situation is much worse in many places in South America, many European countries, Australia, and many South Asian countries also, and India is one of them. So this is a very alarming situation. There is no stage-specific biomarker for early detection. Resmetirom had been approved 2 years ago, and semaglutide has been approved only recently. So we have no idea how these molecules are going to span in coming years. So there is a clear unmet medical need to identify newer therapies. And if you look at the pipeline of the many of the pharma companies, which are big pharma giants in last 2 decades, most of their molecules have failed. So this shows there is a clear gap in translation of preclinical findings to clinical outcomes. And we definitely need to do something to address these challenges. So address these challenges at THSTI, we have adopted a multi-pronged approach. For this, we are working very closely with clinicians to bridge the gap between basic science as well as clinic. So in one such efforts, we have found the dysregulation of innate immunological pathways using the preclinical samples as well as the patient samples from MAST patients. We have also made efforts to develop new advanced methods to be more sure of the clinical outcomes later in the clinic. And for this, we have developed human liver organoid platform using cells not only from healthy individuals, but also using cells from the ultrasound guided patient biopsy samples, which were provided to us by Dr. Shalimar and his team at AIIMS. So we have developed organoid models which represent the multiple lineage of the liver, which shows the complexity and can be used for multiple applications to deal with the disease. And we have used 3 complementary approaches to accelerate our findings for developing therapeutics, which include small molecules, drug repurposing approach, and also using the evidence-based methods for botanical extracts from traditional sources. So we have developed a dedicated preclinical screening path where we have developed cell-free methods, we have developed cell-based 2D assays which we can use to test the statosis. We have developed 3D spheroid models where we can check the anti-inflammatory and also the fibrotic properties of the compounds. And also, as we discussed, we have developed STF hepatitis model using this liver organoid and using both healthy individuals and patient-derived models, because patient-derived model here represents a natural model where we do not have to really induce the disease. So, and also it meets with the FDA instructions and guidelines to really depend on NAMs moving further from preclinical to clinical path. And eventually we have been evaluating our molecules in the in vivo assays using mouse models of mast cell, where we feed the mice with different diets, high fat, high fructose diet, methylcholine deficient diet and Western diet, and many more. So as a result of this exercise, we have identified few leads which have been found to modulate the key hallmarks of the disease. And as we see, these molecules show the modulation of the metabolic parameters such as body weight, BMI, glucose tolerance. They also show improvement in the histopathology, and these slides have been worked upon in collaboration with Dr. Rajni at AIIMS. And these molecules have also shown the anti-inflammatory properties and anti-fibrogenic properties if we look at the cytokine profiling and fibrogenic markers. So from this aspect, part of our work, we invite collaborations with our industrial partners to accelerate our work so that we can take the molecules further to the next level. And this is the second pitch I would like to propose here using the liver organoid model. So our proposal is to build a hub using these organoids from patients which have been characterized, and they have stage-defined biopsy samples which have been used to develop organoids. We can develop the organoid biobanks, and this hub can be utilized not only for screening of the molecules, but also can be used to develop specific precision medicines and also to do basic research and identify biomarkers. So we already have the various very defined like multi-omics structure analysis pathway we have infrastructure, we have functional assays we can do here. And now the ask from prospective collaborative partners is very clear for both the pitches for developing the co-therapeutics as well as for the organoid hub. And the tentative pipeline we have proposed here, which we can work upon further. So I would like to acknowledge everyone who have worked and helped us in taking these things further. And thank you so much for your kind attention.
Thank you, ma'am. I now invite the next innovator, Dr. Himanshu Gogoi, THSTI.
A very good afternoon to esteemed delegates, colleagues, and dear students. Myself, Himanshu, and I'm a Ramanujan Fellow with Dr. Nishit at the Mycobacterial Genetics Lab at THSTI. So, starting off with tuberculosis, so TB is one of the leading cause of infectious disease-related deaths globally, and India harbors at least a quarter of the global TB cases. Now, we have definitely improved on case findings, treatments, and nutritional policy due to the National TB Elimination Program and the Niksha Mitra policy. However, till date, many cases go undiagnosed and hence untreated. Therefore, to achieve the Sustainable Development Goal of ending TB by 2030, we need a better tool, that is a new and better vaccine. But when we already have BCG, why do we need a new vaccine? So, BCG is administered in India at infancy or in childbirth and has been used for more than 100 years. But it has been reported that BCG has variable or very limited protection against pulmonary TB. Furthermore, revaccination strategies of using BCG has also not yielded very promising results in the clinical trials. Hence, a new TB vaccine will not just only prevent disease progression and transmission, but it will also lead to a lower economic burden of the country. And hence, we propose an intranasal vaccine formulation to control the TB infection. And our TPP is that we have a non-invasive vaccine platform which has better safety because of recombinant proteins. And finally, our target population is the adolescent and the adult population who are either BCG vaccinated or BCG naive. A little bit about what we have seen till now. This is a rough experimental outlay. From the preliminary data, we have seen that this intranasal formulation could reduce not only pulmonary CFU levels, but also prevent systemic dissemination of TB. And this reduction in CFU levels is comparable to that what is observed with BCG. By histopathology also, we observed that this formulation reduces cellular infiltration in the lung as well as improves lung alveolar architecture. A little bit of immunophenotyping of this formulation. This formulation was observed to elicit interferon gamma and IL-17A in the preclinical mouse models, which are like the primary correlates of protection against TB. This formulation also stimulated the production of IL-10, which is an immunosuppressive cytokine and helps in maintaining a tolerogenic microenvironment. By flow cytometry, this formulation was observed to stimulate the production of memory cells in the lung, thereby showing that it can provide long-term protection against the disease. So, till now, we have demonstrated the immunogenicity of this intranasal formulation in preclinical mouse models, which is like the TRL phase 3, followed by the safety and efficacy of the formulation against TB challenge, which is like the TRL phase 4. Finally, today we are looking for collaborations with industry partners for early development and preclinical studies regarding TRL phase 5 and 6. So finally, I would like to thank THSTI for giving me this platform to work, my lab members and SAF and BSL3 staff for for cooperating with me. And finally, this is a picture of me attending the collaboration for TB vaccine discovery at Nairobi this year, where I was fully funded by the Gates Foundation to showcase my work on mucosal vaccine against TB. So that's all from my side. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I now invite the next innovator, Mr. Shreyans Jain, Anism Bio Private Limited, Triple B.
Hello everyone, and thank you for giving us an opportunity to present our product and the company with such dignitaries. So myself Shreyans Jain, I am the founder for Enzyme Bio. So Enzyme Bio was formed with a basic idea of bringing the technologies which has got a potential to become day-to-day use, first thing, and solving the problems which are maybe overlooked for. So for now, we are working on biopolymers. That is the base for our most of the products. By biopolymers, we are majorly focusing on chitosan, alginates, carboxymethyl cellulose, and collagen. So right now our focus is on two technologies or two basic problems. So this is a short about a company. We do research, we do manufacturing, and we do commercialize. So it's a 100% end-to-end integrated company. We, as an introduction, Sachin Kapoor, my co-founder, myself, and Kalpana Upadhyay, who is looking for part of all the product development related aspects. So for now, we are looking for two aspects, which is trauma bleeding and the chronic wound management. So trauma bleeding and chronic wound, these are two cases which causes more deaths as compared to TB or cancer on an annual basis, right? But these are the two areas because we just overlook it. Say, for example, if we have more than 50,000 people dying every year on road accidents, only because of road accidents, because of excessive bleeding flow. Similarly, we have more than 100,000 people dying because of bed sore in India every year, because this is a byproduct of the main diseases like neurosurgery or heart patient, but these are not the main thing, and they are being overlooked for. So these are the two product ranges or the two focus areas which are live, commercialized, and already being supplied to the primary institutes. So one is our AccuClot, which is a hemostat which helps in controlling the bleeding on real-time basis. This is based on chitosan, lyophilized product. And secondly, we have biopolymer-based dressings which are used for treatment of burn, second and third degree burn, and chronic wounds, and like diabetic foot ulcer, bed sores, and these kind of situations. The best part is these products, right? They are not dependent on any special training or not looking for any specialized, doctors, or these are like day-to-day use. Like AccuClot is being launched in D2Z variant. We are getting good response from, especially we have analyzed most of the kids, families who have got older people at home, or they have got a small family, small kids at home. They are accepting it like really well. Similarly, our dressings, based on an understanding, like even a tier 2 and a tier 3 cities, when we are approaching them with the patient suffering there, and they are getting this product, and they are treating their near ones by themselves, and they are getting really good results, to the extent like even when the doctors have asked them to take them from the hospital, take care of their home, and they are getting healed at home, right? So the product is being accepted really well, both the domains. Multimodal, these are all the scientific terms. We can discuss it in detail. I will not spend 5 minutes on explaining the science here. I will not be able to. It won't make sense, right? Simply 2-3 points: complete biodegradable, 100% sterilized, so no risk and everything. Kosher, high performance, economical. It's very cheap to use as compared to Obitari and everything, and patient friendly. This is the impact we are making. This is our universe in India, 6.5 million, right? For trauma bleeding, every one of us is a universe, right? Because we have priced it like everyone can keep in their car, they can keep at their home. They are priced as low as 99 rupees for a patch. Right now, the products, the competitive products for our AccuClot, they are being imported in India with a minimum price range of 5,000 rupees. Our product is for 99 rupees, priced for everyone. How do we work? We simply identify the problem, develop the product, and commercialize it. So we have end-to-end everything. We have in-house. We are incubated with Bioness Bioincubator. Thanks to them to giving this platform. Then we have our own facility. We have in-house QA team, QC team, everyone, production. So we do everything by ourselves. Enzyme Bio, this is our revenue model. Most of the business we are getting from government hospitals, because in India they do give the business to medical companies. Then we have a significant business coming from D2C now. And then we are very less focused on private and corporate, because that is more of a complicated thing rather than a valued thing. So we are focusing more where it is adding more value. These are some commercials more towards VCs. These are our competitors. If you see, we are working against MNCs most of the time and some few of the Indian companies. These are our global competitors, most of them either from US or UK. And we are doing good. We are growing well. Growth, like for year on year, we are doing good. Our fund is being asked for expand the sales coverage, wound guide, and CNUSFDA and operational product development. And that's it. That's it from our side. These are the four. These are our. We are good in biopolymer, regulatory clearance we have done, manufacturing facility, and clinical acceptance. Product has been accepted by AIMS, SGPGI, PGI, KGMC. We got a clinical study done, very good results, accepted, well appreciated, published, everything done. SWOT analysis, take time, really sorry, I'm done. And this is the time The only thing I want to say, we started in 2020, we were live in 2023. That is in-house, we developed everything from scratch, and then we made everything live in 2023. And the only thing you guys will be interested in, I am a chartered accountant by profession. So when I started this, I knew nothing except for I want to develop a product. So we did it in 3 years from zero to live. And that's a company. Thank you. Thanks for this opportunity.
Thank you, sir. I now invite Mr. Amit Kumar, Precision IQ Data, Triple B.
Good afternoon, and thank you, Trishti, for providing us this opportunity. My name is Amit Kumar, and I am one of the co-founders at Precision IQ. At Precision IQ, we are developing the world's first at-home pregnancy risk screening test. Basically, we are developing a diagnostic platform using novel biomarkers for identifying prenatal chromosomal aberrations early on. And our goal and ambition is quite bold. We want to transform the way prenatal test is done across the globe, and we want to bring India to the global forefront for diagnostic technology. Across the globe, there are close to 140 million pregnancies every year, and 1 out of those 5 pregnancies end up in miscarriage, largely because of some sort of chromosomal aberrations. Problem is that still, despite of this risk, only 25% of the pregnancies undergo any form of genetic testing. The reason being cost or access issues. And above all, the solutions which are currently available in the market are either invasive, late in the pregnancy, and very costly, or if non-invasive, they lack the diagnostic accuracy. To solve this problem, what we have come up with is the world's first at-home pregnancy risk kit. It is this box. Within this box, there is just a paper where an expecting mother is just supposed to put 2 drops of blood and send that to our partnering labs, which can perform the rest of the test using their existing technology. That is the mass spectrometry machines that they have been already using within their laboratories. The test that we have developed is currently more than 95% accurate. It is going to be affordable for all, at least 1/3 of the cost of the current gold standards. It is going to be easy and convenient. The expecting mothers would not have to go to the doctors or hospitals every time. And it is going to be early in the pregnancy, say 9 weeks in the pregnancy. And probably this could be the India's Atmanirbhar diagnostic innovation for the world. All of this is made possible because we are introducing for the first time the deep tech technology of metabolomics into the prenatal diagnostic space. Unlike the existing test, which looks into 2 or 4 molecules, our technology looks into thousands of molecules at a time, and hence we are able to develop a test which is more than 95% accurate. And the best thing is that it could be done using the existing infrastructure within the current labs. And to make this the process very simple, what we have done is that we have compiled everything within a software so that a partnering lab, when receives a sample, simply runs the test on their existing infrastructure, sends the test to our software, and then rest of the analytics is done by our software. We run the screening process and then create a report which is sent back to the labs for final dispersions to the patient. As of now, we have already validated this test with 140 high-risk samples which have been proclaimed positive by one of these currently available tests and have been sent for the confirmatory test like amniocentesis and all. And we have been more than 95% accurate. We have already filed our PCT this March, which includes the diagnostic process, the algorithm, the biomarkers panels, and also the few of the future applications of the technology. We are already in discussions with three of the anchor labs to take this product into the market. We expect them to support us for co-development, regulatory validation, and for launch, which we expect to do in 2027. And everything has been made possible by our terrific team. We are being led by Dr. Murli Manohar, who is an ex-IIT Roorkee alumni. He and our scientific team, which also includes Dr. Pedro and Dr. Kamal Tyagi, they have all been trained at Cornell University, and they have extensive experience in the field of metabolomics. Me and one of my other co-founders, Anurag Dikshit, manage the commercials as well as daily operations. We together have more than 40 years of life sciences industry experience in data science and consulting space. And we are also being supported by a panel of advisors in regulatory, IP, and clinical space. We are currently looking for a seed round of close to 8 crores and definitely support from the government in terms of affiliations for sample acquisitions, for collaborations with the diagnostic labs to take our product to the market, and definitely some fast-track regulatory approval process. And this is one of the recent achievements that we have. We were named one of the top deep tech companies, top 4 deep tech companies in Pan IIT event recently held at Bangalore. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, innovators, for your wonderful pitches. We next have the flash presentations by THSTI faculty and scientists, highlighting innovative research and translational initiatives at THSTI. Each presentation will be of 7 minutes. I request the presenters to note that a bell will ring immediately after 6 minutes. We begin with a presentation on diagnostics. I request Dr. Sushmita Chaudhary to kindly present.
Good afternoon, everyone. So I'm here to give you a glimpse of what is happening in the Center for Biodesign and Diagnostics in THSTI. This is a center currently with the three of us, the three of faculties, me, Gaurav, Dr. Gaurav Batra, and Dr. Neeraj Kumar. I'll give a little snapshot of each one's work. So starting with what Gaurav is doing, Gaurav's lab has established an end-to-end platform for developing very high accuracy point-of-care diagnostics. So he established the platform which generates very high affinity binder, which are very critical binders, develop immunoassays, validate with real-time patient samples from a lot of his clinical partners, and also seamlessly, smoothing into protecting the IP and validating the prototype. So using this platform, he has developed a lot of point-of-care assays, 2 of which are already licensed and the others are under developing. So me and Neeraj work on a lot of diagnostic leads, among which AMR is one of the major diagnostics that we have taken up. So among the other pathogen detection, direct pathogen detection diagnostics that we are developing or the biosensor work, one thing is common, which has been taken up by me as well as by Dr. Neeraj Kumar. This is a pathogen detection by culture or improved culture in case of sepsis and meningitis. It started with sepsis and meningitis diagnosis initially because obviously that seemed like the most pressing challenge at that point. But when we started consolidating the need, the market is obviously huge, critically huge, and it doesn't only include sepsis and meningitis cases, it also includes the relapse infections, the low sensitivity of the culture being one of the fact. And so when we started consolidating, we quickly realized that it actually goes beyond only the sepsis and meningitis diagnostic market. It actually spans to the entire clinical microbiology workup, the food safety testing, as well as in the pharma and industrial setting, the sterility or bioburden testing. So to solve it, so basically what we have tried to do is that we tried to improve the culture sensitivity significantly, because the culture is still the gold standard for infectious disease diagnostics, although it doesn't have any glitter. But we wanted to keep the format the same. We just wanted to significantly improve. So we have taken two strategies. What Dr. Neeraj Kumar has been doing is that he has taken specific plasma proteins which modulate or regulate or restrict bacterial growth in vitro, and he is working to change that and come up with an assay with that, with improved sensitivity. And what I decided to do as a different strategy is to reverse the dormancy of bacteria in an in vitro culture condition. So we started with a systems level mapping through multiomics, and we have identified metabolites which are causing the induction to dormancy. And if we've checked that if we flip that metabolite, the state is reversed in vitro. So that resulted in a new media composition which can recover pathogens which were previously diagnosed as culture negative or decided as culture negative. That recovered within 24 hours of culture in our new media composition. And also this fits in perfectly with the current microbiology lab workflow, so we decided to go ahead with it. So we have done, in collaboration with AIIMS Delhi, with Dr. Hitendra Gautam, we have done a head-to-head comparison in real patient samples in a cohort, and that showed us that even with significantly improved sensitivity, which is almost 4x, the specificity was still around 94 to 96%, so which tells us that the increase in sensitivity didn't cost us anything in accuracy of the test. So right now we have a filed IP in India, a complete specification, and a validated media formulation, a multiomic data set which supports that formulation, and also a deep clinical performance data set, and we have a co-development ready team. So this is where we are right now. I'll wrap up my talk by giving you a short glimpse of a program which we run in THSTI, which is called the School of Innovation in Biodesign. This is an innovation fellowship program. We call it an experiential learning program. So this is run on the ground by me and Neeraj. It's an institutional program led by the executive director of THSTI. So in the last 3 years, we have trained almost 30 fellows, and from many needs which came up from clinical immersion and business immersion. We have finalized 8 product prototypes, and 8 startups have been incorporated, and 3 of the startups are in the tech transfer stage. So this program is in collaboration great collaboration with the Venture Center Pune, who provides the business mentoring, and with IIT Madras and with PGIMR Chandigarh, who provide the clinical aspect. This is a DBT funded program with a huge support from the institute. So that will be all for Center for Biodesign. Thank you.
Next, we have a presentation on cohorts and clinical trials. A critical component of translational research. I invite Dr. Ramachandran Thiruvengadam to the stage.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's a great privilege to stand before you on behalf of our clinical research community here at BRIC THSTI. And I'll go through an overview of the kind of work which are being done in the area of clinical research and how that is going to help in this industry connect. If you look at cohorts and clinical trials, many of us know their applications, but it is easy to put it in these 2 bins. Cohorts, we can consider that as a discovery engine. It helps in discovering new molecular targets against which you can identify small molecules or biologicals as a therapeutics. or it is also useful in discovery of predictive and diagnostic biomarkers, examples of which we'll see. And it's also a good platform to develop in vitro diagnostics and AI tools. Beyond discovery, once these tools are developed, they can go for validations in similar prospective cohorts, which should be multicentric and representative of the entire population. On the other hand, if you look at clinical trials, as we all know, is a brilliant evaluation engine. It is the it is a go-to study design for all evaluations of either therapeutics or in terms of biologicals or small molecules from phase 1 till up to the phase 4 of post-marketing. It can help in safety evaluation, dose finding, pharmacokinetic dynamic evaluation, and efficacy. So as examples of these applications, I am going to take you through 2 domains in which we are working. One is the maternal child health, which is a very well-oiled experience so far, and the new upcoming non-communicable diseases. I'll also end with Clinical Development Services Agency, which acts as a platform for many such interventions. So Garbini is a loose acronym for Interdisciplinary Group for Advanced Research on Birth Outcomes. It's a DBT India initiative. It's a flagship cohort of THSTA. Many of you in the audience would know. It is now emerging as a model of discovery and clinical translation, not just in maternal child health, but in any field where there is translational products required. This is a cohort of 12,000 plus pregnant women who are enrolled in a secondary care hospital, in a small hospital in Civil Hospital Gurugram. This program is a collaboration between research institutions and hospitals across the country. And it's also now extended into from a pregnancy cohort to a birth cohort involving more than 2,000 children who are followed up for 2 years of pregnancy, 2 years of their life, in which a very rich biorepository of around 2 million samples of varied variety, around 10 lakh ultrasound images and videos have been archived in the repository. As a translational engine, this has produced 4 products which are in adverse level of translation at TRL 4 and 7, and 5 patents filed, of which 3 have been granted. I won't go into the details of these products, which County will be discussing. There are 2 AI products. One is an India-specific gestational age assessment tool, which is being integrated into a reporting software. And second is a pregnancy risk stratification platform, which can identify women who are at high risk in a clinical setting and triage them to high-risk pregnancy clinic. Both of which we have clinical partners, we have industry partners who are now productizing this and taking it for the test deployment in the next year. We also have 2 consortia, lactobacilli consortia, which have emerged as probioticals, which have all been transferred to industry, for which the phase 1 trial is planned in 2027. Emerging from this platform, we started working on new questions which are addressable by clinical trials because they are closer to clinical application and policy. Now we have 2 trials which have started. The first one is dose ranging evaluation of L-arginine for maternal and perinatal health, specifically looking at its ability to improve the placental function and thereby preventing preeclampsia and other placenta-related disorders. And it's a multi-country study. It's a phase 2 dose finding study of various doses and associated a PK/PD evaluation. The second is on preeclampsia, which is an important placental disorder with high morbidity and mortality. It's a randomized control trial where we are evaluating 2-step contingent screening strategy against this problem. It is again a multicentric study in Delhi NCR. So moving from cohorts to clinical trials, this is a translational engine which is contributing to the maternal child health program, not just in the country, but also globally. The emerging program is in cardiovascular disease, taking inspiration and the model's experience from the Garbini program. We are trying to replicate a similar translational research program for heart disease risk identification in asymptomatic young individuals. It is called Hriday. It involves similarly multidimensional risk stratification using clinical, cardiac CT, as well as multi-omics markers in order to identify young adults who are asymptomatic currently for their risk of developing cardiac diseases. While what I have spoken were all investigator-driven research questions which emerged into new products and translation. Beyond this, we have a program called Clinical Development Services Agency, which acts as a platform for any innovator to come and work with us and take their product through the translational pipeline. We have 50 such projects running with 100 collaborators, and these cohorts and these collaborations that we have put together during all these work are not just cohorts and research studies which are one-off, but strong relationships which are built on trust, which also means they serve as platform for any innovator in the country who would want to partner with us. We can reach out to that family of investigators, and we can quickly use those cohorts for biomarker and diagnostic validations, target discovery, and AI model development and validation. In addition, we also have an approach where if you want to just use specific capacities of the Clinical Development Services Agency, be it data management, be it biostatistics, be it quality monitoring, or any other aspect related to clinical development, the innovators come reach out to CDSA and run affordable GCP grade multicentric clinical trials. And all of this, as I am just a representative speaking on behalf of a large team of MCH Research Group, CDSA, and all the collaborator and funding agencies. Thank you.
Our next presentation focuses on vaccines. I invite Dr. Tripti Srivastav to the stage now.
Good afternoon to all of you and warm welcome. So I'm Tripti Srivastav, Principal Scientist at THSTI, and I'm delivering this talk on behalf of the whole of the group, whose name we have mentioned in over here. So the topic on which I'm going to talk here today is the innovative academic research towards the industry engagement. So when we talk about the industry engagement, all the progress in the field of vaccine development basically get access based on the different TRL levels. So these are just a plethora of the different pathogens and the different candidates that the group over THSTI is presently working on. So I'm going to talk and cover about few of the leads and the emerging candidates. And just to ease the presentation, I have divided into different platforms. So I'll be touching it on the basis of protein subunit based platform, viral vector platform, and the circular RNA platform. So when we talk about the protein subunit platform, we have a couple of the candidates which has already advanced into the first in human trials. These are the novel adjuvant tetravalent tetralite influenza candidate. Then we have a Vaxipox candidate, and then also we have a BPBC candidate. And all of these three candidates are well supported by their industry partners. So moving ahead in the protein subunit vaccine candidate platforms, our colleague Dr. Supratik Da, his lab is working on chikungunya and a dengue vaccine candidate development. So the idea basically what he used here is a stabilized envelope spike ectodomain based candidate. His data shows that his chikungunya candidate provide complete protection with the foot pad and joint inflammation, and he already have a granted patent application on his dengue vaccine candidate. So what my lab is work on, we basically working on a specific B cell and T cell derived vaccine candidate, what we called as a epitope focus vaccine candidate, that particularly expresses the top neutralizing antibody of the RSV, that antigenic site 5 and 5, and that has been attached with the unique collection of the T cell epitopes. The another candidate that we have recently been published in the International Journal of Biological Macromolecule is a bivalent or a multivalent pox virus vaccine candidate. It is a scaffold-based vaccine candidate, allowed the docking of the multi-antigen together. And the interesting thing is that the origin of this particular scaffold is itself from a pox family, which shows the 99% of the conservation in the whole pox virus family members. The another dengue candidate that we have is a tetravalent vaccine candidate. It is a representation of 4 serotypes ED3 along with components from NS3 and NS5, and the most importantly is the universal vaccine candidate of influenza that basically expresses the breathing conformation of the viruses, and this candidate alone itself provide protection against the H1N1, H3N1, H3N2, H5 and H7 lineages of the virus. So these are the funders by which this whole work is being supported. We have already translated this particular candidate into the viral vector platform in order to address the pandemic preparedness. And our colleague Dr. Bharti Bhatia, she has also been developing the VSV-based platform, and she has already established a NIPA POC. She has established. The work is being funded by BFI, and she is already in a process of establishment of KFD vaccine. So we all know that the viral vector vaccines always provide a slight edge over our conventional vaccine, with none such of the process is needed. So other candidate or the other platform that we have established in THSTI is a mRNA-based vaccine pipeline or a platform. This particular pipeline is well established by the group and the members of Dr. Milan Surjit's lab, who has very recently published a paper in the iScience, and this particular bivalent candidate is a combination of RBD from the Delta and the Omicron, and their data shows that it provides complete protection against the SARS-CoV-2 challenge. So these are the contact details of the person whose work I have presented over here, and you can contact any of us. We all are available around. And these are the one slide for the acknowledgement of the research group and all the team members whose immense effort is involved in developing this data, different collaborators, colleagues, different facilities that we have used in THSTI or around our technical and administrative staff, and also the organization, and at the end, funders and the partners without whom this work was not even possible. So I would like to thank you over here.
We now move to a presentation on monoclonal antibodies. I request Dr. Suprit Deshpande to please present.
Good afternoon, everyone. So I'm going to talk on enhancing capabilities for monoclonal antibody development. So I'm Suprit Deshpande, working as a principal scientist at THSTI. So the need of prophylactic and therapeutic monoclonal antibody is well established in infectious disease of epidemic and pandemic potential. WHO and CEPI have intensified their initiative to meet the demand of reproducible defense infrastructure to tackle such pandemic and epidemic and pandemic causing viruses. So monoclonal antibodies have both prophylactic and therapeutic potential, providing immediate protection against infectious pathogens. And these monoclonal antibodies are to be used as ready-to-use clinical interventions, and MAPS can serve as a first-line defense, particularly during the early stage of outbreak, before vaccine-induced immune response come into act. So this underscores the urgent need of non-negotiable, urgent and non-negotiable need for rapid antibody development platforms and streamlined development pathways to enable timely response to emerging infectious diseases. So integrated platforms should work in tandem. linking pathogen detection and antibody discovery, preclinical development, clinical development, and clinical trials through an accelerated development pathway. In line with this vision, a brand new first-in-country monoclonal antibody biofoundry has been established at THSTI. The biofoundry is envisioned for architecting next-generation biotherapeutics, providing a continuum from discovery to the early stage development of monoclonal antibodies, enabling readiness to the advanced development of monoclonal antibodies for clinical studies. So these are the key elements which are being done at the biofoundry established at THSTI. So these include rapid discovery to the research cell bank generation, and this will catalyze the innovation and accelerating the clinical development of precision biotherapeutics. So THSTI's research initiative have led to the discovery of several monoclonal antibodies against some of the infectious pathogens like HIV-1, SARS-CoV-2, and Nipah virus. So one among these, like the monoclonal antibodies against Nipah virus, is currently under product development stage in collaboration or in partnering with industries. So this is an example of a successful collaboration between academia and industry, where different academic institutes and industries are involved in the development of this Nipah monoclonal antibody. So the entire effort aligns with the flagship of BioE3 policy, an initiative by the Department of Biotechnology, Government of India, which aims to advance high performance biomanufacturing and foster innovation in the biotechnology sector. So before I conclude my presentation, I would like to acknowledge the Department of Biotechnology, Government of India, and THSTI for their generous support in establishing this biofoundry and enabling this work. So these are the contact persons who are involved in biofoundry. Please also please visit our stall, Apex stall, where biofoundry posters are there and biofoundry personals are there. If you have any doubts or any questions regarding biofoundry, please visit our stall. Thank you.
Our next presentation is on AI in healthcare. I invite Dr. Bapu Kondinya Desiraju to please present.
Good evening, everyone. Today I'll be talking about applications to antenatal ultrasound we have built using AI, and the way ahead, what we are planning in future, where your collaborations and partnership will be required. Although we take it for granted, access to antenatal ultrasound is very limited. Especially in rural areas, only 35% of the pregnant women receive even one ultrasound throughout their pregnancy. When we look for causes, they are so obvious. Geographic, cost of the machines, cost of the scan itself, and shortage of the workforce. All the existing skilled people also are concentrated in urban centers. So our goal is simple. Our goal is to use AI and make applications where we can democratize the access to ultrasound and make it more reachable to more people. So I'll be describing the 3 products that we have built so far over past few years, and what we are doing with these products, how they are moving forward and way ahead. The first product is AI-powered antenatal reporting software. So the usual ultrasound workflow goes like this. A radiologist in an ultrasound room does the scan, acquires the images, measures the biometry, and an assistant sitting outside the ultrasound room uses a software called reporting software, through which they pull the images, compile the report, and give the report to the participant. So what we are trying to build is not disrupting the workflow, it is fitting right into the workflow. We are building a similar reporting software which fits right into their workflow with AI models enabled with AI features. So the target setting is, of course, where the existing ultrasound facilities are available. And the AI capabilities that we are bringing are gestational age estimation models, which are image-based as well as biometry-based, specific to Indian population. And also automated biometry measurement models. There is no need for a radiologist to draw circles and measure all this biometry. It is entirely automated end-to-end, with expected impact of improved reliability, reduced intersonologist variability, and saves a lot of time and effort as well. So currently, we have patented this technology, and there is a simulation outside in the stall. If you want to know more about Garbhini cohort, which the data of which is used to develop all these models, we have used more than 1 million images to develop these technologies. And we have industry partners here, Cure AI and Care Mother, with which we are building, productizing these models into this software. The second product is what we call Pragati. It is a portable ultrasound. So the previous product is for secondary, tertiary care centers where ultrasound facility exists. This is even for more rural areas where a healthcare worker can just do 3 vertical sweeps and 3 horizontal sweeps over pregnant woman abdomen, collect those videos. Our inbuilt AI models will run on the locally, completely offline, while adhering to all guidelines. There will not be screen. Instead, there will be a traffic light decision system where green refers to a normal scan. On the other hand, red results refers to an abnormal scan. Then those women will be immediately referred to a proper ultrasound center for a full-fledged evaluation. So this is a screenless portable AI device. We are pitching it for rural areas. Currently, what we have is scans, over 5,000 scans and 30,000 videos, where if we play back to back, it amounts to 500 hours of video. So using this huge data set, we have developed the entire AI backend for this application. And currently with industry partnership, we are looking forward to make it into a tangible product. So we are using off-the-shelf ultrasound probes, but we are building that AI engine, hardware, software integration. And the third one doesn't use ultrasound image. It's a bit different, although it is also targeted towards primary health centers and helps in identifying high-risk women. If we focus on the left figure, most of the women might start their pregnancy with same amount of risk for preterm birth or small babies. So we call SVN, small vulnerable newborns, combining both babies either being born too small or too soon. So imagine 3 women starts with same probability, but over a period of time they acquire risk factors or protective factors, and ultimately their outcome changes. As a clinician, they evaluate the risk of the pregnancy at every visit. So similarly, we have developed a Bayesian framework where the risk will be evaluated, pregnant women will be evaluated for the risk at start and at every visit, subsequent visit. So this we have built using data from Garbhini cohort, and we have validated using prospective studies data using at least 5 other places, including community cohorts, including real-world clinical deployment data, which is the last one, Anandima, and including a data from a clinical trial as well. So after this comprehensive evaluation, now we have actually achieved a very good accuracy and detection rate for detecting both babies born too small as well as too soon, both preterm as well as small for gestational age. The detection rate is over 80%. So now we are deploying this model in the Anandima platform, which is a kind of EHR for pregnancy care. Now the way ahead is we are validating all these models, parallelly developing the products and prototypes, and also doing external validation in over 10 sites in across the country. Going forward, we are looking to extend our portable probe with Doppler capabilities as well as in addition to triaging in third trimester, we also are looking to develop software backend for first trimester examination. And also, we want to build a world model for fetal ultrasound. Since we have 30,000 videos and the huge data set I have described, we are building a kind of a chat GPT for fetal ultrasound, and which will in turn make all our downstream models much more accurate. So, learning from all this experience over the years and having walked the path till the building the product, we are now starting Center for Medical Imaging and AI, where we invite your partnership. We can build such innovative solutions for any other domain in addition to maternal and child health, of which we have started the first study, which is Hriday on cardiovascular diseases. Dr. Ramchandran has described about this. We are using CT coronary angiography images to build the risk prediction model. And I would like to end here by thanking the Institute, our funders, DBT, ICMR, BIRAC, DBT Wellcome Trust India Alliance, and our wonderful MCH and ADAPT team. Thank you so much. I'll be happy to engage with you over tea.
We will now hear about the preclinical research facility of THSTI and the infrastructure that enables cutting-edge research and innovation from Dr. Zaigam Abbas Rizvi.
How to navigate?
Next.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Zaigam Abbas Rizvi, and it is a pleasure to introduce the Preclinical Research Facility, PRF, at BRIC THSTI. Today, so this is India's own integrated preclinical research facility, which is involved in translational innovation and pandemic preparedness. Today, I'm not going to talk about preclinical animal models, but I'm going to talk about something which is far more important. How do we translate scientific innovations into a product, which will ultimately improve the human health? And for all vaccine candidates, for any monoclonal antibodies, biotherapeutic candidates, drug molecules, or even diagnostic, this preclinical stage is very important, and this is where the PRF contributes. So, so from bench to bedside. So I'll start with a very simple question. How many of you have a molecule that works beautifully well in vitro but hesitates to go forward into animal model? And this is one of the major challenges for scientists as well as startups. The reality is that 90% of the drug candidates fail in the clinical trials. And the reason is not because of the poor science, it is because of the poorly designed preclinical studies and inadequate data. Now, when it comes to preclinical studies, the academia have a very different set of questions. They usually ask whether this molecule will work or not. The industries, they ask whether it is safe, validated, and scalable. And these are not competing questions, these are complementary questions, and PRF exists to answer both of these questions. At PRF, we strive to bridge discovery with development by integrating disease models, imaging, immunology, and regulatory compliance studies under one roof. So what we, who we are, our journey began during COVID-19 pandemic. In 2020, we developed some of the validated models for SARS-CoV-2, which became instrumental in doing the preclinical trials for a number of vaccine candidates developed in India. As the facility expanded, we became a national platform with the help of BIRAC. And today we are very proud to say that we are among the first Asian lab and among the 18 labs globally, which is recognized by CEPI for the preclinical model network. And this recognition is not because of the infrastructures that we have, but because of our ability to generate reliable decision-enabling preclinical evidence. Now, what we do at PRF, we provide end-to-end preclinical development ecosystem, which is supported by 4 distinct pillars. Number one, we do translational disease model and challenge platform. So we have validated animal models for a number of infectious diseases such as SARS-CoV-1, SARS-CoV-2, chikungunya, monkeypox, and so on. And we also have disease models for non-communicable diseases such as tumor, inflammatory diseases, and autoimmune diseases, as well as disease progression models. Number two, we do preclinical efficacy and survival evaluation. We provide viral load data, body weight data, histopathological assessment, micro-CT scan, as well as survival study, which are very important for robust efficacy data. Number three, we do immunogenicity and functional immune assessment, including ELISA, ELISpot, multicolor flow cytometry, memory response, and so on. And we not only do the service study, but we also do collaborative science by providing correlates of protection and immune profiling. In addition to our experimental support, we also support in study design, protocol development, the quality management system, ethical compliance, and we try to provide the submission-ready technical reports, which are regulatory compliance, and we are also striving to get ISO 17025 accreditation for some of the assays at PRF. So in summary, we do not simply execute studies, we design translational programs. Our strength lies not only in the infrastructure that we have, but also the impact that we have created. So far, we have completed almost 27 vaccine candidates preclinical trial studies, more than 55 drug molecules, monoclonal antibody preclinical trial studies, and created around 7 crores of revenue. We are proud to collaborate with top institutes in India, including top biopharma industrial partners. And also some of the COVID-19 approved vaccine candidates in India, their preclinical trial studies were done at PRF THSTI. And also we do not only do the animal trial studies, we also do a collaborative science, which is indicated by our publication record. This is what interests most of the academy and industry sitting here. We operate in 3 different partnership modes, which is actually suited for different kind of collaborations. So number one is the classical fee for service model, where the predefined data sets as well as final study. Number two is the collaborative research, where we co-design, co-develop a product. We write a collaborative grant and get the funding, and then really develop that product. And number three, which is the middle one, is a combination of both, where we part of it is done through funding, and a part of it is done through the direct service mode by the first party. So with this, I'll end, and feel free to contact us for any case, any service studies that we require. And we also have a booth outside in the facility, and we are also organizing a PRF tour. Thank you so much.
The final presentation is on CAR T cell therapy. May I invite Mr. Atul Roy and Ms. Jyotsna Dandotia on the stage.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Atul.
Good evening, everyone. Myself, Jyotsna Dandotia, and we are both working under the guidance of Dr. Amit Awasthi.
So from last 3 years, we are working on CAR T cell. Before I begin the presentation, let me briefly tell you about what CAR T cell is. It's a drug for cancer, but it is not made up of any chemicals, but it is made up of patient own immune cells, that is T cells. So overall process follows from T cell isolation from the patient, then the generation to the CAR T cells, then ex vivo expansion, then infusing back to the patient. Then the CAR T cell binds to the cancerous cells based on the antigen they are directed upon and kills them. So at THSTI, we are building end-to-end capabilities for the CAR T cell therapy, from designing and developing novel CAR construct to high-titer lentivirus production, then in vitro assays, and finally, we are also having animal model for testing CAR T cell efficacy and safety. THSTI is also coming up with the GMP facility, which will cater the phase 1 clinical trials in Delhi and NCR region, along with their clinical partners. So Ms. Josna will present more about GMP facility in the subsequent slides. So this is the very recent publication from our group where we have optimized high-titer lentivirus production and generated efficient CAR T cell. This is the one of the bottleneck in the field of CAR T cell, which we have recently cracked. So today I will be also talking about one of the product what we are working on. So we have the red one and the green one. So red one, what we have here is the FMC63 based clone CAR T cell. This is the FDA approved first CAR T cell in the world. And the green one, what we see here is our in-house generated CAR T cells. So we have generated our CAR T cells, we have generated the FDA approved CAR T cells in the lab, and then we did the co-culture experiments. And we found that our CAR T cell is also showing excellent cytotoxicity against CD19 tumor-positive cells only in dose-dependent manner, whereas we cannot see any killing in the target-negative cells. We have not only looked for the cytotoxicity effect, but also looked or characterized the cytokines that drives this cytotoxicity. We have looked for the level of interferon gamma, TNF alpha, and IL-2 levels, which is drastically reduced in in-house generated CAR T cell when compared with the FMC63 based clone. We have also looked for the IL-6 level. So IL-6 is very important in the clinical aspect as it is the major driver of cytokine release syndrome in the patient. And we have found that our in-house generated CAR T cell is significantly reducing the cytokines when compared with the FMC63 based clone. So we have done all the in vitro characterization. Then we moved it to the in vivo model. So we have used NSG mice model. This is the gold standard model for the CAR T related work, where the mice doesn't have any B cells, T cells, or NK cells and IL-2 receptors in it. So they can take the graft of any humanized cells. So when compared with the FMC63 clone CAR T cells, our CAR T cell is giving equal and efficient killing or reduced tumor burden when compared with the tumor-only group. So very next now, Ms. Josna will tell about the GMP facility what we have.
So to support the translational work, we developed this GMP CAR T cell facility where we will conduct the clinical phase 1 trials, and we will also check the CAR T cell therapy generation. So this therapy is dedicated for the manufacturing of the GMP grade CAR T cell facility, and importantly this will help the hospital like Delhi NCR regions to provide them the GMP grade CAR T cell facility. And so this facility is basically 4,500 square feet, which has a separate space for CAR T cell manufacturing area, lentivirus production lab, and QC and QC area. So this facility we will use for conducting the phase 1 clinical trial of our own indigenous CAR T cell product. But however, we are open for the collaboration with our industrial partner who would like to utilize this facility in fees for services models. Next, we have also, last year we have have conducted its hands-on training workshop on CAR T-cell therapy manufacturing in collaboration with Biotech and Military Biotech. So the aim of the course was to train young scientists in the field of CAR T-cell therapy, and this further highlight THSTI commitment to building expertise and advancing cell therapy in India. So these are the few glimpses of the successfully conducting this training program at THSTI. And building on its success, we are soon planning the second edition of this program. So thank you everyone. If you have any query, you can ask our facility in charge, Dr. Amit Awasthi. Thank you once again for giving me this opportunity.
Thank you.
Thank you all the presenters. There are a few important announcements. We will have the industry interaction with faculty and scientists of THSTI after the vote of thanks. This session has been designed to foster partnerships, discussions, explore potential collaborations between THSTI faculty and scientists with industrial partners. The session will be held at the foyer region outside the auditorium till 4:30 p.m., followed by a brief tea break for 15 minutes. After the tea break, we shall proceed with the visit to various centers and facilities of THSTI. I request all the participants who had registered at lunch break for the visits to kindly assemble near the facility visit help desk, arranged near the facilities stall in the foyer region. The volunteers will guide you through the various centers and facilities at THSTI. We now invite Dr. Ramachandran Thiruvengadam, Associate Professor, BRIC THSTI, to deliver the vote of thanks.
Good afternoon, everyone. They say that a great meeting is not judged by just its agenda, but by the energy, wisdom, and the generosity that the participants bring into that. And today we have been truly blessed with all the three. We are grateful to Professor M. Srinivas, member Niti Aayog, for illuminating the path from scientific discovery to scalable healthcare impact. We express our gratitude to Dr. Rajesh Gokhale, Secretary DBT, and Director General BRIC for supporting this event. Our heartfelt thanks to Dr. Rajiv Singh Raghuvanshi, Drugs Controller General of India, for his thought-provoking perspective on the regulator as an enabler. This framing resonates deeply with all of us on the ground. A special word of appreciation and thanks for Dr. Kiran Majumdar Shah for her message on academia-industry partnership. Her insights were both inspiring and immediately actionable. To all our distinguished panelists, experts, and guests from academia, industry, government, and funding agency, thank you for giving us the time, knowledge, and your candor. Each panel today was a masterclass in itself. Synchn represents the very best of what THSTI stands for: convergence, collaboration, and commitment to science. To my colleagues who delivered the flash presentations, and to the emerging innovators who gave us the glimpse of what's next in the pipeline, a sincere thanks to you. Finally, and most sincerely, our thanks goes to every participant in this room, researchers, clinicians, industry partners, policymakers, who have taken time from their demanding schedules to be here. Your presence is what gives a conclave like this its soul. As we step out, let's carry with us the spirit of today, that science, when shared generously, moves forward. On behalf of BRIC THSTA family, Dhanyavad.